Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? School TV. School. Yes, what you got today? School. School TV. School. Ba-da-ba-di-ba-di-ba. Skiddy-biddy-biddy-da-ba-do. School TV. School entertainment. Go. Let's say go to there. Go to there. On the spoon. Yes, what you information. On the spoon. To be yes, what you Spoon television. Yes, I Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? School TV. School. Yes, what you got today? School. School TV. School. Balabalibaleba. School. Skidibidi dabado. School TV. School entertainment. Kua, 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 kua. Wese kua, 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 kujileo. Kua, kua, kujileo.
Okay, folks, it's a pleasure to be here again with another very, very interesting and thunderstriking edition of the most preferred nighttime show right here from odious Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. Welcome to the Spoon Talk right here on your radio. We are coming to you live from Spoon 107.5 and Spoon TV Live, Super 95.5 and Super TV Live. We are also live on Fabric 101.1 this beautiful, beautiful evening odious Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. So welcome to it, wherever you are and whatever you are doing. Keep your dial set. And please invite someone to listen or view alongside you, because as usual, the program promises to be very, very interesting. As you see from the flyer, the CEO and his team of panelists will be playing host to a very special guest here, Senator Wisner. He will be on the show to talk about some national trending issues in the country. So be there while we are here. But in the meantime, between time, just before the CEO and his team of panelists come in, we like to take some calls. But just before doing that, let me recognize some of you watching the show this evening. So D. Melvin Sonin is watching, Puchu Tal is watching, Danet Dean is watching, Adolphus Elliott is watching, Colinius Hunter is watching, Ahaji Oaman Conan is watching, Robert Momo Marshall is watching. Thanks for following. Marian Wial is watching the show. Thanks for watching this beautiful, beautiful evening. Francis Swat is watching. Francis, thanks for following the show. Wilmer is Wilmana Tue is watching this evening. Victor Morgan is watching. Moba Reed is watching. Jessica is watching. Abraham Conan is watching. And a lot of folks watching here this beautiful evening. Afonso H. Ping is also watching. So good evening, good afternoon to all of you watching the show this beautiful, beautiful Friday evening. It's good to be here. And let me say happy birthday to all of you that are celebrating your birthday today. Today happens to be the 5th of January. And of course, yes, a lot of folks celebrating their birthday today, including me. Today is my birthday. So I'd like to say happy birthday to all of you celebrating your birthday today, including myself, who's also celebrating my birthday today. So yeah, and those of you who have birthdays in this month of January, you are Capricorns. I'd like to say congratulations and happy birthday in advance. So folks, yes, we have to go to the line to hear from you. What's on your minds? That's the first segment of the show where it would sample views from me about what's in your mind, what you have to share with the people of Liberia. So let's go to the lines: 07777 777 777 101075 are the numbers to put you through. So call and tell us what's on your minds. 0555 101075 1075. Let's talk to this first person. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from? Mohammed, welcome. Let's hear you.
Thank you. Be on the platform online.
Okay.
Anyway, I just want to ask for the one that on my mind, John Solo. For now, I can hear from him. For 2 or 10, we can hear from him on the platform.
Okay. All right. I think I do not know him personally, so I think the panelists can answer that question for you. But thank you for calling. Thanks for your concern. All right. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm okay. Your name and where you join us from?
Daddy for calling from GSA.
Let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, it's not so much about the topic, but I think I'm not a fan of about the traveling business. One time I was listening to the radio, and I was saying that there are countries that are willing to work with laborers if you want to travel there to go work or for scholarship. Yes.
Okay. Well, I probably wasn't listening at that time, but I think the panelists, the CEO, and the team of panelists will be the best people to answer that question. But thanks for calling. Thanks for your concern. I believe some of them are already in the back and they are listening to you. So probably when they come on, they will want to, respond to your concern. But thanks for calling.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello,
let's hear you.
Yeah, what is my mind today is the transitional team. They are not giving all the information how the transitional process is going. So I really want to know, as a Liberian, to know what the government is going to give to the people for the inauguration. My name is Lawrence Warity. I'm calling from Kio.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for calling, Lawrence, and thanks for your concern. Okay, so just before the inauguration is going to be on the 22nd. It's been confirmed by the National Inaugural Steering Committee that the event will be on the 22nd. But just before the 22nd, on the 21st, the inauguration team will be having a press conference where they'll be informing the people about what's going to be unfolding, even though they released a statement of recent talking about some of the events leading up to the celebration or to the inauguration. But on the 21st, they'll be detailing, other information relative to the inauguration. But yes, thank you for your concern. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Oh, good evening to you.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Thank you. My name is Mohammed Enukanen Chion, and I speak to you tonight on this Friday night for District 16. But also I could be a member of the defense team from the Rescue Mission Party.
Okay.
We employ the Spoon family, the Spoon Foundation for their critical analysis on the Spoon network. My concern to let me further say how to Senator Johnson for the County and he belongs to Mother Johnson. My concern has to deal with the issue of the garbage that was taken away last night from the team, from the DMB, the JKG team.
Okay.
I think the Spoon carry light. I think even what they well. Okay. I think because the deck, it was a serious health crisis on the island here. And the mayor who all took our telephone and we put money inside the wheelchair to call on different platform. Mayor Coty was taking at the MCC office there, at the city office there, in single there, listen to all of the different platforms there, listen to that when people crying concerning about removing the cabbage from Douala and the cover and even the Simon end. In this said that and refuse to send a team to take the cabbage or to take the dead from the terrible area. And the team, other people have to get sick for the scent of the cabbage on the island here. So we have to applaud the TMB team and the JKK team for them coming in on last night to collect the dead, at least to take it from there. I think.
Thank you very much. Oh my God, I can't continue with you, please. I'm sorry about that, but please walk away from your radio because we have headphone in our ears here. The feedback can be very, very terrible for the ears. So let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, hello.
Hello, let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Ofante Buema. I call you from Christian Community Chigoton.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, my concern had to do with the people, the Liberian people. People are cleaning the street. We actually are loving. So I want to, whosoever that hearing my voice, at least let's start to purchase the people and start getting the streets.
All right.
The people are doing well. They are sweeping every day. We can see them. So at least even when you take water, you must know how to place the plastic.
Okay.
Because it gives us serious investment in this country. Thank you very much for allowing me on Spoon Talk.
Thank you very much, and that's a good one because it's not only the government's responsibility to keep the streets clean. It's everybody's responsibility.
Everybody we should be watchmen.
Yeah, sure.
Got to clean the city.
Yeah.
Got to clean the city. So you drink the cold water back, Liberians, so we can see how best we can help ourselves.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So that's it. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, how are you, brother?
I'm okay. Your name and where you join us from?
I'm Nathan, calling from TV.
Nathan, let's hear you.
My concern got to do with the importing material the Indian people bringing for us in the country.
Okay.
They send you myself having the country barrels. They used to send to us for $25, but they selling the send to us for $25. They are using the rifle machine to full up the day. Second, the zinc they bring it for any the zinc in this country. If you put the zinc on top of the horse, it is for good 1 year, rusted, begin to eat it. I'm asking the government when they take over to monitor the Indian people, the material they produce for us here. They say they drive the same price for us, for the people to be able to pay their house.
Okay.
See what they are cut down on the cereal, the land, they are cut down the cereal landing. Instead of 40 feet, they are going to 38. They are cutting down everything from us here. The material they produce for us is just to the same standard now. So I'm recommending this to the government to see into it, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah, today happy to be a birthday.
Yeah, sure. Today is my birthday.
Okay, happy birthday.
Thank you very much, Luther. Is it Luther?
Yeah, this is Ludo Saki Gio.
Okay, Luther, thank you.
Okay, I don't want my money to finish. You can see.
Yeah.
If the hierarchy of the Union Party listen to me and the person he left listen to me, Liberia is a country that you don't hold it with forward. I'm not saying that you should be violent, but the cleaning of the city and for garbage to be collected and for the city to be clean, it is about strategy to be placed to be put in some places. Okay, like the rural community in the rural street, they should provide garbage care and have a task force. Okay. I keep saying this and I will say it again. We'll have a monitor system, we'll monitor the garbage care. If you drop plastic that you'll be responsible to pay $500. If you don't have the $500, then you go in jail for 3 days. We should do the over on the day say yes, and now we'll make a continue a thing. We'll see some cleaning up, something going on. That process in place in the country here.
Thank you.
Who tell you when do the wrong thing, you get prepared for it. Even the great now say people can do it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luther Saki from District 6. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Thank God, on the United Party.
Okay.
Thank God. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to the Spoon family.
Many happy returns.
Thank God so much. God bless the water spoon. God bless the Spoon family.
Okay.
Thank God I will know about my mind is they go to the major. We are appealing to him to please take the children to all. The people clean the city for every last day. Judah for the president elect. The president elect is a people who law him of it. He want to unite the country. We're not part of Benin now. We are appealing to him. See how they say they're getting fun now. International partner coming, decoration coming, people come to the country. What do you see the children in Europe giving? And to the labor ministry, the president was saying that please work for the African people. And to the United Party, please no come out our president letter says that for the bureau for who's speaking. Can't see a man, can't say now. For president elect. Can't see a man.
Thank you.
To radio station.
Thank you very much. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
I'm Albert calling from District number 9, 27 yesterday.
Albert, let's hear you.
Yeah, what on my mind is the audit. I want this coming government to audit this government are in power. Okay. If GMB not audit the government, will have problem with GMB, will come outside and go and protest. Because we have people that want to see the downfall of the incoming government. So if GMB not audit the government, the protest against it, 14 power. Like what on my mind right now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for calling and thanks for expressing what's on your mind. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Hello, let's hear you.
It is on 12.
Okay. What's on your mind?
What's on my mind today is about Ministry of Information. Information, whosoever going to be the Minister or Ministry of Information, let the try to introduce New Liberia newspaper again.
Did you try to introduce which other newspaper?
New Liberia.
Oh, New Liberia newspaper.
Yes. And Saturday, Liberia News Agency, Wisner should be an autonomous agency to move under Ministry of Information.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's your recommendation. Thanks for expressing that. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, your name and where you join us from, sir?
Okay, my name is Elva Tuba. I'm joining you from Josephville.
Okay, let's hear you.
Okay, my concern has to do with the food fish and other things that are being brought into our country. Many of these things can be updated and is actually bringing failure to our people. So I hope that this government that is coming to take over that is be monitoring these things. Because these things can be vacuum and send it to our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling. Let's talk to this other person. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah, happy New Year to you, my brother.
Many happy returns.
What my mind is about the confirmation of Ambassador Musa Day and the weather Mr. Wolokoli. We learn that we are one of the people to be confined and give the senator money. And we are appealing to our senators. They are the house of Ella. They should not listen to President Weah. President Weah want to confirm the guy Ella money, JMB government. And we're not saying there for the guy to be confined. If anything that he give them money, they should take the money and not to confirm the guy because this guy, the time is already over. Why they want to, come into the position? They want to undermine the government. So we are appealing to the Senate not to confirm this guy. It's very, very serious, my brother. It's very, very serious. It should not be confirmed before they undermine the government and then the citizen. They will start the citizen against the GMP government. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for your concern. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello?
Hello, let's hear you. Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, this is Edward SK Tama, and I call from Osprey Hill.
Edward, let's hear you, sir.
Yeah. The only thing that is on my mind is that I want this incoming government to audit the CDC government. You should not allow the CDC government to go without audit.
Okay.
Yes. Let them account for their stewardship. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling. Thanks for making your contribution. So, folks, if you just joined us, is a reminder that you are listening to the Spoon Talk or watching the Spoon Talk right here. We are coming to you live on Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, Super 95.5. We're also live on our various social media platforms, Spoon TV Live and Super TV Live. We're also live on YouTube. So you can catch us on those social media handles, or better still, on our various frequencies across the country. And of course, you're going to be listening live to very, very fascinating discussions coming up shortly here on the program. So don't go away. Jiffy, the CEO, and his team of panelists will be here. The guests will be Senator Kamene Wisner. He's already in the building, but once the CEO and his team of panelists join me, of course, they will be doing the ushering of him to the program. But in the meantime, between time, we've got like 2 more minutes to go. So let's take more calls from you, the listeners out there. What's on your minds? What's concerning? What's alarming out there that you want to talk about? So the numbers are 0777-1075, 101075 are the numbers to put you through. Let's go back to the line and talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Okay, we lost that person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Oh my God. Let's hear you. You want to lower the volume of the radio, or you walk away from it?
Yeah, I walk away from it.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah. Anyway, Moses Thomas.
Okay.
Yeah. I very happy with the garbage business. Now, if you come in regular, the people can pack the deck and pour fire on it. Okay. And that burning of that deck, that thing that cancer, but people don't know. The thing it affects people. In the morning when you're going to work, passing ready to go, the smoke getting you hot, I think you're hitting it. It's not good. Yeah. The realize is very delicate. They very hard to see something about the garbage business.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your concern.
They give you a hard time.
All right.
That's the thing on my mind this evening.
Thank you. Thank you for expressing what's on your mind. All right. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from, sir? Hello?
Hello.
You want to lower the volume of the radio, or you walk away from it?
Sure. How you doing?
I'm okay. How are yourself?
Okay. That's good.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah. I'm Solomon Kemo calling for Harrisburg Township.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, what is on my mind is something actually, when it comes to the flood, people call and actually they're still on the line. You know, if you want to say something direct, but you'll be talking the real thing. Secondly, what is on my mind is the Mahaji, actually, my coffee road. Actually, my brother, this road is very bad. Yeah. You know, a pregnant woman cannot run on this road from Markov, let's say the Markov way, where the hard way is. If you come on this road, so the rock, the road is bad. You see?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for your contribution. Thanks for expressing your view about issues in Liberia. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, you there? Your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Hello, let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Mufala. I'm calling from Zize community.
Okay, let's hear you. How is Zize community?
Yeah, this is fine. I got a few things in my mind when it comes to our Liberia government.
Okay, so I hope you will just be brief because you said a few things.
Yeah, let me just be brief.
Yeah, okay.
The first thing has to do with the sanitation of ourselves. Let's just say Liberia as a whole, as a country.
Okay.
I want our people like us Liberians to please have to stop cleaning the city because all these things, the effort they are trying, they are way possible to make the place clean. We shouldn't put dirt on the street.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a nice thing when you ride on the quota from here, maneuver. The place is clean, it's nice, sunny bright. You know, it gives us kind of relaxation. But then people, if you do the night time, they start throwing dirt around. All our funny things is not fun. It's not fun for.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And lastly, to our president, Joseph Walker, I want to be very straight to the point. Let the record taken for this. Joseph Walker, please don't give any leniency to George Weah. He called you to congratulate you, accept the fact, but history to us something, and also Prince Johnson. So we want to be very, very careful. We ask him to be very careful with the current government until they leave power.
Thank you. Let's talk to another person. Thank you. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, I'm Joseph Tamba calling from Mambakle.
Joseph Tamba, let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, what on my mind? For me, I want for the government to change all the police people at the police station and change their position because like somebody stay somewhere for something like 2, 3, 4 years in any police station, you will not be having any kind of respect in the whole community again.
Okay,
so
you mean
why? Yes.
You mean they should be rotated? That's what you mean?
Okay. Take the other police people from zone 1, you turn into the other zone, you go there for the other zone, you bring them to the other zone, back to the commander, change everybody position.
Okay.
So when you go there, the community dwell, they will not able to get advantage in that particular police station because someone else will be having a friend there by the time you get.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for calling in this evening. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear your name and where you join us from.
All right, my name is Josiah Small for me from around the Congo Peace Island Bell.
Okay.
Let me say happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Quickly, 2 things. Quickly.
Okay.
The first concern got to do with the Liberia Marketing Association. While we are talking about the sanitation business, I think these people should be included because they sell tickets. People sell in the streets in Royal and lots of places. In the various marketplaces, they collect money from them. And the marketers, these people make part of diet. I think the element should be, you can tell me, they can be able to purchase truck, even to enhance their own work. And they have to clean it. Because they collect money. Why is that? Why are they doing the money collecting over the years? So I hope under this government, they should try to cut on the sanitation material to help clean some of the places they're operating in. Okay. That's one. 2, quickly, let me say thank you to all of those people that sympathize with us, the people of Bond County, when the traffic accident occurred, which they are coming to sympathize with us. Let me say thank you to the excellent ambassador for his interaction and his delegate for identifying with the people of Bond County and Liberia at large. And let me say thank you to Senator Prince Kemumwe, other leaders of the country. They want to fight their team together. Hope will learn lessons so that we can fight together to be together and be a bunker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello, I'm okay. Your name and where you join us from?
Okay, this is Adam Kiawu calling from Nabakowe.
Okay, let's hear you, Adam.
Yeah, I just the talking point. I just want to discuss one issue is the confirmation of that just Wodekori and Musa Jean and that was Wodekori.
Okay.
But so the guys was saying that that if the people are not confirmed, the CDC lawmaker will boycott the election. The inauguration. So
Okay.
I said, if that be the case, if we are not qualified to be confirmed, then why are they boycotting the inauguration? And when they boycott the inauguration, the CDC lawmaker, what impact will it make to them?
Okay. Thanks for your concern. Okay, so we take just 2 more calls and call it a day. I'm seeing Dr. Richardson in the back. Let's take this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello. Okay, let's talk to this other person. Hello. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello?
Hello, let's hear you.
Yeah. This is John Flomo from Sanctions.
John, let's hear you.
Yeah, the one on my mind this evening is about the former foreign worker money business. I know people protesting right to labor this morning. 23,000 across the country, 23,000 former forest workers. The government promised to pay them their money, 7 million. They are not giving one cent to them. I don't know why the Liberian government should be like that, especially the particular government. That means to a plan document that they should pay. The people up and down in the streets, they can't pay the people. I was going to town today. I passed there. I saw the group of people that are not small riot there to labor today. So I want to say it to let the Liberian people hear it, that this is what the government doing to these people.
Thank you. Let's take the last person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello.
Hello.
Your name and where you join us from?
My name is Veronica Klechi, calling from New Study for the Sanctions.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yes. I don't know what the radio station is spoon.
This is Spoon.
Yes, and the topic is what's on your mind, right?
What's on your mind? Yeah, quickly.
Yes. And what's on my mind is about the diet.
Okay.
And it's believe really because my sister almost died today in real life because she don't have short breath and smoke. But when she hit that smoke, she almost went off today. So that we need to help ourselves as a Liberian. Yes. We need to help ourselves before the government will help us. You know, everything government. But in the other way too, government should help us with material. Let's put that benefit in place for God's sake, for our own sake, because my sister was today she was coming to die in our real life.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So that's it. Thanks to all of you who called in and expressed what's on your minds this evening. It was a pleasure. Another segment of what's on your mind on the Spoon Talk comes on tomorrow. So thanks, and thanks to everybody in the comment section for the best wishes on my birthday. Doc, welcome.
Yeah, Cassie, happy birthday. And I'm sure everyone's joining me to tell you happy birthday. How are you spending the day? How did you spend the day besides working?
Basically I've been working all day.
I know. Are you going to relax tomorrow or are you off? I know you guys.
Yeah, I'm going to be off. I'm going to be off tomorrow.
Okay. Are you planning on at least just, taking in, reflecting, enjoying, having an ice cream or something?
Sure.
Okay, good. You want to get a birthday once a year, so you got to do something extraordinary, something that you don't usually do.
Yeah.
My recommendation.
What, pardon?
I said that's my recommendation. Something that you don't usually do. You got to do something, memorable or something just something different.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to do something memorable.
Yes, if you just got to dance around your house, that you don't do that every day. You don't do that every day. You got to do that.
Sure.
That's good.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's been a busy Friday for me. Usually Friday is more relaxed, but I had to work this morning, and so we're here. We're here today. Hopefully, the rest of the panelists will join me. Sorry, my phone was just ringing. Just came straight from work and sort of joined you here. What's going on in the country? There's so many things. I was in between meetings today. I listened to the staffers at the Capitol building. Yeah. That's big news to me. And then of course I just heard one of the callers said that CDC plans to boycott the inauguration if their nominee does not get confirmed. Well, the nominees do not get, because there's two. They have Samar Wolakoli and Musadin. So if those two do not get confirmed, they will be boycotting, which I think is another interesting topic. And today we have comedy we said, right? Oh, that's what's on the flyer. He's going to be our guest today. When the rest of my colleagues come in, we're going to be expecting comedy we said. As you probably know, he's not a stranger to Liberia's politics. He's been around for a long time. He was a member of Moja, also a member of the Unity Party. He had a role to play in the 1979 rights riot. And then he became senator for River G, I believe, in 2014, right? Somebody can check me on that. And so we'll see where he stands. He will give us some of the politics in the legislature, how things work. And probably be able to answer some questions. But, you guys join me in telling Yegasi. Today, Yegasi birthday. Dwalu, hello, how you doing?
Hey, Doc, how you doing? Yegasi. I mean, get it all. Happy birthday.
I'm actually getting old.
Yeah, right.
Splendid, man. Welcome, everybody. Have fun in Liberia, man, Yegasi. I don't know what is celebration. What you getting? One large or what? How you doing it?
Is it one large?
The man know what I mean.
Well, for today, there's no celebration. I think the celebration will be tomorrow.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. That's progress. Like your friend saying, how was the day? How was school? I don't know if you went to school today.
Yeah, it was busy. I'm planning on doing a presentation on diversity on our first day. It's at the first faculty meeting. So it's me and about 2 other colleagues. So we just went to run through our presentation. I kind of did the PowerPoint presentation. They added what they had to add. So, and then so I ran home. After that, I came back. I'll leave you guys. I have to go take my fish out of the freezer because I think I'll big fish tonight.
Yep, there you go.
So I'll leave you guys shortly just to grab it out of the defrost. I forgot when I came home and I ran straight over here. That's the role of motherhood,
Yeah, it's more difficult than you imagine. But while you're going to do that, let me recognize some of our people.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yegasi, I heard you, during the calls and people calling in with different perspectives. This is what we love across Liberia. If you're listening to my voice, I want to say, hope you guys had a great day. We intend to continue to come here, hopefully, to part the veils from your eyes and give you a different perspective on how life should be for our country. That way, collectively, we can improve Liberia, improve the conditions of our country. So everybody, man, welcome to the show in Radio Land. We can't see your names, but those we can see, we're going to recognize some of them. The accusation is always coming. Oh, do I get on the regular now? We mean it. I'm true. The new one I see that one and four, my people. Maybe my eyeball can shine the one on the eyeball, but that's about it. But let me start with this thing. Ibrahim, Amara, Dunar, Momo, Salamani. Hey, Momo, I mean, it's been a minute, man. Lorena, Guitar, Mary Bowen. How are you doing, my brother Sam Zoll, Sally Roberts, Mary Bowen, Ashford Cooper, Kamara Austin or M. Sekou Sr., Anthony Tiash, how are you? Watching out of Providence, Abel Gable, Lopu Ziga. How Lopu, how you doing? I missed a call from you today, Lopu. Apologies. Nora S. Jones, Harrigan, Beatrice Washington, Moses Dolo, Ayu White, Israel Roosevelt Koviako. We got Baker Ramsey. How are you, Baker? Daniel Pua. We got John Bestman. Thank you, Mr. Bestman. Appreciate it. Edward P.K. Bestman, Sr. We got Eugene Williams. We got Ophelia Yayene. We got Kazulu Moss. We got Godfrey Lami Kadi. We got Winnie Wani. We got Byron G. Taylor Jr. Alfonso. I went by very fast. We got Dennis S.K. Kake. We got Siata Freeman. We got Sita Herman. We got Eric Bois, I believe. We got Sumo Kawud. We got Ophelia Yayene. Siata Temwe. How you doing, Siata? What's going on, Mama? Pearl Campbell. We got Kema Batu. We got Serena Kapo Bowe. Israel Sumo. Roselyn Williamson. Musu Kamara. Siafa Koli. Alexander Bobby. Cuckoo Alice, we got Mary Cheer, we got Maya Allison, Rufus Barrow, Alexander Barber, Myers Montego, we got Keman Batu, I think I said her name, Serena Kapu Bowen, Isaiah T. Sumo, Augustine Joel Napla, we got Vala Wina Kennedy, we got Jake During, Samuel Gett, Cuckoo Alex, Jake Doring, Washington Dololo. Everybody, welcome to the show. It is Liberia today, Liberia tomorrow, Liberia forever. There's not much we can say to you, but we will continue to talk to you. Now, today, it's not so much on the topic. Today, if you're listening to me, you have a duty. And your duty today is to speak to one person and give them a simple message and let them know that Liberia cannot change until they play their part. So my focus today is what's going to change Liberia until everybody play your part. If you're listening, talk to one or two people. So listen, I don't think Liberia can change if you don't play your part. The person might ask you, what is my part to play? What am I supposed to do? I don't have a government job. I'm not in position of trust. I don't have any sway in the country to make a decision that's going to change anybody's mind. I'm insignificant. No, you're not. You are not. Every single one of us have a crucial role to play in that society. Let me say this to you. If you're encouraging something in your community and you know deep down inside that stuff is not good for the country, you too are encouraging the collapse of our society. If you're doing anything, encouraging bribe taking, dumping garbage in your community, not speaking well of your society, breaking down families because you say, oh, my man, I'm a Zor. All the girls didn't like me. You got a little bit of money, you're destroying Liberia. You have to counter anything that you're doing in Liberia that is weakening your community. Our society starts from the family unit. If you live in a community, you're not doing your portion, you are also weakening Liberia. Now, I shouldn't be making a disclaimer, but I have to because I know some idiot will come here and say, oh, Dwalu, so everything you're saying is perfect. You're perfect. No, I'm not perfect. Just because I bring a message doesn't mean the message is not also applicable to me. It's equally applicable to me. We all have to do our part. I'm not excluding myself in any message that I gave here. I'm just a messenger. A messenger does not provide the perfection to the message. He just presents the message so society can look at the message, tweak the message, reorient that message so we can make society better. Like I say, if you're listening to me on the radio across the globe, whatever you are, you have a part to play in Liberia collectively. If you don't play your part, Liberia is not going to get better. Look, if you are a teacher in Liberia, you have to become the best version of yourself. You have to be the best teacher imaginable. If you're a janitor, you have to be the best janitor imaginable because we are depending on you to do your job so Dr. Francine can do her job, so Dualu can do his job. Everybody must become the best version of themselves so Liberia can get better. You are not insignificant. If you teaching math at some school in Zozo, be the best math teacher. This is what I'm asking you today. Be the best version of yourself. Dr. Francine, we got to chime me about it.
Well, I like to ask you a question. You always asking us the question. So can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm good in because that's part of my job. But
I love that.
But so when you say people should be the best version of themselves, what do you mean? Can you be more specific?
Thank you.
Can you clarify? What does it mean for a teacher to be the best version of themselves? What do you mean by a nurse to be the best version of him or herself? What do you mean when you won't go through these different professions? Because people might not know.
Let me start with a janitor. I love janitorial services. Wherever I work, you will always see me once in a while. You're hanging out with a janitor, right? And trying to understand it. To me, these are the people sometimes we consider the least among us, but we don't understand they are the building block. When I say the best version of yourself, if you are a janitor in a building, be it government building, private building, whatever you are, you have to make sure you push to design better maps for your building. have better sweeping utensils. If you're wiping a table, I want you to pay attention to wipe that table, because if you don't do it right, you can spread germs. We're gonna get sick. That means the janitor did not do his job. I want you to read a little bit more and understanding germs as a janitor. You're becoming the best version of yourself. I want you to go to the bathroom, make sure they're squeaky clean. That means you've done your portion. So if I come and use the bathroom, I don't catch crow. You're preventing more than people will imagine. You are the best version of yourself. You have to understand your trade. You have to understand your trade, and you have to improve your trade so it can be elevated a little bit more. If you don't have money to make sure your job is done, you have to make some noise so you can become the best janitor you can be. Because if you don't have the proper tools, you can't do your job. Just don't be quiet. Because if you're quiet about what you do, look, if I decided I've dedicated my life to understanding finance and economics. My entire life, for the last 20 plus years, that's all I've done, finance and economics. I read about finance and economics. I understand finance and economics. I write economic papers. I try to understand finance and economics. That's the best version of yourself, the best possible you can do in your profession. That's what that means.
Thank you, Dwalu. Excellent. Can you speak about being a market person? Because there's a prevalence of market people in our culture. So can you speak, what does it mean to be the best market person that you can be, the best market woman, the best Yana boys, in for lack of a better word, the best person who sells items to our fellow Liberian person?
Thank you. When you go, let me use Douala Market for example. When you go to Douala Market, portion of the market, they get clothes, some places they're selling food, but then you get boys in wheelbarrow along the road. Everybody's selling and trying to make some money. But one thing they don't realize is they're not becoming the best version of themselves because they are not understanding the markets they are involved with. Let me explain this. Anybody can sell Dongafle, but how do you move from selling Dongafle for 150 to get Dongafle to be sold for $300? This is now you're trying to understand yourself. You're thinking a little bit better. You know, every president that comes to power presents you with this nonsense about a big market building. Go see the market building they're building. And you accept this and you celebrate this. We should be beyond this open space market where instead of the boys selling Dongafle, they have to organize better. Come together. Say, listen, we're not going to be selling the wheelbarrow. We are going to insist to this country that we want to open a Dongafle factory in Vanjima. For example, we make country clubs here. Our country clubs now, we're going to move it from buying them from Westerners to making this shirt in Vanjima. This is the progression. So organization. So first of all, the market people have to organize better. You're not just going to be selling Better Boy anymore. You're going to become Better Boy organizations where people that are farming, you're transitioning to canning and exporting. That means you're organizing better. You're going to take the smart people from amongst you and say, you know what, wrong? We're not just going to sell on a table and sell it for $50 LD for Kitty and Better Boy. We're going to take the Kitty and Better Boy, package it into plastic. We can ship them out of the country and get more money. We can organize them better and say, you know what? We will start labeling Better Boy and Kitty. There are different versions of Better Boy and Kitty that we sell. So you will get grade A Better Boy, grade B Better Boy. So people can find varying degrees of Better Boy. Now we start understanding the concept of Better Boy. Better Boy is being taught at the University of Liberia to understand the distinction. Which of the Better Boys grow better in Liberia? That's becoming the better version of yourself. The ultimate point where we can produce and increase our economy.
So just to add to that, and excellent again, Dwalu, I'm really enjoying what you're saying to our viewers and listeners. But if I could add to that, and just to break down what I heard you say, Dwalu, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, like there should be division of labor in the Better Boy sellers. Okay, there are some people who are good at going to make the arrangement with other marketers, other farmers to gather the Better Boy. There are some people who will be good to research information about packaging. There are some people who will be good to be able to call, the shipping line, foreign companies. Some people will be good in terms of coming out with ideas. How do we store our Better Boy so it won't spoil? Okay. So some people are going to be good with customer representative, like customer service that we've been talking about here. When you sell things out there, how do you present your customer service so people want to come back to you, like how are you, the small conversation that you might carry on with your customer or telling them more about your product. Like you said, what kind of bitter boy is this? How you entice me to want to come to you versus going to your next door neighbor? This is what they do at Burger King and McDonald's and Wendy's. That's why they're all in line with each other. And when I say Burger King, McDonald's, and Wendy's, and those of you who are not on this side of the world, these are all restaurants. We call them fast food restaurants over here, and they sell food. But sometimes when I first came, I said, "But why all of these people are just in one block?" They're not spreading themselves out. They're selling the same things, but the idea is who presents the best customer service and who do I want to go to, and it gives me choices. Who can
Thank
I
you.
go to? Yes.
But now you mentioned division of labor, and our people, then that's a very important thing for our society to grow. But I'm not gonna call it division of labor. They get all the name for it. They call it specialization, but it's still be. So what we do is, if we want Liberia to grow, and your man Kebe will just focus entirely on understanding onion. Everything about onion that man Kebe area. Man Kebe, they're not data, man Kebe, they're not weeba, but man Kebe don't care about all the things. So man Kebe focus is to bring onion to your table. The concept of onion, how onion is grown, how onion is packaged, how onion is distributed, how onion is. So there will be people in our onion. What can sell the onion? They just focus on transportation of onion. They know how to transport onion for it. They not get rotting. That they own the error. They just specialize in transporting onion. So we got to grow Liberia with this something called specialization. They both can call it division of labor. So the job what you do, they say that only everybody got to stick to the job and improve the job. In Liberia, we do this thing. I think it was on the show a few weeks back. Somebody talked about that was A.G. John Malu. There was one radiology in the country.
Yes.
And at the hospital JFK, they could not use the radiology machine, but then President Elliott appointed her as deputy minister, or appointed him as deputy minister at transport ministry. He did not fit that bill. He should not have gone to transport ministry. He or she knew nothing about transport. But in Liberia, our focus is more on title than the capacity of the person to produce in whatever field he or she specializes in. So if that person was a radiologist, they would say, "No, I don't know nothing about transport." And transport is a skill, my people. They're not just something. Look, the thing we can joke around with. You say, "Oh, the men know both. I mean, know everything." It's not just bad. It's dangerous. Book, they get book inside book. Okay. The way I want to talk is okay. The girlfriend the way you can play with all around. The only simple girlfriend you can marry. Marrying a different woman you gotta look for. Because a different mentality you're looking for. That is the same thing with the job where you get. So when you want to do something, the thing when you specialize in that thing you must perfect. That thing you must make it better, you make it better, so you can become the best. Because for Liberia to grow, everybody got to be the best in the thing what they can do. But when you get all over the place, that means we can't grow because you don't know nothing. You can pretend that you know something, but you don't know nothing. That difference.
Yeah, and to also add to that, even though we talk about specializing in different parts of the same thing, I want people to know that all of our parts in the role that we play are all valuable. It's like your hand. One hand cannot function with all one. The hand cannot function if a finger is, bothered, or if a finger is not working well. It's everybody got to work in concert with each other. So it's not like you can't say, "Oh, the person know more than me," or "the person know books, so I won't be able to do this or this that." What you know is valuable. So everybody's contribution is important, and if we do our small little role in the best version that we can, it helps grow our country, and it helps makes all of us better in the long run. So I just wanted to add that, because people can say, "Oh, I just an onion person."
Yeah,
we need you. We need you. I just a market person. We need you. Or I just a senator. No, we need you. Or I just a janitor. We need everybody to play their own.
I won't give you an example. We got Let me tell you how pepper sellers are important. Everybody wrote that other thing. It's extremely important. Now remember when in Liberia, they got Liberian people in here. When they ready to go to the American people, they can say the food, they can carry the pepper jar in the press. They do the pepper green.
Don't pass out secret.
Pepper is so important. But some women will not eat that food if it's not properly peppered. Somebody asked me what I said, onion. I said, onion, my man. I said, onion. The onion, what they can say in the market. The pepper is so important. So when you're a pepper seller or you're a pepper gravy maker, your skill is important for society. The stress here today is I want you to perfect that skill. I want you to be able to market that skill. Let them perfect that skill where you can market it and make a lot of money, become a millionaire at your skill. Every single skill is important. Now, I'm not going to determine the degree of importance here, but I want you to know foundationally, every skill is important, even if you can apply here, because you make people feel good. That is an important skill. I know women or even men, you get a brand new haircut, you feel like $1,000 because somebody's so good at plaiting hair or doing hair. That is your skill. This is what I'm asking for. Whatever skill you decide to perfect that skill. Let's improve our country. That's the topic today, skill perfection.
Yes, and hair business is big, Dwalu. I'm just going to use that example, especially all around the world. Even Liberia, we women like different. We're looking different ways, and I rather go to somebody who, Ma, how you doing? Or everything okay? Small talking. We do I actually changed hairdresser because one person could wash my hair better when this person was washing my hair. She was massaging my hair and everything. So I switched from the person who I used to go to before because even though she did a good job, but I rather like that kind of person who took some time. How do you want your hair cut? Ask me like, let's do this as a team. And it worked well, and that's the kind of best version of yourself we're asking you to be here. So Dwalu, that's what I wanted to add.
And I want to say that to Gedru Andrews. She said Pepe Tobogi can get missing to Liberian party here in America. Look,
not true.
Gedru is right. Look, some food, and when they bring it outside, they put it on the table. And the whole pan, I say so. In America, the whole pan can disappear because that person became the best version of themselves in cooking tobogi. So tobogi, when you eat it, you can leave behind. It can miss it. Gedru, you're so right.
Yeah,
and that person is the best version of themselves. I know people that will say, you know what, wrong? I would drive a mile, 2-3 miles just to go and skip over several Kobo shops because I order Oman or Kobo, and I easy.
Yes,
she's the best version of herself. That's what we're talking about today.
And just to add, sorry, and our food is one of the best. I'm sorry, I'm not being biased. I'm just telling the fact. Liberian food is one of the best. Okay, and so I think we really need to market our food. Tobagio, kesali, you can't find that kind of dishes anywhere in parts of Africa. Collard green, the way we can cook it. I mean, there's like we got that partly from our culture. The slaves they like collard green and stuff like that, but the kesali part, I think that from us. We didn't want brought that one there. So we need to market that tourism. That would be a good selling point.
I agree. I agree entirely. There is a guy, I believe he's in Baltimore or in your area. I want to give him free publicity today. His name is Wellington S. Holder.
Wellington.
I'll be. Wellington make donut,
Donut and Kesal puff.
When Wellington make donut for you, you will travel. I'm not joking. 5 hours just to taste that donut. This is not an exaggeration. Wellington is so awesome. I mean, the first time I tasted his donut, I've been eating donut my whole life. It's been exceptional. He's the best version of himself. Because I don't know how Wellington has not marketed that yet. As someone has not pick up that in this country to market that aggressively, but this is beyond imagining. It's just up the heavens. That's how it tastes.
True.
Yeah.
Sour puff.
Yeah.
You don't even know the recipe for that. Every year when we ask you to make it, he makes it a special way, but he will show you the
local version. Yeah.
Look at let me just put it that way. And somebody said ginger beer, even great. I think people got different interesting recipe of ginger beer. That's a specialty that we have in our country too. That I don't think anybody knows how to do that better than a Liberian person, especially those who know how to make it.
Yeah. I mean, the special formula with the ginger beer. Some people that make it, they put a lot of sugar, but they're not the best version. Steven, since you joined, welcome to the show. I just want you to chime in for a second. What does it mean to be the best version of yourself, my man?
I mean, you can't give me.
No, come here. You come here.
You say what?
What does it mean to be the best version of yourself as it relates to improving your country? Yeah.
That's a very philosophical question, which has strong foundation in a number of things. I think for me, I believe one of the core value. Let me say hello to Dr. Richard Seaton. You can see today your birthday, right?
Happy birthday.
Sure.
Birthday.
Yeah, he just turned 17. Yeah, go
ahead. Wishing you God's richest blessings and Godspeed. And Dwalu, to your question, I think one of the guiding principles that I try to live by is the fact that I try as much as possible to be a patriot. I think love for country is the most important thing you can make of yourself first, and then that will be followed by your sets of, and I always say that your sets of private values. I'm strong on private values because I believe one of the things missing in our society is the issue of ethics. Ethics is one of the critical component that is missing within our country, whether it's in our public bureaucracy and or our whole entire structure as a nation. Is the fact that many people don't tend to draw a line between ethics, what is ethical and what is not, and often society tend to judge people on the basis of their own private expectations. For example, you work in government, and people, if you left government without a house, people think you're stupid, right? People think that how would Dwalu work for 5 years and can build a house, and so the public at times can drive people into some of this. But I try to keep, and then another thing is to offer myself in ways that I can serve, whatever way possible. Whether it's being a productive citizen, whether it's somebody who is critical of government, is something I've always done. Even as a young man in high school, in college, I've always been outspoken about government issues, about the needs of our people. Even as a student leader at the University of Liberia many years ago, we stood our grounds. I remember many times we had issue with the government at the time. We were declared dissident collaborator. But we stood our ground, not necessarily because we wanted personal favor, but because we think in our mind, and we still do, that a better society offers opportunities for all, and that it gives each and every one of us an avenue where we can attain our full potential. There are lots of potential Liberians. Society, unfortunately, failed to create avenue for them to explore. But I believe, Dwalu, patriotism, one. The second thing I would say is the sets of ethical values that you subscribe to. And then I would think being very involved. We have a situation where many of us oftentimes decide to stay on the fence. For many years, Liberia politics was the people thing. It's no longer the people thing, because the people thing is our thing. And when government goes, it affects all of us, whether directly or indirectly. So it's our thing. So I use that as my sets of core values that I subscribe to. But it's a good philosophical question, Dwalu, and it will require a comprehensive,
a deeper thinking.
A deeper thinking on it. Yeah.
Well, let me go back to you, Stevie. I don't want you to run away here. You raised something in terms of ethics. In our schools, when we look, the issue of ethics is so important. Look, almost every government official in our country, when he or she becomes a government official, they're crowned fatherly here in these churches. They become deacon in our churches, in our mosques. I don't know what the nomenclature is for deacon in the mosque. I'm particularly a senior person in the mosque, for example. So my thing is, we set aside ethics. How can we become a Christian nation that we proclaim to be, and yet and still the concept of ethic kind of eluded this population when a person holds a position, and we still become entirely wicked to us? How do you jive that? Because I don't see ethics in Liberia the way it is compelled. Now, my argument is always ethics is only ensured in developed country because there is a force behind it, and that force is the application of the law. Aggressive enforcement enforces ethics, right? So at your job, I mean, we take thousands of ethics training every single year because they want to make sure you're doing the right thing. Back home, we don't consider ethics. It's expected that you steal a bit of massive mansion if you're a minister, and the population encourages that. What is going on, Stevie?
It has a deeper context, and I think part of it is foundation in poverty, and when people are subjugated to many years of poverty, and when government becomes the only avenue where people can aspire to in order to be successful, and looking at previous history of our country, how the most successful people in Liberia, you see that they've been government officials. Then it creates an environment where people think that by being unethical in government, once you can offer largesse to those who are those who you lead, then they think it's balanced. And I like to draw a visible tributary using Liberia, using just a drive from the airport as a case study. If you drive from Roberts Field to town, you begin to see it offers a perspective about how government has changed hands and how the successful people in our country have been government officials from the homes you see. As you right nowadays, as you move from the airport closer from the airport going to town, you see current official building homes. As you come further, you see people in the Charles Taylor era, their homes. Yep. As you come further beyond, you see people in the Doe government, you see their home. As you come towards the Congo Town Bell coming to town, you see people in the Tobot administration. As you get to town, you see the Tubman era. So just a drive.
I'm sorry I have to interrupt you. That is a great analogy because I've been trying to sort of find a way to picture that. And I'm actually enjoying how you're describing that right now, because what you can see also, something that I saw, I'm sure you're going to add that, is how the deterioration of homes occur based on administration. Correct. Say that. Go say more. Say more.
Yeah, based on administration. So you see that trend. Just from a drive from Roberts Field to Broad Street, you see the trend. And so that should click our mental issue. It should trigger something in our mind that, well, is it that government, what is the sustainability plan? Is it that we just get to government, we build homes, when we leave government, those homes, are left to rot? Is the ultimate question we ask ourselves. So I, for one, and I always tell people, if I'm teaching at the university, I'm going to teach a course primarily on ethics, professional ethics. And I think workplaces, schools, churches should also have crash courses where people can develop that set of ethical value. But the most important thing is having a government and a leadership that is primarily focused on doing what's right, the political will. I always say the political will, the audacity to want change, and the tenacity. Until that happens, it's just going to be like a visual cycle of one government after the next. People get money, and that has been the case. And it has to be a point where we say, you know what, this is the turning point. Let's do things differently. Let's build for ourselves a country that all of us can be proud of.
I agree. Dr. Francis, I'm going to come to you, okay? And I'm going to say this. If you guys remember some time back, I said there are 5 requirements that a man must possess. That also applies to a woman as well. A man must possess for that person to come into the governmental space at a very high level. I'm talking about director level and above. Let me repeat, there are 5 requirements. Those are my personal standards that I set, but our standard is it's uniform across the globe. And I will try to reiterate them so people can understand. Now, the reason why I'm saying this, what Stephen just mentioned in terms of the deterioration of homes when a person leaves government. The reason why that is happening is because those people did not meet these requirements and they are put in the higher echelon of government. When they leave, they cannot sustain them. Number one, a man must believe in something that is greater than himself. I want you to follow this. It doesn't mean the person meets his 100%, but the person must meet it in a substantial way for that person to continue that lifestyle. Even if he or she is not in government, they can sustain whatever home they have built. Number one, you must fear something that is greater than himself. Number two, you must commit to family. Number three, you must commit to community. Number four, he must have a vision, and that vision must be something he's lived with for many years, sometimes over a decade. And number five, this is important. The person must make a minimum. Now, that number can change based on how the country is evolving. A minimum of $2,000 United States in the private sector for at least 5 years before he or she comes to government. Now, the reason why I set those standards is this. If a man can meet this stuff substantially above 80%, this is a man that is attaining a socioeconomic position that he can sustain with or without government. Let me repeat. He's educated enough. He understands the conditions enough. In the private sector, he's still going to excel. But what we do in our society, we take, I hate to use this, we take bottom feeders and we catapult them beyond their station. And then you expect these people to produce at a very high level. It doesn't work that way. When you visit, but then no matter what kind of government, 2000, they're not plenty of money. You got people. The reason why I said that standard is because this person has attained something. They can maintain that. So when they build these massive mansions, it shouldn't matter. With that government job, they'll be able to sustain it because they have an intellect that can provide them for it. Dr. Francine, let me come to you directly. Can we attain proper ethics in Liberia absent aggressive law enforcement?
No, I don't think that we can attain proper ethic in Liberia void of law enforcement. But first of all, I think it's important. Let's sort of give our audience and our viewers a general sense of how we define ethics, okay? Because I don't think people know what we're talking about. So in my definition is, when we think about right and wrong, so some people may say what's right to according maybe the Christian principle, some people say what's right according to the Islamic principle, but in my view, those things are very, very relatable. They just may have different names. Or some people will say what's just or unjust, okay? What's just or unjust, going from a constitutional perspective or some legal perspective. Me, I see it basically, just to break it down, how I want to be treated. How do you want to be treated fairly, right? Across the board, no matter who you are as a person, you want to be treated in a way that you don't want to experience significant pain or unfairness or unjust system, okay? So that's kind of how I define ethics. Now, professional ethics require that we have certain rules and regulations. And when I hear Stephen Johnson say, when I go to Liberia, one of the things I want to teach is would be ethics. Okay, all of our professions tend to be guided by ethical codes. Okay, as a psychologist, I do have many classes in ethics. In fact, one of the first things we teach our students, and somebody who's a who specializes in that, that person, he or she teaches ethics. Okay, ethics 101 in psychology. Now, in order to maintain my license, I have to, it's required that I take an ethical course for three credits every year. Okay. The reason why, because people, their values change as we go along. Okay. There was a time where it was unethical to use human parts to create a heart in a human body. We have an ethical debate over that all the time. Would you accept a human part to be part of your heart? Is it ethical? There was ethical issues debate about, birth and all these different topics that we have to discuss, because people believe that as culture evolves, what we think is just might be unjust to somebody else. So we have to have those discussions, okay? And there's another thing we have 3 credits that I think is important to mention would be there's ethics, there's suicidal concerns, there's diversity, and also child abuse. Those 4 things are the areas in which we have to take courses in every year to maintain my license. And then you can select whatever your specialty is in. So it's important that people know we're talking about how you want to be treated by somebody else in the system, right or wrong, unjust or just, religious or unreligious. Go ahead.
Thank you, Doc. I want to welcome Senator Kamala Wisner. How you doing, Senator? Welcome to the show, sir. Stephen, Dr. Francine, for me, I don't want to complicate the details or the definitions of ethics. I want ethics to be so simple for me, because the ethics that I'm talking about, even though it goes from the home, I want to restrict that to government. I want a man or a woman who's serving in government to be able to follow the guidelines that are set by our laws to make sure he or she stay within the guidelines and the core society, the optimal results that society requires, so we can have an equitable environment for all of us. That's my definition of ethics as it comes to Liberia as a whole. Now, how a man guides himself outside of that, that's something we can talk about another day. But my focus here is, if I'm a representative in the Republic, look, I still maintain this. I don't believe any single legislator or any single government official in the Republic of Liberia should make more than $3,000 a month, irrespective of when you go to school. Our country is not there. They can give you all the definitions of anything they want to give you. If we are going to grow as a society, look, if you're making more than $3,000 a month in Liberia, this is a substantial amount of money. This is not for you. You say, oh, well, people will come to your hall. They will beg you for money. You're not supposed to give people money when they come to your house. Senators, representatives, they make this excuse. $3,000. They're not supposed to buy you a car. They're not supposed to do anything for you with the exception of your benefit and your salary. But what we've done is to kind of explain this also the ethics that we want for our society. We gave one group of people substantial amount of money, even surpassing those in the developed world, but yet and still we are so far behind. And then, Stevie, let me ask you this question. I believe nobody, no government in the Republic of Liberia should spend more than 40% of our national budget to maintaining and running the government. There should be a law. 60% should go towards capital investment to expand the government tax base and improve our infrastructure. But it's the other way around. 90% goes to running the government and 10% literally goes towards capital investment. This is lunacy, Stevie. How do you speak to that?
Let me welcome my father, Mr. Senator Wisner. Senator Wisner, it's good to see you. Happy New Year. You're muted. Okay.
To you, Stephen.
Oh, thank you. It's good to see you. So let me ask you a question, then we can go into the conversation. With Senator. Let me just do it quickly. You see, the way we structure our public bureaucracy, or the way our country is, and how we maybe over the last 25, 30 years failed to really create a competitive private sector that can, in a way, compete with government so that it can trigger the skill base will to a larger extent not shift the influx of professionals into government. And so because government is the only employer in the country, or the biggest employer in the country, the concentration of the talent is skewed towards the public bureaucracy. Everybody running to government, you have a degree, everybody wants a government job, everybody running there. And so you flood government, and then what you essentially have is what I call a do-nothing budget. A country where 95%, like the current budget, 95% of the current budget goes towards recurring expenditure. It's a do-nothing budget. It means you are essentially spending 95% of what you generate to run government. So the remainder 5% that should go to capital investment that will create jobs, because as you invest in capital investment, that is building roads and bridges and getting in high level projects, it creates jobs. And when it creates jobs, what you're doing essentially is what we call expansionary fiscal policy, where government increase spending in the economy, right? So as it is, it's just about paying salaries, buying stationaries, and running government. So that kind of ginormous development that should happen to propel the country into becoming a middle class is not essentially happening. So what you just have is just the government. American would say eat and go to the bathroom budget. It's just an eat and go to the bathroom budget. I don't want to use the right word here, but it's just eat and go to the bathroom budget, because for you to make tremendous impact in your country, the budget has to be skewed towards increasing government spending in capital investment. If that is not happening, you're just wasting your time, because you just paying salary.
Let me ask you, Senator Stephen. Senator, welcome to the show. I know we're still be discussing the main issue, but we would love to hear from you. Okay, Senator, I'll give you an example. Some of the budgets that I've been part of, $2-3 billion budget, for example. In the budget, the majority of the focus is ensuring that budget get to $4 billion or that budget get to $5 billion. So all the allocations made in the budgets that we negotiate with my company will be to see how the expansionary operations of that budget is enhanced to increase the company intake. When it comes to our budget, it seems we've forgotten the primary duty of the budget is to expand the budget and create more revenue for the government so we can actually expand the economy. Honorable, we said, why don't we focus in that direction? Or why do we behave this way when we know the budget is not working for us? But for eons, we continue to do the same thing, sir.
Well, good evening to all of you. I know we're starting on the high note. Am I going to be discussing the budget tonight?
No, it's a general topic.
I think
Just a general.
generally, I
Yeah.
think generally the issue is about what our policies are, what we consider as our development plans. So the budget must be linked to how we plan our country, how we plan to develop our country, and the things for which we must determine the emphasis, what we consider as emphasis. Now, you see, in our part of the world and everywhere else, we have three branches of government. The part that has to do with the one we spend all of our time trying to vote for is in the executive, the president, one powerful president. Now, that president, that party must be clear about what we are voting for, must be clear about what it wants us to do to make our country a better place. So the budget is linked to what we've determined to be the thing that we want for change, instead of the generalized statements that we can make. Liberians, yes, like to take money, this one, I think we can do it better by starting with our plans. What are the issues before us? How do we want to see our country? And today, I've been seeing people talking about just how dirty this place is. But I live on Dupo Road. I go to work at the Capitol building, most times spend most of the time there and coming back. There's not much dirt that we see. But when you go downtown Monrovia, that used to be the place to, it gets so disgraceful what you see. Then you wonder whether is it possible for Liberia to get clean? Yes, it can be done. I went to visit a friend yesterday, and we went to their house. They went to their yard. And I'm telling you, I was amazed by how they've kept their yard, their compound, their house clean. So I know it's possible.
Okay, Senator.
So we have to plan for it.
Yes, Senator.
And you plan for it, and your budget must be linked to what that plan is, for which we go and vote for somebody. When you decide that you're voting for someone, you want to know what they are bringing to the table to change our lives for the better.
I understand, Senator, and I love what you stated initially. And I would say that when it relates to the city and the cleaning of the city, it's just something we've refused to do. The city can be clean and organized properly in the span of 6 months to a year, and keep it that way permanently if we want to do that. But I would say this to you, Senator, I want to go back to the budget specifically. And the question is simple. Over the last 40 years, I'm not going to go beyond 40 years. I'm going to focus on the last 40 years. And you are more privy to conditions in the government than I ever will be, because you've been around the block for a few times. Do you think our budget over the last 40 years has been designed in a way to give us the optimum output for our people? And if not, then why haven't we done it? Because we know better as a people.
Well, even though our constitution, we say that the budget is made it's done by the legislature, but the reality really is that a proposal is made from the executive that is brought, that we consider, and we end up, I'm talking about the legislature, and we end up adopting. Now, that is the significance of the legislature, the executive in relation to the budget and the role of the legislature. I don't think that what has been presented to us all of the time reflects proper planning. I'm just saying, Mr. Witherspoon, I had intended to start this program with you by saying a few things, but you see, you gentlemen, you know how to start a business. You started me up on budget issues. So you want me to say the few things that I want to say first?
Please do. Please do. Welcome to the Spoon Talk, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I was waiting for your welcome. Francine hasn't said the welcome, but nonetheless, I take it.
Welcome, Senator. I'm muted. That's why you didn't hear me, but welcome.
Oh, thank you. Well, I wanted to say, the first thing was about, yes, the condolences, looking at what happened in Bond County. And I'm not going into why it happened, but something is wrong about how we handle certain things. I think my deepest sympathies to Bond County. You see me dressing black because I'm coming from a funeral of a good friend, a gentleman who was trained pharmacologist, Emmanuel Roberts, the younger brother of Dr. Tubana Tipote, who happened to have been a classmate of our president. I mean, they were not the same age, but he was, I think, easily the youngest person in the class at the time. Very brilliant, bright gentleman. He passed away and was buried today. And then condolences to Thomas Dona, another good young man, who have demonstrated his professionalism in the things that he's done. And I wanted to also use the same time to thank, I haven't been on this program, so allow me to just say those few things about using the platform to congratulate our people, how we handle these elections, and especially that the thing that is normal but can be seen as abnormal in our part of the world. I mean, the president doing a concession when they're defeated, as in the case of President Weah. I think that was good because we see what's going on in other parts of our country. I've seen the horrible picture you saw of the situation in DR Congo with the election results and the beating of the election commissioner and such things. And of course, neighboring Sierra Leone, I haven't heard this for a long, long time, for president to be charged in a way that is going on with President Bio and his predecessor. So I think we thank Liberia again, for doing what is normal, but is so abnormal in some cases. And thank all of my colleagues, including the one that defeated me in the elections. I think that was good. We all have accepted. In fact, I've learned to do that, encourage others to do it. Let's accept the results. I mean, of course, if it is bad, and I think these elections were fairly good, we try to accept instead of dragging and dragging. So we have to condemn the mob action that took place in Red Light. I mean, you've seen those things. I mean, we should be ashamed of ourselves. I think the police, we should use every means to be able to take on all of those a good number of those who set the example on them, because they're known. They're on screen. I don't know how far that case has gone, but it is terrible. Yeah, so those are the things I wanted to start with. And then we can talk about, there was some talk about the process of confirmation and all of that. But, I leave it to you, and I will go along wherever way. And Stephen, good to see you. Yeah, you
good to see you.
You keep getting younger, like my young son that you are. Thank you. But getting brighter as I listen to you all the time.
Thank you, Senator.
Great.
Thank you very much, Senator.
And Francine has been leading the way in the debates. Thank you all. And Spoon for keeping the station on. You're doing
You're
good
quite
job.
welcome.
But thank you for joining us, Senator Coming B. Wisner. We appreciate your presence on Spoon Talk. The People's Network, Liberian People Stations, Fabric, Super, Spoon. We want to say thank you for being our guest today. We're so happy to have you. We understand exactly what went on, and thank you for accepting and conceding. It's a great way for our country. But you're always welcome to join us to discuss national issues. So when I place a call to you, for you to come and join us, that we can discuss what's going on about those nomination, Minister Musa Dean and Minister Samora Wodokori. But because we say national issue, we will talk about other stuff. You are serving us on the first segment, and thereafter we'll be bringing in Serena Seaforth, who have agreed to join us on our second segment to talk more on the legal issue because he is the former Solicitor General of the country. Senator Coming B. Wisner, we appreciate you on Spoon Talk. It's going to be very interesting because we want to dig deeper and have a more mature conversation. So thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Let's start a conversation like this, and the rest of the team will be joining us. I'm also glad to bring in Glenn. You know, whenever Dr. Richardson here alone, I love to bring another female because of gender equality. I do not want to be left alone. Our sister Fatima couldn't be here today, so we're bringing our sister Glendy. You know, Glendy is
I like to
available.
see we come a long road.
Yeah, we have come a long way. Glendy says she will make herself available whenever we think she can contribute. And Glendy, we want to say thank you for joining us. We're happy to have you. Thanks a lot.
Thank
welcome.
you. Hi, Senator.
Thank you.
So let's make this happen. Brother Steven, thank you. Mr. Eduardo, Dr. Richardson, as always, let's have a good show. Folks, we ask you to please share this program, invite your friend, because this is about Liberia. My question to you, give us your own take, Senator Wisner, about these nominations and the way forward with the confirmation. Give us some overview before we get into the question, sir.
I think before us, as the Senate, nominations made by President Weah. And these nominations, there are some problems that have been raised, and the nominations were therefore, the questions were raised and taken to the Supreme Court. So before us was the question as to whether or not, you know, the Supreme Court could intervene in a matter that is before a certain branch of the government, especially in the case of the Senate. The other concern was specific to whether there existed a vacancy in the case of the judiciary. In the judiciary, was there a vacancy? The other, in the case of Zamora, I think there was just some issues that had to do with moral questions. You know, I mean, in our part of the world, you know, this is not an emergency. Somebody dies. We haven't even buried the person. The person was just brought home, and we insisting the guy's been ill for all this time, and the organization continued to function. So what was the hurry? It raises questions. What was the hurry? And so some people have taken this matter to the Supreme Court. And I would like to say that because of our respect for law and order, we think that the Supreme Court should be allowed to determine the questions that have been placed before it. You know, that's the basic issue now. So I think that's the way I would summarize what the problem is at the moment. Of course.
All right. So let's just. I'm sorry. Let's get this. You talk about Thomas Donan. These are the official federal arrangements, and I want to share with our folks to see. We're doing this as a favor to the family, our way of sympathizing with them. and to the entity, the LRA. The government of the Republic of Liberia announces the funeral arrangement for Honorable Thomas Doe 9, Commissioner General, Liberia Revenue Authority of the Republic of Liberia. Monday, January 8, 2024, the Book of Condolence for the late Honorable Thomas Doe 9 will be opened at the head office of the Liberia Revenue Authority on the ground floor, ELW Junction, at 11 o'clock anti-meridian. Tuesday, January 16, 2024, at 8 o'clock post-meridian, candlelighting ceremony in remembrance of the late Thomas Doe 9 will take place at the Invincible Sport Park at Fish Market, Tottenham Boulevard. Wednesday, January 17, 2024, at 5 o'clock post-meridian, removal of the body from Simon Striker Funeral Parker to St. Nangbe United Methodist Church at 13th Street Single, and subsequently at the 9 o'clock post-meridian, wakekeeping will take place at the same time. Thursday, January 18, 2024, at 10 o'clock a.m., funeral rites will be said over the remains of the late Honorable Thomas Doe 9 at St. Nangbe United Methodist Church, 13th Street Single. Interment will follow right after at the Kesia Memorial in Broadville. Signed, Tema Dungy Sawyer, Acting Minister. That is from the Foreign Ministry. Because we are discussing the issue with the Samora Woodokodi nomination, we use this time to announce this event on our platform as a way to say we in sympathy to the family and we wish the family Godspeed. Now, the Honorable Senator Wisner, let's talk about Samora Woodokodi first. Let our question be based on Samora Woodokodi. What are the chances of Samora Woodokodi hearing confirmation and confirmation that he replaced Thomas Doe 9? Why did the president rush to make such announcement or nomination, knowing very well Thomas Doe 9 is still with us? He have not been buried, sir. My first question will go around the table.
Well, for the purpose of people knowing what you read, and I want it to be clear that the place, the church, is S. Trowen Nangbe, St. Nangbe United Methodist Church. That's our church. That's the church I go to. So I'm sure church members will be concerned if we call it St. Nangbe.
Thank you for the correction. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. And of course, the burial would take place in the Kaiser Memorial in Brewerville. Now, I'm not quite sure that I want to discuss why the president chose him and why the hurry. That question, I think, will go to the president. I don't want to speculate many things, especially the gentleman has a few days to be in office. So I don't want too much of, speculations about what's going on in his mind. If I were in his shoes, I would wait till Mr. Doe Na is buried. The gentleman you're talking about, Samora, is the son of my brother, Dusty Woolocoli. He grew in our hands. We are brothers. We've done political work together for the last 40 years. So that's our son. I'm not going into discussing how many people will vote for him and I think the first thing is let the Supreme Court handle the questions that are being raised about him, about the timing. That is what is before the court at the moment. I do not want to say I'm not coming clear.
No, so go ahead, sir. No, one of our mic was open, but we had to make. Thank you. Go ahead.
So I think really that I won't be able to venture, but except to say that if I were an advisor to President Weah, I would tell him that in the few days he's got, if he has some things to do, I think he will be able to discuss those things with the incoming government, with the incoming president. They seem to have a very good relationship, and the way he conceded, he is hailed around the world. So if he has anything he thinks should be done for the good of our country, if it is for the good of our country, because there is no benefit to him, whatever he thinks, he can appoint anybody now. That person, if he thinks that the person will work for him, he's making a big mistake. That's the advice I would give him, and say, so why don't you consult? Consult. And maybe you might get all the people you want to be appointed by the conversation you will have with the incoming president, because you got a good relationship. You know, I mean, that's, as an elder, that's what I would do. I would advise him. I don't know whether he consults with any of his advisors before taking the actions that he's taking, but he's giving himself a whole lot of trouble.
And so for my second question, we'll go to Dr. Richardson, our brother Eduardo, brother Stephen, and our sister Glendy. My second question is, now, you talk about code. Somebody complained to the Supreme Court concerning to Samara Woodacoli? Or you were referring?
Indeed.
Can you please proceed and help us understand where that came in late?
Well, I know that I've just seen it this evening, that it was sent, the same, I think the same people who signed the other, there's a prohibition that they're calling for before the Supreme Court.
Oh, wow. So they are sending it to us. They are sending it to us. We're going to flag it. Steven is sending it. We'll flag it once we receive it. But again, it's kind of scary though. Do you think, with 2 more days left, because the president actually got to stay until the 9th?
Yeah.
What are the chances of this thing being resolved before you go for hearing, confirmation hearing?
The Supreme Court will handle it, and there are other things we're called back to do. The emergency, the thing that was called for the special session was essentially to deal with the budget.
Wow.
And we haven't done anything with the budget. It was received, and we're waiting for the House of Representatives. All financial instruments begin with the House of Representatives. So the other things we're doing have been extraneous, and unfortunately, if the court enters the picture, and that's the argument that I've been making to my colleagues, so long as the court takes hold of a matter, we must ensure that the matter is determined by the court before we do anything else. That's what law-abiding people do.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. Dr. Richardson, your question, man.
Yes, Senator, I respect your decision to let the court make decision and take its course. But I want to push you a little bit further. If you were selecting a nominee for LRA, what criteria would you look for?
Well, in the act creating the LRA, the things are laid out there. I don't have the thing before me now, and I agree with it. I agree with what exists, what has been, there's supposed to be a board that will assess people and allow the president to then make the nomination. When the nomination is made, it's taken to the Senate for the Senate to do the necessary review. And what we look for when such a name appears before us is to look for their education, we look for their training, we look for their suitability, and such things. So what we'll look for, you see, that position requires somebody who can take care of people's money, who can take care of resources, who goes out to find the money. Tax work is trusting. People want to pay money, pay their taxes when they believe that the money they pay will be used for a good purpose. So those who we put in front to manage taxes, to manage payment of raising resources as revenue for our country, got to be seen. Just from the outlook, must be respected, must be trusted.
You can choose to answer this question or not. Do you think that Samara Woodacoli fits the bill?
I would want to refrain from that answer.
Yeah, I thought so. Thank you.
I told you he's like a son, and I will be unfair. It's like asking me how well Stephen Johnson speaks. I will tell you he's the best speaker on the platform. You see, that's not fair to you. But only because my son and him are good friends, they're together. I see them all the time, and that's what I listen to. But wonderful people like you, I mean, you do wonderful things. So I just leave me out of that particular question. You know, I'm not afraid to deal with anything.
Oh, I know.
Politically, I deal with anything.
I know. However, I like to say,
leave me out of that for the moment.
Sure. I just like to make a comment. As a father figure, I wish that my dad tells me anytime I'm wrong or right, I want him to be straight up with me. So even though he's a son to you, but I hope
I will not do it on Spoon TV.
Correct.
I will do it at home. I will call you. Ask Samora. I've talked with him a number of times about the running of his office and stuff, and his father and myself talk. We share it and say someday will come. So he knows.
Great, thank you. That's
and
all
I know my friend who is his father is very straightforward with him. Yes.
Thank you very much, Senator. Let's bring in Mr. Duado. Mr. Duado.
Senator, thank you so much. And I just want to add this there before I ask my first question. Samara Wolokali works for the Republic. You're a senator of the Republic. So if you were your son, that's beyond that point at that point, because the people of Liberia must be answered to. I'm going to say that and leave down ice for a second. Now, I do understand you cannot speak to the issue of Samara, and I will respect that. But I'll ask you this, Senator. Every single Liberian in Liberia believes that the legislature, more specifically the Senate, is responsible for Liberia's problem. Do you think they're right? Or if you think they're not right, what do you think? Do you think the Senate has been doing its job to uplift the country?
Well, I think now you got 30 people working together. You know, it's not like, you see, the only branch of the government that has only one chief is the executive. All others around in the presidency are assisting the president, cabinet ministers, and that's why he can fire them at any time. In the case of the Senate or the legislature, yeah, there are too many people. But who elects these people? The electors themselves. They say whomever we have is our own creation. If you have a fool as a representative or senator, he was elected by fools. Just know that. If you got a rogue or thief that we know is a thief, it's not like the president, where we can blame the president knowingly to appoint a thief. But if the people who go out to vote because somebody gives them a bag of rice or waste money for the day, the thing we call a day's meal, for a day's meal, then they have themselves to blame. So we do have a mixture of people, definitely a mixture of people that constitute the elected representatives or elected senators. We do have our problems because of the quality of people we have. But there are good people there too. They're very, very good people. But sometimes, the good people don't get elected. Sometimes they think the controlling issue at the given time might be how much money you're able to put on the table or that you can spread around. And this last election, a lot of money was thrown around.
So, Senator, I would say this again, because I want to be very direct. When you say substantially, has the Senate served the people or the senators themselves have served themselves?
Say that again?
I said, when you say substantially, the Senate has served the Liberian people in a substantial way, or the senators have served themselves in a substantial way?
I think the Senate tries as much as possible. And for many of the things that I'm associated with, that we were involved in, I think they meant to serve the people. Yes, I know that, again, when you have, what we have to determine that we have to change things. I heard the discussion that was going on about what you consider as resources that you galvanize and pay to senators or legislators and all of that, and the excuses that are used. I think we have to change that. We have to deal with the question of how we deal with this corruption. The corruption issues can be traced from the legislature to the Ministry of Finance and in other parts. What are we doing about that? I think we're not doing as much as we should do. And it depends on who is the president. I will tell you, for the 6 years that we were in the legislature, I do not know how many, in fact, I will say, I don't think Mr. Weir, for example, just on advisory issues, met with 5 senators that can tell you that they had a chance to sit with him to discuss anything that they thought was wrong. You need the you need the executive. You need the quality of leadership there to also influence what happens in the legislature.
My second question to you, before I give it to my brother here, Stephen, and Senator, I mean, you've been in the Senate for some time. Actually, you've been around Liberian politics for a long time, but I will keep this question more towards the Senate. Can you list 2 things that you are substantially involved with in the Senate that is currently impacting Liberian people's lives for the better? Just 2 things.
Well, I can tell you that in lawmaking, I have played a significant role on the issue of the land reform that we have, the Land Reform Act, the security sector reform, the land rights issue, the education sector reform. Now it's about implementation. But more than that, everyone knows that when we have taken on issues, take for example the issue of the how Kabina Jane was removed from the Supreme Court. We were the ones that took the case to the Supreme Court. 4 of us took the matter to the Supreme Court and say the process was wrong. It was dead wrong. And we were proven right when the case went up to the ECOWAS court. Liberia looked very bad as it is. Kabina Jane won the case. Exactly the same issues we raised. There was no, that we did not operate according to the Constitution. The process was wrong, dead wrong. I mean, my friends don't like that. I mean, they say by saying it, I'm denigrating the Senate, but I am trying to protect my name, the 4 of us, and of course 9 of us who signed up. 2 of the people who were supposed to help us block the action, last minute to the time, they flipped. Whatever the motivation, don't ask me.
So, Senator, I'm so sorry. So your 2 greatest achievement was 1, the land reform that is now being implemented according to yourself, and number 2, fighting for Kabina Jane. Do you believe those 2 things substantially?
I said law. There are certain laws that we spend our whole time. Local government reform. That's, you see, I got involved in politics on the issue of power to the people, and so when we said power to the people, we wanted the participation of the people in the processes. So if the Local Government Act is implemented, you'll see more involvement of our people in the running of their counties, their districts, their communities. And the security sector, the way the security people behaved before, nowadays is a bit better. We just want to make sure that they work better than what happened. The land rights, land. In all, we say the next source of conflict, violent conflict, 250,000 people got killed the other way. And we say that this land issue, if we didn't address it, it could be the next source of violent conflict. education sector. The education situation is bad. It's bad. You just try listen to the radio, the local radios, and you see, including people who are supposed to be reporting on an issue, say a journalist or whatever they call themselves, are making the way they speak and the way you speak. You see the huge difference. The way Glenda speaks, Francis, I mean, we're happy that we have you all. By your speech, by the way you speak, you are giving training and lectures, just helping our people to understand. I'm happy that many people are listening to Spoon. So I'm telling you about what our education sector has been. We have to pay attention. We have to implement it. The corruption must be removed from the education sector. It's terrible. I come from River G. I am forced to pay teachers. You know,
we'll come to that, Senator. Sorry to interrupt you. Let keep the answer short because we got so many questions.
Okay, I will. Okay, yeah. Next time I will say yes or no.
Thank you.
No, you gotta say yes or no. Now, Senator, it's good to see you again. Let me start with my first question. In most democracies, people will run to the Supreme Court for substantive constitutional issues, where there are needs for interpretation, regarding the law. In this instant, we see that people are running to the Supreme Court to prevent the legislature, to be precise, the Senate, from conducting its constitutional function. What it says is that it paints a negative picture about the Senate. It suggests to the public that the Liberian people, especially those who filing the prohibition, do not trust that the Liberian Senate will do the right thing. And so to prevent the Senate from doing its function, legal function or constitutional function, there is a need to file a writ of prohibition. And I think this particular issue is drawn from the fact that the Senate over the years has failed to do proper due diligence. Whether it was the Iboma or Eton loan or many other instances, the Senate did not do proper due diligence. And so many Liberians, including some of us, do not think that the Senate will do the right thing or will prevent this lame duck administration from making those two key appointments: one, to the revenue base of our country; two, on the Supreme Court. But let's start with the revenue. Do you think that it is because many Liberians don't trust that the Senate will do the right thing? This is why, one, they are afraid; two, they have to rush to the Supreme Court to prevent you guys from doing your job?
I think many Liberians are getting around to believing that the days when you got angry and you took gun is over. That it's better to go to the court than to get angry and take up guns. Here, the issue before the Senate.
Let me hold you there 1 second. Why would I want to go to the court if I know the Senate will do the appropriate thing? Why would I want to go to the court?
No. The issue that the court that went to the court is about interpreting the Constitution. And that's what the court is about.
The issue of Samora, we want Samora. Let's start with Samora. Why would I go to court to prevent Samora from being confirmed? Why would I want to file a prohibition from Samora being confirmed?
I don't know the details at the moment about the presentation that was made to the I think when you get the bill, you have the details. But I'm saying take the case that is clearer, the case of our good friend and brother. Now I can tell you, this gentleman, the issue of the Supreme Court appointment. In this case, the first question that is being raised is whether or not the legislature, the intervention of the Supreme Court in matters before the legislature is an interference or is intended to stop this organization from carrying out its constitutional duty. The only people that can answer that question will be the court, the Supreme Court. Nobody else, not the Senate. The question also about whether or not there is a resignation, whether there has been a resignation or what do you call it, a retirement. The only body that can answer that question is the legislature. I mean, it's the Supreme Court. It's not the president, because it's the president who interfered and said this and that, and there are people who have interest in the House of in the Senate who want to let it happen or not happen. You don't know what side anybody is going, but the two questions to be answered can only be answered by the Supreme Court. That is what the Supreme Court is about, Stephen. It is only to deal with constitutional matters. If you read Article 65 and 66, it is the only court that can deal with these matters. Nobody else, not the president.
On the issue of Musa Ding, I clearly understand. I'm saying on the issue of Samora, there's no constitutional violation, or it doesn't need any interpretation. The issue of Samora.
That's what you think.
But why would it doesn't, because the president is still within his power to nominate somebody in government. He's appointing somebody in the executive. The person is supposed to come for confirmation. Yet and still, the people are filing a prohibition to prevent you from doing what's right. So does this mean that Liberians do not have confidence in the Senate to the extent that even a common confirmation has to be prevented? That's what I'm asking.
But this is not the first time. I mean, you know, it happens in the United States. You know why a lot of cases had to be delayed. In this particular case, before this case, there was a case where when Cabinet General was appointed, was nominated by President Sirleaf to go to the Supreme Court. The Catholic Justice and Peace Commission and a couple of others came together, and even after the Senate voted to confirm him, they went to the Supreme Court and said that this action was wrong, and they were trying to prevent the president of Liberia from commissioning. I listened to your program, and people were talking about commissioning as if it is just it's not an important part of it. Is a major part of the process in our constitutional law. Okay. That you must nominate, you go for confirmation hearing, you then get appointed, then you get commissioned. President Boakai won the elections, but President Boakai is not going to be president unless on the 22nd and he takes an oath where he will swear to the Bible. That is provided for. Nowhere else, no way he can be president.
Thank you. Senator, my second question. You know, when many persons, including you, Senator Sherman, Maurice Setuma, Milton Tiaji, and many of you were elected as senator, many Liberians had strong hopes, especially so that we believe that the Senate will have been a rather more aggressive, more critical, more progressive. I will use the word, to borrow from you, I will use the word progressive. Many persons had high hopes that the Senate would have been very progressive. Now, for the House of Representatives, I can understand, but for the Senate, many of us had very strong hope. The last 9 years or 6 years, I would say, we saw a Senate that pretty much confirmed or passed almost everything that was sent to them. Almost everything that came from the executive had passed. And you will agree with me, and when we come to the next topic about Musa Ding, in your letter where you answer the two questions. Towards the end, you talk about, you use the word fairly, and we'll look at that deeper, when we come to the next. And I thought that was a kind of good description, fairly, the sum of us, and you added that. But my question is, when the president had said that he was recalling you guys to discuss issues of national concern. And so because of that, you guys had two extensions, first 10 days, second 10-day extension. Can you tell us what were those issues of national concern that the president had to spend $3.1 million of public money to call the legislature to pass? What are some of those issues of national concern that the last 10 days, the last recall, the president had called the Senate to pass?
You got some of that 3.5 million?
That's the budget. In fact, Samura has shared that on his I don't know whether it's a deliberate. He has shared that on his WhatsApp page, and I think Stanton should have it has a backlog of gasoline, and it has a front load of the extension of the legislature.
I'm starting with that before the substantive question, because there's a whole lot of talk around, and we've always found that this thing has happened, that around the issue of our legislative work, there's a tendency, especially from the executive, to give an impression to the public that what they are paying, especially something that is legitimately owed, for the last 6 months, we're entitled to having fuel. For the last 6 months, we didn't get a drop of fuel. All right, this is legitimate and it's budgeted. So if you see the papers and then allowances paid, when you recall the legislature, when they call themselves back, they sign a resolution, but when the president calls them back, it means that, somebody could have been Sassandra. I mean, when we are in the place that we think Sassandra, or as the other people say, Halifax. So somebody may be in Halifax, and you tell them to come from Halifax. To come, you got to pay for their ticket, you got to pay for everything, and that's where the other money comes from. But none of those things have been paid. So if there is a budget that covers the last 6 months,
that money in the interest of the Liberian people, can you guys say we don't want it? Let the Liberian people, let it go to the Liberian people.
I like to see the day when time to pay your salary in America, you tell the people, say, because poor people in the street in
but you still be paid, just that that is additional compensation. But to the second part of my question, Senator, what are those issues of national interest the last 10 days you guys covered?
I told you one of the key issues was about the budget, and the budget was presented, so we need to deal with the budget. The other things, in the view of the president, those were very important for him, and so that's what we're trying to deal with. We're trying to deal with those things, and there are debates on the floor. There are people who feel that these are not substantive enough.
Exactly.
And that's what's going on. So it is only when those things have been exhausted that, and again, a vote is taken. If the majority think that this is important enough, that's what we will do. That's what we discuss. People don't walk away from it. Truly, you made a point about, some people were saying, and you think about people in various ways, and you're right. Many of the people are good people, but how else can I put it? I can only say that I stood where I have stood, and I want if you were to ask me why you voted on this thing like this, that was not in your view in the best interest of our people, I will be able to explain. But how others voted, like for example, how people voted on the removal of Kapina Jane, I cannot answer for them.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson, for those questions. Madam Glendy?
Senator, we said hello. So I have two questions.
I want to go back to, I think Dwalu and Dr. Francine asked you this question. I'm going to come back to that question, but I'm going to come back and approach it from the aspect of your oath of office. I'm going to read what your oath says. I do solemnly swear that I will support, uphold, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the Republic of Liberia, bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic, and will faithfully, conscientiously, and impartially discharge the duties and functions of the office of senator to the best of my ability. The word I want to stick on there is impartially. When two people, including myself now, the third person, were asking you direct question about Samara Wolokoli, saying to us, this is your son. You can't answer this. I can't answer this on Spoon. I think, do you think that your response is disingenuous to Liberians and to the country that you've served?
Well, I tell you, I have absolutely, I have lived to that oath. Let me tell you about the Constitution, about this and that. Absolutely. If a question is asked and it is not the time to answer it, you wait for the appropriate time. I decided not to answer the question at this time on Spoon. It doesn't mean that, it's in violation of the constitutional oath. They're the best of my ability. A guy told me same thing, and Glennie, when people go to get married, and we marry people off all the time, and when they make those pledges, it's expected that you say that you love each other. And sometimes down the road, some things happen. But in this particular case, you are under a duty to keep the vows. So I keep my constitutional oath. I swear to my oath, and I keep it. Now tell me what I've done wrong in my 9 years. Let somebody tell you.
I think there are several things we followed you on. There are several votes. I can also ask you specific questions as it relates to you being senator for refugee, what you've done, and all of those. But I'm not going to go there. I think for me,
no, you can go there.
No, I think for me, no, Senator. I think for me as a Liberian, when we're asking specific question with just a few more days under President where we're asking you a direct question about Samara Wolokoli, I think it is befitting that you give us some form of answer and not refer us to the fact that that is your son or that is your brother's child. But anyway, that was my first question. The second question I want to ask as a senator, do you think you as an individual contributed to the way that President Weah poorly ran the country, Liberia?
No, you ask President Weah.
No, I want to ask you, because how did you contribute towards his leading? How did you? I think he ran the country poorly. I think if he had advisors, if there were a group of...
Let me answer, Sis Glennie. Let me answer, please. Yeah.
All right.
I'm saying to you, Glennie, that if Mr. Weah were to listen to me, he would have avoided some of the things. The people I advised, I worked with, and who listened to me, they did well. And Mr. Weah, I asked him, when last we had a conversation. One of the times I met him at a hotel, the only time the thing he had to tell me was how he was organizing to put me out of the Senate. He was going to do everything to put a young man against me, and the young man was sitting there. And he didn't stop. That was 2 years ago. He continued. So that's the kind of conversation we have had. Now, I don't think, even my colleagues who say they are very close to them, or they come from CDC, do a survey. How many of them had meeting with Weah? Ask his cabinet officials, many of his cabinet ministers. I asked them on this issue, oh, we don't see that man. Sometimes you go there, you say you must go see Finda. You go this and you see that. So How you help this type of person? You know, the trouble he got today, he looked for it himself. You know, his recruitment, I always said we had a problem. The recruitment was dealing with ignorance, it was dealing with arrogance and corruption. Those three things. Remember, ignorant, most time people, and I'm not saying everybody, but the key in his appointment was like looking for how, no matter how ignorant you are and how arrogant you can become and how corrupt you can be. So he never punished corruption. He never asked questions. I was in a meeting today with somebody he knew, who he worked with, who they grew up together in Claratown. And the man said, the man never one day asked for this important agency that I am running. He never one day sat me into a meeting to ask, when we even tried to ask him to give him information. He was busy doing other things. So I'm sure you know some of the things he was doing.
I don't know any. You're the senator. You were supposed to be helping govern him.
All right, so let's move on. Senator Committee, we want to say again, thank you for joining us. And folks, we will be bringing in Sereno Seaforth, the former SG for the Republic of Liberia. He will be joining us. We're going to go on our side conversation to talk about the National Road Fund, to talk about public work, their relationship, the amount of money that was put out there, a lot of money. We have those documents. Who signed on those documents for roads maintenance and insurance purposes? Did it do the work? The name Josita Novel Winton, the name Ruth Collins, Kirkwood Collins, whatever the name is, the documents that the amount of money that came just within 2023 for poor works. They didn't even work, but we have document to the bank account, the UBA bank, the LB or RB bank, all those information. We'll be sharing it with you today. I want to say, before I bring in my brother, Prince Maxwell, let me ask you a question, Senator. Why were you fired from your position? What do you think the people rejected you? Why in this current election?
I think that, you know, in this last election, I'm telling you, they were not talking about my work in the legislature. There was an expectation that you should do this. How much food, how many bags? You know, the most deprived part of Liberia is the southeast of Liberia, in our part of the country. You know, so guys took advantage of that. And Mr. Weah himself said, look, I will do everything. And he did. I mean, when you see, you know, nobody talk about my work, my representation of the people of River G, or what I do in the legislature generally. It was about, you know, how much you got for us. And I did not have that type of money. I did not accumulate money like that for that purpose. So that's basically.
So why were you dismissed? Because we get nothing from what you just said, sir. Why the people decided to vote, and they voted for Francis? Why? And they say we have to change Senator Commoner. We say for 9 years you served. No, I'm trying to understand. Are you putting it on Judge Weah? But for the county, what
I am saying on this, the controlling thing in these last elections basically was about how much money was put on the table. I did not have that type of money. And
so your people didn't vote for you because you didn't give them money?
The things that they wanted, the things they wanted.
People, 9 years ago, you provided money and they voted for you. It was because of money they voted for you 9 years ago.
There's one, the approach to elections, these elections, if you do an accounting, it was essentially influenced by the kind of money that was wasted.
What did you do for the people of River G?
What
what for 9 years? Give us some of the project things you did. Give us some of the things you did to inspire the life, sir. What did you do directly for River G?
You know, Witherspoon, I think that's now we, the media people, should help for people to know what is the work, to judge me on understanding what is the work of a senator. You know, the number of things that I did, they were not necessarily the work of a senator to help build schools, to pay teachers, help workers, is to represent them. But if you were not able to do as much to put lights,
So what did you do in the Senate that you inspire, or that that actually inspired the folks from River G? What did you do? What bill did you pass? What law did you promote?
Maybe you are not listening.
No, I'm trying to be specific, not for the entire Liberia, because now you want to narrow it down to say it's not my work to build school, it's not my work to build hospital. What did you do within the budget line that helped River G?
But when we pass the budget, we want to ensure that our teachers are paid, that that the hospitals are funded, that the roads are built.
How many hospitals you have in River G, sir?
We have one major hospital.
What's the name?
And we have 17 clinics.
How much money will go into that hospital, sir?
I can't figure the picture.
How many colleges, schools? Can you help us understand? What did you do to inspire those colleges, those schools?
I have been supporting schools, contributing to the building of schools. And
how much money were put in the budget for the colleges within River G?
There are no colleges.
So there's none.
Listen, maybe you have no idea. River G broke away from from Grand Jide in order to have these things. So we have only 4 or 5 high schools at the moment, and trying to get more. And those were things that were built by Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. The clinics, we're talking about the 17 clinics when it was under Mrs. Sirleaf. The roads we're talking about that come from Maryland, that now we have paved road up to River G, up to Fishtown, going to Zwedru, on the way to Zwedru, but now in Kanweken. Those were roads that were started.
And again, I want to appreciate you being on Spoon Talk. So we got to move on. I got to bring in the other guys. I just love the fact that you took the courage to come on Spoon. I just want to be exact, not to misquote you. My question was exactly, why were you dismissed? You say you never had the money like other folks. So I'm going to leave it like that. And that was your answer. I'm not going to push it any further. I want to ask my last question back to Samara Wodo-Cody. If Samara Wodo-Cody, if Boris Satuma, who is chair for Ways and Means, he said, tomorrow I'm going to bring a hearing up Samara Wodo-Cody, will you vote for him to be the next LRA boss?
Well, first of all, Mr. Setuma cannot do that because the Supreme Court must first handle that question. When they handle it, we'll take it from there. But I want to make you know that if I were advising Mr. Weir about appointing people now or appointing Samora Wodo-Cody at this time, I would have advised him not to do so.
So will you vote for him if there was a vote scheduled for tomorrow? Will you vote for Samora Wodo-Cody to be confirmed?
It will not be scheduled for tomorrow. So
if a vote scheduled before you leave, because your last day is on Tuesday, will you vote for Samara Wodo-Cody?
I will tell you what I will do when we meet again.
Are you voting on party line, or are you voting as Senator Komene B. Wisner?
I would take account of the views of the party.
The account of the view of the party, Joseph Yima Boaka saying he want to make that nomination. So if you would take the view of the party, Joseph Yima Boaka is saying, because we can announce, will you then accept President-elect Joseph Yima Boaka's suggestion that he should make that nomination, therefore you will vote against Samara Wodo-Cody?
If he were making that nomination, and definitely saying this is what he needs to succeed, I will vote for him.
Okay, have you spoken to him that he doesn't need Samara Wadukoli to be the next LRA commissioner?
I've spoken to him, but I'm not going to discuss my
I'm not
conversation.
asking you to discuss because we that privilege to speak to him. I can announce on the show, Jose Yima Barker does not need Samara Wadukoli to be the next LRA commissioner. So are you saying to the Liberian people tonight, you agree with his suggestion that you will not vote for Samara? You gotta be fair because we are.
I am not going to take your conversation that you had with Mr. Bwakai to act on it. I would only talk about my conversation.
I'm
with
asking
Mr.
you,
Bwakai
that was my conversation, Senator. Liberian people want to hear from you. Will you vote for Samara Wadukoli on the party line? You say yes. And I'm asking you, the Unity Party, the reason why they have filed a writ of prohibition, because they are refusing, they are rejecting the nomination from George Minor Weah, that Samara should be the next LRA commissioner. If you will vote on party line and you're supporting the Unity Party alliance, then you are telling Liberians tonight that you reject Samara Wadukoli nomination. Am I correct?
I am saying to you, if that is the party position, that is what I would do. That's what we have discussed.
Thank you very much, Senator Wisner. Thank you very much.
Fundamental.
Thank you very much,
my
Senator.
fundamental position is that our party must succeed, and we trust Joe Bwakai to make those decisions, and we'll consult with him, advise him before he makes his nominations. And if I were
Honorable Senator of River G, the Honorable Senator of River G, Senator Common V, we said, I appreciate the question and answer. Thank you very much. So now we're going to move on, guys. We finished. Sorry for you coming in late. We're going to move on while we still have the senator yet to get onto the Musa Dean nomination. We're going to start with Dr. Richardson, then we'll go back to you, Prince Maxwell, because you guys came late. We press against time, but we'll bring you guys in. The Musa Dean nomination, Dr. Richardson, you lead this question, the round of question, please.
Yeah, Senator, I know you listen to the show, you know by now, but that I'm not in favor of Musa Dean's nomination. But it looks like we are going to be heading towards a constitutional crisis. And let me just tell you what I mean by this. Let's assume that the senator confirms Musa Dean, but Mbaka refuses to commission him. What do you think should happen then? What is the state of Musa Dean's nomination?
Well, I'm sure there's a case that happened in Supreme Court in the United States that we always refer to here. If that were to, in the unlikely case that were to happen, if that were to happen, and President Bwakai refuses after the 22nd, refuses to commission him, Musa will go to the court, but he will not take office. He will have to go to the court, to the Supreme Court, to force Bwakai to carry out that act. Mind you, if the Senate closes, if the House closes, that case is dead. If it closes, Mr. Weah nomination is dead. The only person who can then make the nomination will be, he can try. Weah can appoint anybody up to 12 o'clock, 22nd January. But that's what he wants to do, maybe to please the person. But he ain't going nowhere. It will not go anywhere. You will have to go to the court. And no matter how you do, the court will work according to its own time. You're not going to force the court to take a decision as speedily as you want it. That's what the court is about. It's not because we like the court, but that's what the law says. Those 5 people are not the wisest people in the world. But the law says once they have become Chief Justice and Associate Justices, their decision is final.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. You had alluded to President. We are consulting President like Buckeye before making any appointments. Can you share some light on the importance of consultation in this moment as it relates to the best interest of Liberian people?
Well, I think that's the best thing to do. I mean, if you're leaving, you left something. You try to talk to the person taking over from you and say, look, these are things I was doing, and I think you should continue them, or change this part. It doesn't mean the person will do it, but consultation helps.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Prince, your question, please.
Hi, Senator. How do you do?
Hi, Prince.
Most welcome to see you again. Happy New Year to you and the family.
Good. God is good.
And welcome to Spoon. Note right now you are in the hot seat because this, as Senator have said over and over, this is the people's channel, and the Liberian people will have to know. So as one of your sons, I will have to be able to push you. So I hope you understand that.
Please.
First and foremost, thank you for the clarification on Article 68 and 69 as it pertains to commissioning, stated here on Spoon TV, including many of my colleagues here as well, 65 as well. Absolutely. That commissioning is a constitutional responsibility, a constitutional duty.
Yeah.
And with that being said, I hope that the Unity Party people are taking that into consideration. I think Dr. Richardson just alluded to the case study that we've all been talking about here on Spoon TV concerning the possible non-commission of Musa Dean in case this goes through. But my most important question to you here is this. It concerns the Liberian Revenue Authority. In your understanding, and this is a general question to you, in your understanding, if you were given the opportunity to classify the Liberian Revenue Authority, would you classify it under a national security institution or as part of a national security institution? Or will you just classify it as just an ordinary institution of the Republic of Liberia?
Well, I think the handling of our money is a major issue of national security. But we do not, in the classification, in the general classification, we do not put Revenue Authority under security. But the effectiveness of our security depends on how much money we have to spend on the things that we need to spend on. Whether it's school, is a hospital, clinics, whatever, we need money to do that.
So the fact that we are not classifying it as part of our national security institution, do you think it's a mistake or is it oversight?
Well, it's the general classification in governance that you don't put that economic issue under security. It will be handled, contribute to security, but it is not considered, it's not called a security institution.
Okay. All right. My last question to you is: I know fully well that you've served in the Foreign Service, if I do remember, you are part of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, a member of the Foreign Service Relations Committee.
That is correct.
Good. On this channel, I've stated consistently that I will continuously talk about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I'm about to ask you, what are the things, since you left the ministry and now that you've been in the Senate and then overseeing the ministry from a Senate perspective, what are the things that over the years you observed that are now have broken down in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? And what would be your recommendation to fix those things? Thank you.
I think our Foreign Service has suffered immensely. I mean, the support that should be given to our embassy is terrible. I haven't met one ambassador who has not complained about just basic things. And I know you worked in Brussels. I was assigned to Brussels, when I went there, and it was terrible to see, and I had the privilege be given those opportunities to Brussels, to the United Nations, and all of that. And the handling of our foreign service is terrible. It's important that we pay attention to the foreign service. I mean, that's the face of our country, wherever we are. Not only supporting the service, we also pay attention to the quality of people that we send to the service.
So now, as an outgoing senator, would you be willing to help the incoming administration with the level of experience that you've gained over the years when you served to fully beef up the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Foreign Service? Will you be willing to assist in advice, recommendation, or any part thereof?
You sound like Radio Moscow. Radio Moscow used to interview me sometimes. The question is yes. The answer is yes.
Thank you, Maxwell. Thank you. Gray?
You got nothing to say?
Colonel Gray, are you with us? Your question, sir.
All right. Senator, welcome.
Yes, sir.
Senator, did you also serve in the Security Commission?
Yes, I'm on the Committee on National Security, Defense, and Veteran Affairs.
I will defer my question about national security in my second line of questioning. But let me ask you, tell me why Musa Din should not be confirmed if he ever faces your Senate.
I think there are many questions that are still hanging regarding how security issues were handled. You know, I mean, things that led to death and stuff. He made, as head of the national security infrastructure, he has to take some responsibility about how things were handled. So the questions will be posed to him. If I were sitting with him, those things will be posed to him. Those questions will be posed to him. I want to know what happened elsewhere. I want to know, I mean, as somebody who tried Gloria Musu Scott, you know, I want to know what happened. And now we're hearing stories from Thanks to Spoon about what happened. And terrible. I mean, to see that you are saying a 84-year-old lady who is almost blind is the one that is killing somebody, you know. I mean, some things just don't make sense. So, I mean, how do you prosecute and continue with the prosecution? But generally, Musa is a good man. I mean, I knew him since he was in high school, you know, and again, he will have to redeem himself if he appear before the Senate, and a very critical Senate. Yes, there are people who respect him, no doubt about it, but you have to answer some of the questions that will be posed to him, especially when you're going to be on that bench.
All right. My next question is, you know, from a distance, the Ministry of Defense appears to be like things are working. But I can tell you, our national security is a state of calamity. Let me say that. We have a national security where the Defense Ministry is one of the weakest links in our system. So we have not been able to beef up our current national security strength, especially from the perspective of the military. The facility itself is filthy. Things are sluggish, down. If you go there, you know, from afar, you appear like everything is working. And recently, the contract of buying uniform was given to one Monsieur, and she bought substandard material from China. You know, China has occupied a very key position in all of these kinds of things, and I believe the procurement of uniform is one that your your commission probably will have a say into. Not necessarily, but those kinds of decisions could pass through your commission. Do you think the national security, I mean the national defense, as it is in terms of beefing our personnel, or maybe redeploy them in doing something during peacetime, and that aspect of our national security? Tell me, besides the deployment to Africa, which is no more, so they're back home. Lots of questions to be asked, but do you think the defense ministry itself is working the way it's supposed to be? You're a long time a security guy in terms of you've been in an integral part of our national security from day one. Do you think this is how an ideal national defense should look like in your missive?
Well, I know that some questions have been raised. We had discussions as the committee, and we dealt with the issues at the defense, just like the police, the situation with the police and all of that. They've raised budgetary issues. I don't know, the question that you were asking about the bad quality of the uniform is not because they were bought in China, but I think, maybe the money given to do that piece of job. But it doesn't go through our committee, by the way. Purchases, procurement issues, we don't deal with. We deal with the hard questions about how the army carry, or how the national security is managed.
Well, uniform. The reason I brought the issue about the uniform, it has to do with equipment. We understand equipment that were given to the army, they're all down. So most of the things we think we have in our arsenal, they're not functional. And not to divulge, important national security intelligence, but things are not working in general. So that's why I was asking you about uniform. Is just one. I'm not expecting that the Senate will sit down and decide and determine what uniform, but at least when it comes to equipment,
We
um,
have
the excellence of equipment, and we also hear that military personnel being deployed on people private farms. They are making, going to other places. They are being deployed there against, and they are being paid taxpayer money. But then they're doing private job, for instance, at the mines and so on and so forth.
Okay.
So lots of intelligence that you would know about. But that's why I asked you whether that section
on that part, our investigations did not deal with military. It was more with the police and police officers that were assigned to the companies, especially the mining companies and all of that. And that has been taken, serious actions being taken, and we have not been getting the kind of cooperation we needed. And all of this is because, again, if we are able to change the leadership, both within the security and the Ministry of Justice, it will be able to make a difference, surely.
All right, let's bring in Stephen Johnson. Stephen on this question. We can discuss anything. Again, as I said, that Serena Cephas is waiting. So
let me just do it quickly. Now, Senator, let me come back again. In your write-up, you asked two fundamental questions. The first one is whether or not the Senate should go ahead with the confirmation hearing in the face of the Supreme Court's action on the matter, and the second question is whether or not a vacancy exists on the Supreme Court bench. But in that write-up, what is interesting is towards the end, and that's the last paragraph, in which you said, after attempting to answer those two questions, you said something towards the end which I find very interesting. You said we should not embarrass the Senate at the end of the 54th legislature and the end of the fairly honorable service of a number of us. From logical inference, one can reasonably deduce that there are certain action by the Senate that many of you feel embarrassed about? You care to tell us some of those actions that, as an outgoing senator, that you feel embarrassed about the 54 legislature that you would do differently if you were to start this all over again? Are there any actions?
Well, the first thing is the question of embarrassment that is raised is about us doing anything that will put us in conflict with the Constitution and especially the Supreme Court. That's what the embarrassment. We must not do anything. We must follow the law. The use of fairly, you mentioned it. I think that's the most, humble way to describe your work. You can't start beating your chest about how great you are. And we all did not do everything very well. We tried. I cannot keep beating my chest and say I was the best guy in town. I know some of my friends, when they appear on this on Spoon, they like for people to believe that they are the best in town. But
Senator, the reason I asked that question, the word fair is a very tricky word. In school, if you're given fair, it means you failed.
No,
right? If you took a test and they gave you fair, that same word could mean failure.
I'm telling you, this is the humble way to describe a broad work that is being done.
So in this context, you are not looking at fairly from the position of failure. You're just looking at it that to some extent you guys did well, right?
Yeah, that way it means.
No, I need that clarity because fair is a tricky word. When you outside, somebody say that's a fair approach, but when you're in school and somebody say you got fair,
you say fair approach as a humble. That's a fairly.
So, but looking back in the last 6 years, under the administration, the current administration, are there any decisions that the Senate made, with the exception of the Cabinet Jamming case, that you think you guys could have done differently?
Yeah. Some things could have been done differently. And you see, when you're working, and you can't always be seen to be just opposed. So you work on the compromises. At the end of the day, even the law, to get to it, we're talking about take for example the pension law. Take example the issue of the road fund, how to spend the road fund. There are those who say big counties, small counties. Some of us say you don't give money, you don't spend money on roads like that. You spend money on distances, on mileage, not about big counties and small counties. So that kind of discussion, at the end of the day, you need to vote. So you come to a compromise. So
let me. When you talk about roads, and one of the failure of the legislature has been the issue of failing to incorporate the expertise of professionals to the extent in most of the deliberations. In China, the Chinese have a philosophy that says the road to development begins with the development of roads. But one of the things that is very fundamental in roads is not necessarily because of mileage or distances, is the economics of roads. The ability of those roads to pay for themselves. Roads are not just built arbitrarily, they are built based on economic benefit. Take, for instance, there was a road built in Alaska by Sarah Palin, was described as the road to nowhere. The reason it was described as the road to nowhere, even though it was a development in terms of infrastructure, but it did not reap any economic benefit because it was headed in a terrain where the road could not fund itself. So I would think these kinds of conversations should not necessarily be on the basis of distances and mileage, but on the basis of the economics. So if we look at River G, for example, as being an economic hub, River G, Grand Gita, Maryland, Grand Gita, as being an economic hub that will essentially provide the opportunity for Liberia to expand, let's say maybe in our mining industry or our agro business industry or other sector, then it makes more economic sense as to why would I prefer to take road to Maryland, to River G, as opposed to taking road to Grand Bassa. Do you think these kinds of deliberations were happening on the floor of the Senate?
Exactly. But the question you pose about economics and distances, they're not mutually exclusive, because you got to pay for distance that go into the economic zone. When Mrs. Sirleaf took over and the road to Buchanan was broken, totally broken, it was the first action to be taken because we needed the harbor. Okay? So
yeah, that was
road
considered the growth triangle.
Thank you. And by this time, with a delegation, I was part of the delegation that went to China, came back and talk about all of these approaches. So the next thing was building the road to Nimba. You remember it used to take like 10 hours to come from, just between Banga and yeah. But that was fixed. And the road now has gone into Yekepa. It is coming from there now, going to the southeast. That became an issue. The same was coming from Buchanan to go into the southeast. That is where the Iboma and Eton then became the fraud that we believed when we voted. As politicians, you were voting and they're telling you that the money is available to get this work done. If you didn't do it, if you didn't vote for it, then you don't want the roads in the southeast. So we voted. And Musa Dean was the Minister of Justice. And the Minister of Public Works, they are all comrades of mine, younger comrades. We sat down, I asked them, they said this money was available. It was available. And so we voted. But it was the biggest fraud in this administration. One of those votes that I did and felt very stupid. Sorry for my French.
It's fine, sir. It's fine. The Liberian people are knowing the truth. However, the truth comes out, let it be fair and square. Senator, I'd like to ask you a question because we talked about it on the show here many times. It concerns the two letters. I just want you to just rationalize it for me because I'm trying to understand it. President Weah's letter to the Senate was on December 26, 2023. The Honorable Chief Justice of the Supreme Court letter to the President was on December 27, 2023. Can you please arrange it for us? Which should have come first? The 26 or the 27, the 27, the 26, which one should have come first?
Whichever the case, we needed to settle the question of whether or not there was a resignation or there was, what do you call it? There was a retirement. Yeah, you don't take major decision like that in one day.
Okay.
When the matter was taken up to the court, I mean, you see, the Chief Justice can write a letter. It's a letter. Can write a letter based on her own view.
Yes.
That's not the decision of the court.
Yes.
So the Chief Justice wrote to the President. If you know the relationship between me and Senator Nangbe, we're very, very close. Nangbe always liked to tell me that the thing that brought him to Monrovia from Kings, from where the town name, and Spoon, where the town name, where the Kings there, King, your town in the place there. Well, he said, we came, you inspire us as student leaders at a university, and he is somebody I respect. If I were advising him, I'm telling you, I would ask to negotiate a resignation. I would ask for resignation, as Johnny Lewis did. This is what Johnny Lewis did. Somebody say in the what do you call it, in the Gazette, Johnny Lewis was referred to as that he honorably retired. When you were retired, you pay a monthly income till death. In the case of Johnny Lewis, he negotiated a package after he accepted to resign. And that package was paid to him. He was never given one more brass cent when he got the 2 installments. When you are pensioned and retired, you get monthly income. What is done to Nangbe as my brother, I don't know, especially when the government is going out. They tell you you should do this and that. You know, when the judiciary began to get their money, it was only when they seemed funny. They had to take up a case for the lady on the Supreme Court who was retired when she got her 70 years. That's when they are paying her monthly. They were not doing that before. The current Chief Justice, the former Chief Justice, he is getting a pension and is paid according to the pension law. My friend has been ill. He's been ill for most of his 4 years on the bench. He's been ill. And the pension law is clear. The retirement law is very clear. You must serve the judiciary for 10 years. That does not happen. So in that case, I would have negotiated a resignation. You pay me something, let me go sit down and take care of myself. That is not what happened. And Mr. Weah is gone. He is gone. So you're now leaving it with President Boakai to exercise judgment on whatever the outcome. And it hasn't been settled yet. That is what the court, we are asking the court to settle, whether or not a resignation took place, or what he said amount to, what they call it, what Justice Nangbe said, whether that amounts to pension. Is it pension or retirement? Retirement process has not been completed, so there is no vacancy.
Thank you, Senator. Because it's 6:32, that will be 11:32 in Liberia. We asked that you was going to be up to 10:30. I do not want to hold you any further. We should be having Serena Seaforth coming next, but it's good to have you. I'm going to give one short, quick question, one from Dr. Richardson and one from Glendy. We'll also have the Senator Wellington Javon Smith. So we do not have enough time. Please, to our 2 dear sisters, make your question short. Glendy, you go first, and Dr. Richardson will go last. Then we will move.
I like that Senator Wisner has a good relationship with everybody. So everyone we're asking about today is either his son or is somebody that he knew from a long time.
And
I want to ask
you, my cousin.
No, right? I want to ask a specific question about Musa Dean, Councillor Musa Dean.
Yeah.
When I hear you say, I think Conor Gray asked you, why should Musa Dean not be confirmed by the Senate? And your response were, there are questions you're going to ask. I want to put your questions into retrospect. Did you not have an opportunity up to now to ask Musa Dean those questions based on how he were proceeding on cases, several cases, not just one? You being a senator, could you not have called him? Could you not have corrected him? So those questions you have to ask him now at a confirmation hearing. Do you think it would have been prudent to have asked him those questions before and correct him then?
Thank you, Glendy.
I could have asked the question. Musa, I told you again, you say I have good relations. Yes, I do have. I know him very well, and I discussed with him. And he's a very pleasant, affable gentleman who answered some of the questions. In some of the cases, he could not do anything. His response was like, there's nothing I can do about this one. You know these boys and stuff like that. Since he may appear before the Senate, even if I'm not there, the questions will still be asked. him. But I talk with him. I mean, he never refused a phone call from me, by the way. I talk with him all the time.
Oh.
Thank you very much, Glendy. Dr. Richardson, you take us home.
So, Senator, in your closing, I'd like for you to please respond to a few things for me. The first one is President Weah strongly said that it was not the order to vote not to cease fire in Gaza was not from him.
They say that again?
The order to vote against ceasing fire in Gaza was not from him. He said somebody carried out the order that was not from him.
What was I don't know what you're talking about. I don't understand what you're talking about. Ceasing fire?
Liberia voted to continue firing.
At the UN. At the UN, sir.
Is that what you're talking about? At the UN.
Yes, at the UN.
But did I hear it sounded like Nimba? Yeah, that's what he said. But as a foreign service professional, and I've represented Liberia many times at the UN.
That's what I'm asking.
And I know that the ambassador cannot vote. If any ambassador who does that, that ambassador should be fired. In this particular case, ambassadors don't talk to the president all of the time. But the ambassador, the country's ambassador to the United Nations, the one who called a permanent representative to the United Nations, is such an important post that they should have the line of the president. But most times you operate through the foreign minister. If you read the communication from Fania, Ambassador Fania, she's very clear. She got implicit instructions. So the president can go all day and cry and say people should go to hell. They should, God will punish them and all of that. It lands on his desk.
Okay.
He just says to us that he was not competent, and that is why we voted him out.
Can you speak? Is there two United Party, Ellen United Party and Buckeye United Party? I'll let you close on that. If you
say that again.
Are there two Unity Party, Ellen's Unity Party and Buckeye's Unity Party?
No.
Okay.
I know there's one Unity Party.
Okay.
You see, people like to create confusion where it doesn't exist. Mr. Salif had Mr. Buckeye as vice president for 12 years. I asked many countries in West Africa where the vice president and the president work together so well. For 12 years, the Guinean ambassador used to tell me, he said, Buckeye is a very good vice president. By this time, his prime minister in Guinea, I had gone there to negotiate on the conflict between Sierra Leone and Guinea, and we came back. He said, you go to cont. The insults that he gives to his vice president, and this I was in Ghana when Rawlings and his vice president took it up. He kicked the gentleman flat to the ground. In Liberia, we set a good example. People have tried to create confusion, give misinterpretation to the relationship between Mr. Salif and Joe Buckeye. I have sat in meetings between the two people. The meetings have been exceptional. Only good things I hear from President Buckeye and from Mr. Salif. The people who don't know anything, they don't follow nothing. They're the one. And division here and there, that's their business. But we won. Unity Party has won.
Thank you very much, Senator Wisner. Thanks
My
a lot.
wife didn't think that though, but that's okay. I don't want
to. That's it. When people are talking, they just talk from their head. They don't go by,
Did you hear what I said?
No, I didn't hear that.
I said your wife didn't think that, but that's okay because I interviewed her and She also was on the radio, but that's okay. We're not going to talk about that yet.
Oh yeah, okay. Okay. I don't know what she told you. That was secret conversation, and if you want to bring it in the public view, I can explain maybe something you didn't understand, because she understands it very well.
Actually, it was not a secret conversation. It was on Truth FM. She said that Boka did not contribute to the conversation. He was in it when Boka said that he was not in the room when Ellen was making a lot of decisions. She said that was not true. He was in the room when a lot of the decisions was made.
Yeah, but so what's wrong with that? She was the executive assistant to the president and chairman of the cabinet. She was the person in cabinet meetings. I sat in the cabinet meetings, and President Bwaka, Vice President Bwaka, was always in the cabinet meetings. And you ask the president today, he will tell you anytime he wanted to see Mr. Sirleaf, the message was there that he can enter at any time. So somebody had a misrepresentation of what President Bwaka said of his relationship with Mr. Sirleaf. And
Thank you very much, sir.
So you said it was a partner.
We have to have you, Senator, come in or be. We said, as always, you're welcome on Spoon Talk. Now, I know you are kind of free.
I mean, ANC propaganda.
That's not no ANC propaganda. That is a question.
Banking guys, we got to go on. I know you are kind of free, man, and you will come back on the show whenever you are available. I said again, thank you for joining us. We hope to have you. Thank you, sir.
Anytime, especially when I'm going to be out of the Senate, I can help with some of the discussions anytime.
Thank you. Real quick before you leave, before you give us a closer, we got Senator Wellington.
Are you the one now?
No. We got Senator Wellington, Javon Smith. He's already in the back. Real quick, we cannot. No. He's coming in studio from home. I just want to say to you, Senator, we have the young men and women. They had a protest yesterday and today. I can't let you leave without speaking to exactly what's happening at the Capitol building. They work along with you to serve the Liberian people very well. They are asking for the pay. In your closing, can you address the issue of whether there will be another protest tomorrow, Monday, or Tuesday, sir? Help us do your closing and address this.
Well, I think actually the protest, I think, was ill-informed, because there was suggestion that some money was given. Oh, Javon, I'm gonna leave this part with you. Listen, there was no money paid for this sitting. According to the process, you got if you do 2 callings, you got to pay for 2 months. If we do it ourselves, the government doesn't pay anything. But if the president calls us, he has to pay. That has not been done. And I know that the Senate have been fighting and making sure that whatever is paid, the staff should be paid. So I don't know where the gentleman took the story from, that money had been paid and they haven't gotten it. So if I find the gentleman who is doing this, who is leading this, I will tell them. My staff, for example, around, they know what I tell them the truth. I tell them everything we do, we sit down and discuss. So they know that I did not have any money. They know I'm hustling to get some gas to put in my vehicle all the time, especially after spending so much in River G and the bad road that kept us and people dying on the road. They know what happened. So there is no truth to the story that money was paid and senators are refusing to. I intend to I'm talking to them, some of them who are the leaders, to get off that stuff. The story is false and they must not disgrace themselves.
Thank you.
In the case where they are misbehaved towards senators, they said they want to investigate. And I want to encourage an investigation. Some people say it's so obvious, no need to investigate. No, we must investigate. So
thank you very much, Senator Wisner. Again, thank you very much. It's always good to have you. We'll be speaking to you again next week before you guys close on the 15th. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Jivon, welcome. My man, you know how to talk?
Thank you. I was trying to unmute.
Okay.
Have a good night, sir. Thank you.
You are
that's our guest.
You getting me?
Senator.
Yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear you, sir. We want to say welcome, Senator Smith. It's good to have you as always. You availed yourself to have some very important conversation on the Spoon Talk. We're going to start where Senator Wisner just left. You're welcome. Where he just left us. Listen. The guys at the Capitol building, your take on that protest and will the protest continue, sir?
Come here again, please.
What is happening at the Capitol building today? They are saying they will be there tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday. Will this protest continue? And give us your take on the protest at the Capitol building.
Okay, if I got you clear, first, let me say Happy New Year to the rest of your panelists and those of you that I have not spoken to since the new year. Happy New Year, and wish all of you well. The issue about the protest at the Capitol building, the spokesman
My Stephen, what you doing with the man calling? I mean, internet.
Yeah, I know what's going on with it, man. He'll come back. I think, when you go live, when you go on the show from your phone, there's a high likelihood that you could be disrupted by a phone call.
It seems as though you're not on your phone today.
No,
I'm on a laptop.
You are right, Steven. I think he's having some internet issue, but he's coming back. He's logging on again. Not Senator, but SJC first. He's still coming though. He's downloading something to come on. He said he's downloading Google Chrome.
He's downloading the 1986 Constitution
against 1847.
I mean, the message coming on.
Okay, just see according to the 1986 Constitution.
Senator Smith, welcome back again. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. So as I was saying, the issue about the protest at the Capitol building, the spokesman of the Staff Association made an important statement. When we were together as Senator Boycha Sobwe, Senator DeLong, and we were together when we called the head. And something he told us, he said, if you decide to do a pro bono work for Josh we are not. We want our money. They know very well that the executive has not given a cent.
I think the protester took his life.
Yeah, I think you have internet issues.
Yeah, internet issues.
Dr. Richardson, you got to help us over here. When the senator's speaking, we'll go take our water break. And we're going to come back.
What are you talking about?
No, I mean, when I'm off, you got to help us, Dr. Richardson.
Oh, sorry.
Are you getting me?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay, so they know that the executive has not released a dime to any senator. They know that. But what I suggest, or what I deduce from them, is that they want to mount the pressure, because if we are at the end or the YA regime. And if they don't get the money that we should all get, then the incoming government will not be under any obligation to settle that money. This is where the pressure is coming from, and nobody can blame them, because we ourselves, we are also suffering from that. So that's what I have to say about the protest.
So let me ask you my second question. Let's go back to this document, sir. Oh boy. Stevie, I told you say your man was coming in studio. You're right. When people call him like that, they take him off. But we'll wait for him to come back, and also Sereno Seaforth. He coming faster than Sereno Seaforth. I don't know. You're sure Seaforth coming on tonight? You're sure?
Can I ask Stephen, there was a document that you're referring to.
He's back. He's back, Dr. Richardson, please.
Can you share that with us?
You mean the letter for him?
Yeah, I didn't know what you were talking about. Yeah.
Which letter? Which letter, Dr. Richardson?
Senator, we said was here. Stephen kept on referring to some letter or some documentation.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know what he was talking about.
All right. So, Senator Smith, my second question, and I hope your internet allowed us. The issue about this document, January 1st on New Year's Day, it was approved for allotment. It was signed by whosoever. 3.1 million United States dollars, including fuel and lubrication of vehicles. Is this just for the Senate?
But first of all, if I can get the communication clear from your screen, it is in the House of Representatives.
The Honorable House of Representatives, correct?
Yeah. So I cannot speak to that communication.
So can we also say that the House of Senate have their own copy and approval of allotment to you guys, the 29 senators?
And maybe it is being processed, but as we speak, no senator, including myself, I receive a dime for our special sitting or whatsoever.
How much is a special sitting per senator?
The law says for each time the chief executive record the legislature, even if they sit for 1 day, they should pay for 1 month. They should be paid for 1 month, all the allowances.
Wow.
We're getting feedback, guys. You have the time to ask a question. Can we just mute, please? Sir, we want to understand something. For 1 day, you return to.
I said even.
I'm giving a simple example. I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm just trying to lay this for my question before I bring Praise and Stevie and the rest of the guys on. So for 1 day, the president call you guys back. You will be paid for 1 year, correct?
1 month.
1 month. You'll be paid for 1 month.
Yeah.
So, okay. So now we settle that. So we got 29 senators because may his soul rest in peace, Nathan passed away. We got 29. Yeah. They call you guys back, 29 of you guys, and you've been there. So therefore, we expect for the month of December 1 month and the month of January 1 month.
Okay, let me come into that.
Please.
Actually, the president recalled the Senate or the legislature twice, and by law, the senators or the legislators should be paid for 2 months. But last week, Tuesday, the pro tem called also a meeting and said that the executive is saying that the country is in transition. So they will not have that amount of money to pay. So they want to pay only 1 month for the courts. But that money we have not gotten.
So you guys agree for the 1 month? Have you guys agreed?
Well, it's not a matter of agree, but we are part of the state and we know the situation the country in now. And so as much as a legitimate money that we should have received, but reasoning has to come in because it is that you are hitting the rock.
All right, so it's good that you just help us understand the method of payment, and also you help us understand some agreement within your body to, instead of taking 2 months or 3 months, you guys going to take only 1 month. Stephen, let me bring you in. Then we'll go to Dr. Richardson, Glennie, Prince Maxwell, and Conor Gray.
How are you, Senator Smith?
Yeah, good evening.
Thank you. My question will be direct. At a time when civil servants could not be paid for the holidays, at a time when we already know that there are a number of civil servants who, many of whom have said they've not been paid since November, do you think that the legislature, being the direct representative of the people they serve, do you think it is appropriate and it is a good thing to do at a time when the country is faced, one, with financial constraint, two, the country is civil servants are faced with delayed salary? Do you think it's the appropriate thing to do to get paid for coming back to perform a duty for 10 days? Do you think it is appropriate to get paid for 1 month for doing a 10-day duty when most of your citizens have not been paid legitimate salary? Do you think it's morally right?
Well, my brother Stephen, it's a very good concern, but I think in the opinion of the crafter of the Constitution, this was what they put there. And I don't think they were thinking that everything would have been rosy in the country throughout. But that's what the laws provide. And you don't have to elect the law to respect it. That's what
Senator Smith, I do agree that the law provides. When the crafter of the Constitution wrote the law, they held many things. They held many things constant.
If the executive appealed, because there is a way to work around it. We did that last year, where money was not available, but the executive they lobbied. That's the right word. They lobbied with the legislature, and the legislature brought itself back by signing certificate. By doing that, there is no financial obligation. There is no financial obligation when you bring yourself back, you sign certificate. But in the absence of making that representation for the legislators to bring themselves back, and the president issue proclamation, then they have to pay.
I totally get the point about it being the law. My concern is when I'll wait for him to come back, because my concern is when the crafter of the Constitution wrote that particular clause in the Constitution, they did not envision a point where civil servants will not be paid.
Yes.
They did not write it believing that when the country is faced with financial constraint that you cannot even afford to pay basic salary, lawmakers should still be getting that. Most of the times we have to have, and what I often say, a common sense approach to governance. There has to be a common sense approach to governance.
So, sorry to interrupt you, Stephen. What are you suggesting? They should go ahead and say we don't want the money?
No, here's my point. My point is the gravity of the recall, the issues that should have been discussed in the recall by President Weah did not in the first place warrant a recall.
But what determines that? It is a chief executive in his opinion. And that is why I gave you the alternative provided by law. The president, if there was no money or there is no money in the country, the president should have lobbied with the leadership of the legislature, the speaker and the pro tem. They call the senators and the House, and the representatives and say there is a situation, there is no money. So can we bring ourselves back? By doing that, there is no financial burden on the state. But if the president records the legislature and issue proclamation, the law said the executive must pay.
Senator, I totally agree. My point is, if you work for one day and the law provides that one day you work for, you should be paid for a whole month, you're robbing the country. You're robbing the country. That you're robbing the country, because when you work for one month,
why should your choice of words be robbed on something that is legal?
Where I work, if I work for one day, they're not going to pay me 1 month salary. They'll pay me 8 hours.
But that's what the law says.
Just as I get put chair back. Yeah.
Go ahead,
Senator. I totally agree. Yeah, is my point. My point is we've often allowed the use of that's what the law say to engage in legal corruption. And this has to stop, because one, we say representative senator must get $30,000 for.
So if you are working for a company,
Senator, if I'm working for, listen, the reason I'm asking this question is not directed to you. I'm just speaking in general, not you per se. I'm just speaking in general terms. I'm not.
Yeah.
You and myself, I got strong connection to Rural Set. My brother was senator for Rural Set before Roberto do. So I come from a south of Rural Set also. So yeah, my thing is, when they craft all these laws, made those laws, they held a number of things constant. They held the fact that people will be getting their salary on time across government. They assume that the government everything will be stable. The economy will be booming. Everything, those were assumptions. Those are economic assumptions behind those laws. So let's assume that the country had gone through Ebola, for example, and the president decided to call you back for an emergency section. Will such a demand be reasonable, even though it's the law, but will such a demand, given the fact that the country is fighting a epidemic, will such a payment be reasonable? I'm just looking at, how.
I mean, you made a man run away with a long question. Got it this short bad. Yeah, man. Yeah, Steven.
No, I don't want to call you back. They are saying,
Steven, I know he's coming back. Senator Javon Smith, that's someone that can run. And we also have Serena Seaforth.
So you get them at $15,000.
No, to the point of correction. Stanton. Can I speak? Yes.
Let's welcome Serena Seaforth, the former SG. Then I will allow you the time to continue, Senator Smith. SG, can you hear us? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, first, thank you. I said a little earlier that specific portion of my office, home, one aspect is the
internet is restricting him to sit in the dark. Dr. Richardson, please consider.
Wait, can you see me now?
Yeah, we can see you now. Yeah, we can see you. Thank you.
I'm seeing one aspect. I have an office at home. One aspect of it, one part of it is dark, and I love to stay there to read my law book, and the other one is.
No, that's okay. We just want to read you as you are. Thank you for joining us. We got to go back to Senator Smith. Senator Smith, if you want to sit up straight for us to see you, we appreciate.
Okay, I come in. You dress properly.
Thank you very much. All right, then when you dress properly, you will come back. Senator Smith, go ahead. Senator Smith, go ahead, please.
Yes, I was saying something to a point of correction. Most of the times I can hear that who the government of Liberia paying 15,000. This information is a backup. It is not true. It is not. You are jumping the matter.
Senator, let's try to call you. Let's try to call you because your internet is
Yeah,
tripping.
this is hard. This is hard. It's
Yeah.
killing the momentum
Your
of
internet
the
is.
questioning.
But Senator, we can't let go of you. Can you hear us now? Are you better?
I'm hearing you clear, but I don't know whether you are hearing me.
A little distorted. So you're good now. Real quick.
Okay.
You are saying that the 15,000 is wrong. How much you guys make? How much a senator make? How much a senator make, sir?
I make $6,400 in US dollars, and then they pay me 255,000 Liberian dollars.
Total how much in US?
All right, in US it may be about, let's say, 1,500.
Okay, so you're making 7,000 and change, correct?
This is what I'm saying.
Are
Are
you adding the fuel, lubrication, the
and moving the taxes?
Are you adding all of those?
Telephone card.
Senator?
You talking fuel? We can get a fuel. I don't.
It's part of your TOR to get the fuel. Your term of reference. But let me go ahead to something serious. Senator, hold on 1 minute. I beg you, let me go ahead to something serious. Senator, it's good to have you. Let's, for example, for the month of December, I spent the Liberia Constitution, that which governs everyone. You took pay for the month of December, correct?
Yes.
And on what you took your 7,000 and change. But because you came back, you took another pay again for that month for 7,000 and change?
Because I was recalled, but they are not giving that money.
No, I forget, but they ain't giving that money yet. We're just trying to be on record. For the month of December, you took your 7,000. No, hold on 1 minute. Senator, my good friend. Hey, they got my second total issue every day, that my friend. You took your pay for December, okay? We agreed. Your regular pay. They call you for 1 day, and I spared the Lord that you.
In this case, 10 days.
Yeah, that again 10 days. They call you for 10 days. Yeah. You took another 7,000 and change again.
That's what the law says.
So for the month of December, you're walking away with almost 16,000. For the month of January, you will be walking away with almost 16,000 again.
The law says the law is flexible. The law says the law gives the chief executive 2 options. You can lobby with the leadership of the legislature for the legislators to call themselves back by signing certificate. Or when you trust the national cover, then you can call the legislature by yourself and issue proclamation. In this case, the law says then you have to pay this amount of money. President George Weah, in his opinion, decided to issue presidential proclamation to call the legislature back. Should I be blamed?
Senator, I want to bring that to Richardson and the rest of the people. We know Joe Weah, he care less. He don't give a damn. No, I agree now. We know Joe Weah. He doesn't care. He care less. Let's just agree that you guys are saying you guys are good senators up there. Like my brother Stephen Johnson said, even the money to give for the inauguration, it took them forever. They don't have it. And you guys agree to walk away with 15,000 each in the month of December. You'll be walking away another 15,000 again for the month of January. 15,000 times 30 senators times 2. Is this the change we are asking for because the law demands?
But I think you should ask the executive to answer you on that.
I'm asking you, a real reasonable, fair senator. You fought for your people.
If you ask me, when I entered the Senate, the first time the president called us back, they made us to know that the national cover could not afford that. So we signed certificate and we came back on our own. This time around, if you don't want to take that route, and you want to issue proclamation, then it means that you who controls the coffer knows the weight.
My question remains, I want to bring my fellow panelists in, Senator Javon Smith. I beg you, it'll be my last question. For the month of December and the month of January, you are telling the Liberian people, the good people that fought and say we need a change, we need to remove George Weah. Don't tell us about George Weah. He's a greedy hunter. We know him. But you are walking away with $900,000 for the month of December and January. $900,000 among 30 senators. Is this the change the Liberian people ask for? Just because it is within the law. So it means that it is justifiable to you that you should walk away with $900,000.
But there is what I'm saying.
Thank you.
There is what I'm saying. The law gives you two options. You decide to take the one that is costly. Should I be the one to say no?
Yes. I believe
you
that.
Expect me to say no?
Yes, Senator Smith.
You think, I beg you, give me 10 seconds. Do you think the president used that $900,000 as a way to bribe you guys? That's why Samara Wodokoti running with it all over social media, from the House of Representatives to the House of Senate, the Senate and the Representative. You think so? I'm just asking because that $900,000 is scary. Extra, to be frank with you, 450,000 extra, just to satisfy you guys to come back. But anyway, Dr. Richardson, your question.
And not a matter of satisfying what the law says. If you decide to take that route, that what the law says.
My question to you, Senator Smith.
But it is not something being demanded. We are not demanding it. It's what the law says. The two options the law gives the president chose the one.
Can you proffer a bill? Can you proffer a bill to remove that nonsense from the law? Since it is not right for the country and the people of Liberia, can you bring a bill on the floor to remove that nonsense? When you come out for one day, they should pay you for 1 month. Can you do that, sir?
Stanton, what I'm getting information here is, I don't know if Senator.
I interrupted Dr. Richardson. I beg you, let you finish up. Dr. Richardson, please come back. Let me mind my business.
Senator, your comment that this is what the law says is not settling with me at all. I'm kind of disappointed. And I was going to the place where I'm disappointed because you are making $7,000 a month and you work 2 days a week, and Liberian people have not received their paycheck for I don't know how many months now, yet and still you are getting paid. And we know very well that there may not be enough money in the coffer, and that's what makes me disappointed. That's what makes
my sister, to a point of correction.
Uh-huh.
The legislature or the Senate, to be specific in this case, does not work 2 days a week.
Okay, correct me.
We have plenary session 2 days in a week, Tuesday and Thursdays. The rest of the days, mainly Monday, Wednesdays, we do committee works. This is why we go to work every day.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Nevertheless, you work 5 days a week and you are making $7,000 a month. Your fuel gets paid when you get it. It's the law that your fuel should be paid because that's what you argue, right? It's the law that you get cash card, all right? Plus other benefits. It's the law you will argue, okay? That is in the budget. But yet and still, the Liberian people have not been paid for months. We don't even know if we have enough money in the coffer, in the Liberian government coffer. But I'm disappointed that you would come here instead of suggesting to us, I believe I should proffer a law to say that I work for 1 day or more, I get paid. I get paid money. You work, you get 1 month's pay for 1 day or more. You get 1 month's pay. That's why I'm disappointed. Since you asked me why I was disappointed, do you believe that, as Stanton asked, that you can proffer a law that will say, based on the economic situation of our country, namely not having enough money in our budget and our civil servants have not been paid, I will prefer law, not even willing, I will prefer law so that if I work for 1 day or more, I won't get paid for 1 month.
You know, when you talk that ability, I know that is on.
I can hear him.
You can't get. I'm hearing you.
Your internet is tripping. Try again.
I said I am happy that Councillor Cephas is on the show. It is a common saying that oral testimony, as what you are insinuating, cannot interpret written document. For us to go back and say, oh, this other law is not good for our country, first we have to understand why the crafter of the law put it there.
No, you don't.
We have to do a holistic study.
No, you don't.
Why they put it there?
Have you done a holistic study?
We don't have to do a study.
Other laws that you've passed?
For every law that is passed is scrutinized.
Uh-huh.
For every law that is passed is scrutinized.
Well, I want to disagree. You don't have to know what the framework is because time have changed. And when the framework wrote the law, it was then, but it's now. You getting paid for a month's salary, even if you work 1 day or more, it's just not adding up to me in this economic times. Okay.
Especially in 1986.
Yeah.
So I beg guys, it's very important for us to make correction. And I think that's what Glennie was going to. Give me a few seconds. It's very important because a lot of people listen to us. And I think Senator, correct me, I think you're making a mistake. Another senator sent me some information. The senator said, if you're making $5,000 a month as a senator, and the president recall you, you should take half of that $5,000, not the entire $5,000. So therefore, you should be receiving $2,500, not $5,000. Is that correct?
It's not that. I don't know which of the senators are saying that law, but so I cannot accuse the unknown senators. Yes. But
regardless,
I have not been.
Is that correct? That you receive half of your monthly pay for each recall?
If because of the economic situation in the country.
You didn't say if because of the economic situation. They say as it is.
I said now, if the executive comes with that, considering the reality in the country, that can be discussed. And that can be reasoned. We all can reason together. But it is no law to the best of my understanding that you should pay half.
Okay, so then the senator listen to you. They say you're in error. They say that it's half. It's 2,500. It's half of your monthly salary. So if you're making 7,500, that will be 3,000. 375, $3,750. That's what you should be taking home, not 7,500. So the senator, anyway, it's between you guys, but either or, I see my brother Conor Gray want to come in. He's saying that you stay in error to take a damn. I hope you can take that law up, but it's up to you. Glennie, real quick, Dr. Richardson, are you done? Because we should be finished. Glennie, your question real quick. We'll go to Conor Gray and Prince Maxwell.
So I want to ask you just quickly, Senator, about the Samara Wolokoli situation.
Okay.
Do you think at this point in time, regardless of whether it's a short time frame or do you think Samara Wolokoli is fit to be the one nominated for LRA?
This is my personal opinion because it has not officially come to us on the floor. For me, I'm a rescue senator. I told the media about 2 weeks ago that if President-elect Joseph Numa Boaka is inaugurated in office and he fails, I repeat myself, and he fails to audit this government, the outgoing government, I will be one of the strong critics of my own making. Against that backdrop, I believe that Samora Wolokoli sits in a seat or in an office that should be audited as a deputy minister for expenditure at the Ministry of Finance.
Fiscal affairs.
I'm in fiscal affairs. Because of that, it is not prudent in my thinking for him to go to tenure position at this time. I'm clear on it.
Thank you.
Our brother could agree.
Senator Given Smith, I believe you
Yes.
when you said you're entitled to 1 month pay, even if the session goes up to 10 days or even 1 or 10 days. I believe you. But you see, the bigger problem is the menace that the legislative aspect of our country is bringing to our democracy. Somebody is trying to circumvent, sort of rub some donut grease on the issue. But the truth is, you are being truthful. Exactly, I believe when you say you get paid for 1 month, not half. That said, from the 51st to the 54th legislator, legislator, all of this, profit-making suggestions were put into law. If you go back and see the 1986 Constitution, serving government was one of the most, it was not as lucrative as it seemed today. Now, your aspect of our country appears to be like for profit-making venture. Everything suits you, whether the term that you serve, moving from 6 now is 9. Everything is money. There's a monetary value attached to almost everything. Now, if I were to ask you, as a legislature, have you seen any need for legislative reform, particularly with these kinds of smaller things that we're struggling over? Oh, it's half, or it's a whole month. Do you see any reason for legislative reform to bring down some of these distraction that we're having with you guys?
It is possible in my mind because we are not living in outer space. We are Liberians. We are feeling the pinch of the situation of the economic situation in the country. And so I will welcome, I will appreciate it. But people should not be sentimental because what the law says is being done. Why are you talking about reform? Beautiful. We should do it. Because sometimes the country cannot just afford it. Looking at the general condition of the country. But you cannot blame me or you cannot be sentimental on what is written, especially when the law is flexible. The law gives the chief executives and other options to lobby for the legislators to bring themselves back without financial burden to the state. It is also legal. But if the chief executive who controls the national purse is saying, I can afford. But to answer your question, I think it's a good point for discussion. Maybe we'll elevate it to the plenary for the Committee on Modernization to consider that as part of our discussion. But it is now that what the law says.
Thank you
I
very much.
won't falter you on that. One question.
Yeah, let me bring in Prince, then we can come back to you. Prince, go ahead.
Yeah, I think let us put some clarification on this, because this issue of the law, the salary, whether it is half or not half, whether it's whole is not whole, needs to be absolutely clear, because it's in the law and it's clear, and senators have been benefiting from this. This has been an ongoing cycle, an ongoing process. The law is clear in terms of senators receiving half of their salary when there's a special recall, when there's a special session. So let's be absolutely clear about that. That is not a tricking or anything else, because it's clear.
This senator say you're wrong. They received the full
1 month.
That's what I'm saying. No, it's half of that.
Yeah, he's saying you're wrong. You are not a senator. Why are you going to say that's
then we'll have to call other senators here to actually prove that. Because
Prince, it will be better. It will be better than you show us where in the law that say you're correct. He's a sitting senator.
But Prince, I think this is not the first time the senator then been receiving the money. So
exactly. That's why I'm kind of confused, because I'm getting information is half. He's saying it's whole. So we need clear information when it's half or whole.
Then we got to go back to him. He's the only sitting senator yet today. So we
exactly. Exactly, and I'm asking other senators to please come on now to show the Liberian people exactly what it is, because they are privy to this cycle of information. They are privy to this cycle of the process of the payment or special session payment. We need to know: is it half or is it whole?
Prince.
My most important thing here. No, other senators answer that question.
Prince, go ahead, Senator Smith.
As I said, I have not benefited from special sitting money since I entered the Senate, right? Because when I entered the Senate in 2021, the first time we were recalled, it was based on negotiation with the leadership of the Senate for us to call ourselves back by signing a certificate. But the general information that the Senate, and I will be happy when you show me the law, then we can use that. But the general information we met at the Senate is that once the president issue proclamation and record the legislature back to work, they have to pay them for 1 month. If your research is suggesting on the contrary, then I would like for you to share that with us so that we can make the necessary correction.
Let's move on, Senator. I will get information. Yeah. Every time I come here, I get my clear information straightforward. I will get the information provided. And I myself, I need the clear understanding of that. But let's come back to the special session payment. I want to be able to go with the idea of Stephen. Stephen says something concerning the special session payment. Let me just ask you, this is for your own personal answer. I know it does not exist. I know there's a law right now. There's a lawyer got a law and everything. I understand that. But do you think that law should be changed where special session allotment should benefit the healthcare system in Liberia instead of the senator's pocket? What would you prefer? That the special session payment benefit the allotment goes towards healthcare every time the president asks for a special session, or that the money goes directly into senator's pocket?
You are being sentimental because there is a health budget.
I'm very rational.
The national budget.
I understand.
You are being sentimental.
And that's the same thing as that's the same as salary. Senator gets salary the same way too.
I understand it because we live in a society where public sentiment is stronger than law. So you have to understand that. If we say that as part of our national responsibility,
okay,
there should be no financial burden on the state anytime the state, through the chief executive, deems it necessary to recall the legislature. Then let's say, but for you to say, let's give it to health, then why they put it in the budget line?
That's
then
a question.
It should not exist.
And that's the question I'm putting to you.
But then I would want for you to come from that angle, then for you to be sentimental.
No, I'm not being sentimental. I'm being very rational. I'm asking you a question. If the law can be changed, that's the question. That's the core of the question. Can the law be changed where it supports, instead of the senator's pocket, it supports something else?
Because
will you
issue
vote
of
for
recall
that?
can come. The issue of recall can come once in a very while. So if we say that as part of our national responsibility, as part of our national assignment to the state, that it should cause no extra financial burden for us to do our work, then it's a fine discussion.
Then that's a decision you can take. Then I'm okay with that.
All right, so let's move on now. We got to bring in GC Force. Again, just real quick, because we're done with this, the Liberian people heard you. They will decide whether it's a full pay or half pay. But just real quick, you said, when was the last time you were recalled prior to this one? How many times since you got into the Senate were you recalled?
It's never.
Last year, as I said, year before last now, because I'm sorry, because we're in 2024 now.
Okay, thank you.
But
That's why I needed you to make that correction. No, you're good. It's 2022. It wasn't last year. So I just needed you to make that correction. Okay, thank you very much. It's good having you. If you want to hang with us, that's fine. We got to put some question over to SGC First, your dear friend. So if you can, if the internet can allow you to hang with us, we appreciate. Let's welcome to the show SG Serena Seman Sifos. Welcome, my brother. Can you unmute? You got to unmute. That's a former Solicitor General Serena Seman Sifos, coming by way of Seman Foundation Africa. You are muted, my friend. He's very good at the law, but he's very good at the law, but he doesn't know how to use computer. Welcome to the show, my dear friend.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
It's a wonderful moment to be with you once again. I hope this discussion will be fruitful and all of us will learn from one another. Thank you, Jivon. I was trying to make an intervention on your behalf. I think part of the reason and part of the issues that you guys should be concerned with is that so many laws.
Can you please adjust your camera, Serena? Your camera. Thank you very much. You're good. Yes,
many laws have been passed over decades, and those laws are on the book. If you read some of them, you wonder whether those who passed the law actually meant well for the country. For example, my friend said that his monthly salary is $7,000, but though this Liberia is a representative democracy, and he represents the people of Liberia, those who sent him. So his employers are the people of Liberia. He's just an employee. Now, if the employee is making more than the employer, there's a reason that we need to ask ourselves where we're going. So he can be blamed. The question as to whether or not you will vote for the bill when it's placed on the floor, he has two choices to make. One, either to say yes and cut down his earning, or two, he can abstain. But I think to grill him on this issue, I think is because I wanted to know what was the end game. Because he can tell you yes now, and when there's a compelling need, at a certain point in time, he can tell you no. You see? So I was wondering what was the end game going through all this. But Jivon, thank you. Being media friends for so many years before you went into the Senate. I haven't had an opportunity to see you, and I'm happy to see you yet in Monrovia. So it's a pleasure talking to you. Now, here I am. I'm all yours. What's the question?
Thank you very much, Serena Seman Sifos. I know we're going to still bring in our brother and friend, Wellington Javon Smith. But we want to say thank you for being with us. Again, thank you
for availing yourself, man. After that $12.5 million diamond conversation, yeah, we are not talking about the diamond, but we are talking about your good friend and your good colleague and your senior lawyer, your instructor, by the way, Musa Dean. Your boss, Frank Musa Dean.
The way you want to be like.
No, guys, just stop that. Let's go to the question.
Don't start the conversation.
His idol.
No, but let me ask my question. I'm begging you, please. I really need to ask. I beg you, don't put us in situation. Don't sanction us, Serena. Allow us to ask our question. What I said to you, it's always good to have you. And you must say, we communicate a lot. I don't know. We fun to like each other. I don't know why, Stephen Johnson, but I'm the best friend of all the folks in Liberia. That's good. My question to you, as it stands right now, we go back to the book of Chinua Achebe.
It's frozen.
The great writer from Nigeria. When the center cannot hold,
I can never be a frame of a man. That man is a frame of a man. He's not a man.
But let me ask my question, SG. Let me ask my question. I'm begging you, if you will allow me. I say when things cannot hold things, when the center cannot hold, things fall apart. Where are we with the confirmation of Frank Musa Dean? From all your legal understanding, where are we, sir?
He's frozen.
As we can see, he's coming back from another angle. So let me take this one down. And then I will bring in the other angle. I beg you, Stephen Johnson, don't laugh. We're begging you. We like on time bomb here. Okay.
I am back. Yeah.
Yes, you are. My question remains the same.
Yeah.
You are very good. You are very, very good man. We believe so, and we love to have you. Where are we with the confirmation hearing of Frank Musa Dean?
Well, first the question. I think I'm the wrong person to answer such a question.
Legally, you are not. You serve as Solicitor General under Frank Musa Dean.
The reason being is that whoever nominated him and that Judge Weah, President Weah, nominated him, he should now be asking the question: where is his nomination at the moment? I'm not the one. Musa Dean is a nominee of President George Weah. Now, the problem is, the other day I didn't appear on your show. A lot of people call, blah, blah, blah. The mayor going to be there, blah, blah, blah.
They say you ran away.
Blah, blah. Yeah. Oh, the Senate going to confirm you, blah, blah, blah. The mayor will be the one, will be the justice, blah, blah, blah. I have a personal problem with Musa Dean, but I don't want to bring my personal problem and disagreement with him to this show. So when my friend said that your former boss here, and I said, you said frame of a man. For example, Remy knows that very well. Even my wife, we've been together for a very long time, over 3 decades. She calls me a grown-up man. No mark on me for that. Because as a man, you go around, you must be a man. It is not for me, as Serena Cephas, to determine or to argue with God about my gender. I'm a real man. So I was born a man. But I can't ravel and want to be like a frame of a man. Somebody who is like a frame. The frame of a man.
Is that why Ramada ain't only allow one person?
No, that's my question. Let me answer my question. We come to your own question.
How can you tell me? Listen, when you
everybody
bring
mute themselves, please. Everybody mute themselves.
Yeah, when you bring character into play, I mean, first I said it that day. Somebody who is 5'4", I'm 5'9". The guy weigh 120 pounds. I weigh 168. How can I be? What do I wish to be? President Weah appointed him. The president honored. Let me tell you, Article 54C of the 1986 Constitution gives the president the authority to appoint public official. Under Article 50 of the 1986 Constitution, the president has 3 distinct, separate functions and responsibility. He is head of government, head of state, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia. As head of government, the president is the chief magistrate and chief administrator of the state. His function in the executive spread out. Whoever the president nominates, perform or serves at the pleasure of the president, Article 50 says. Now, the argument as to whether Musa Dini has been nominated or here they're going to the Senate, it doesn't concern me. My only concern is, what is the end game? Because one aspect of the thing is, the president has, for example, as of today, the president has 17 days to hand over power. Some other argument has come about. One group say, but the mess of the serving at the will of the pleasure of the president. I said, no. When the person in the judiciary, when they are appointed, they are nominated, confirmed, appointed, and commissioned, they become independent, detached from the executive. So they no longer serve at the pleasure of the president under Article 56. Now, another aspect you need to find out, I need to bring to your attention is that the Liberian Constitution is written in such a way that he who appoints has the authority to retire. So first, let's assume that a justice or a judge want to be retired. It will write the president, because the law is that issue of retirement, for example, is an administrative, it's in the executive, domain of the executive branch of the Liberian government. It's not in the judiciary. So Musa Dini transitioning from the executive to the judiciary is the sole decision of the president. I have nothing to do with that. But the question I want to ask, and I think you all should ask, is that Musa Dini is shrouded into crisis surrounding a theft of a 53.4 carat diamond that he claimed belonged to the Republic of Liberia. As a consequence of that, we went to court. We challenged his decision, which is the right thing for every decent citizen to do. The court has ruled that indeed, based on the findings of the Joint Security Board, the diamond belongs to my client. He comes out openly and boasts that by saying that before the case gets to the Supreme Court in March, he will be on the Supreme Court bench. And we just laugh about it. Everybody say, but this can't happen. I mean, he's just kidding. Now, the March term of court, the court has 2 terms. The Supreme Court has 2 terms. They have the March term and the October term. So the case is likely to come out in March term of court. He's now being nominated to the very Supreme Court, and he's going to sit down there. I mean, what is that? One argument will say, but the man will recuse himself. But my man, if you take a catfish and put it in some small river, it all will be catfish. You will maneuver and live as catfish. This man is a new con artist, morally bankrupt. He understands nothing. All he understands is that he sold his soul. If you read the book of Mark, chapter 8, verse 36, Christ was asking a question. What shall it profit a man if he gains the whole world and loses his own soul? Now, what it tells you is that there's a difference between a soul and a body. The guy is restless. All he understands is about property. His drive, he had that penchant for properties. So he goes to the Supreme Court bench, president nominates him there. Omen case come up to the Supreme Court bench. You think he would just sit there as just somebody who is just a new outsider? Absolutely no. This is the kind of problem we're talking. So is it a reward for stealing the Omen diamond? Is it a reward? Now, I don't dispute the fact, and let me tell you this, I don't want to be emotional today. I don't dispute the fact that he taught me in law school. I don't dispute the fact that he's older than me. I don't dispute the fact that he was once my boss. I don't dispute the fact that he owns a lot through hook and crook. But one thing that I dispute about him is that he doesn't have that sense of ingenuity to provide the kind of direction the court is going through at the moment. He wear two faces. Musa Din wears two faces. In fact, because he's so bitter that when you see him, at first sight, you will wonder whether he's been sick for years. He's always restless because his soul is restless because the body is different from the soul. This is the kind of problem we're talking about. So I'm talking about a man who understands no other language.
Because of time, can we move on to ask you some questions? Maybe you can.
I'm willing. Today I'm
yeah,
ask any question.
Thank you. So I'm going to begin with my first question, and then we'll go to Steve Johnson, and we'll go to Glendy, and then we'll go to Remy Gray. Yeah. There's a paper I have here that you wrote, and in that paper you said that Musa Din sold the diamond at the cost of US $1.4 million by the use of fake documents processed to conceal and distort the origin, identity, and ownership of the diamond. Yeah. These documents have been retrieved and available for the president to review. Do you have records? Yes, you have. See, you are speaking to the president in the document that I have.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember writing that, right?
Yes, I read a lot. Gray knows that I write a lot of articles.
So my question to you, do you have evidence? You have these documents that you said that this man sold the diamond because he used fake documents.
Thank you very much. There's an old man in town. He's an express in diamond issue. They call him cont, but actually a diamond they call him Ibu. They have all the documents. In fact, we'll make sure we send you all the documents. I saw a press statement today. From Murray. Listen, this same question was asked the last time when I was on the show. And that day I was a bit emotional because when Musa Din was telling a light to rival darkness, it got me off balance because I was really annoyed. But let me tell you this. Musa Din, as a consequence of a protest initiated by the owner of the diamond before the house of the president then ordered him to commission a board of investigators to proceed to Smithtown to do a fact-finding. Two conditions were set up that they were supposed to fulfill. One, the origin of the diamond. Two, the ownership of the diamond. The Joint Security Board went to Smithtown, investigated. It's a whole dossier. I wish I would have the opportunity to send everything to you as a whole dossier. In fact, thank God I brought it. This is the book. This is it. It's a whole dossier. You see the book? Written by them. And I will show you. Let me show you their signature page. You see? I will show you. Okay. They all started to sign beginning from here. And let me read for you. They say that a 53.434 carat diamond, which was discovered and recovered in Lofa River, claimed 12F Survey, Smithtown, Obama Mining District 2, Bapulu County, Republic of Liberia, is the property of T. Davis Slower and Abraham Kamara, bearers of Class C mining plate. This is what the Joint Security Board wrote. This is their signature. You see, United Tuan, Solicitor General. So what was required of him, if he was not the crook he is, when the Joint Security Board submitted this report, copy of which was sent to you by DHL, so you read. So many people they interview. All he needed to do as Minister of Justice and Attorney General was to write the Minister of Lands and Mines and Energy to say, turn the diamond over to the owner.
Okay.
Then he wrote a report. Tonight I'm going to show you something. When I was in the Ministry of Justice, Musa Din wrote pretty close to 25 legal opinions. Not a single one of those opinions were correct. Everything makes quotation of the law. wrong on citizens. I will go in my closet and bring you some
Okay.
letters. And I'm going to show you.
Thank you very much.
Let me respond.
No, but you
I'll bring
answer
you
the question
today.
for Mr. Sifa. I would really love for you to come back and be here from the beginning of the show, because I mean you have a lot to explain.
But Stephen told me to come. 10 o'clock. So I came 10 o'clock. So what I will do, I'm going to go up there and take all the letters, wrong legal opinion, wrong legal citations.
All right, I got another question for you.
But let me go to the Dama issue. The Dama issue.
Yeah, the Dama issue I asked you about.
Yeah, so he wrote and cited Article 22A. Article 22A of the 1986 Constitution refers to joint property ownership of Liberian citizens. 22B refers to mineral resources on the land and on the ground. On the land, on the ground. Now, Article 22B, the power assigned to Article 22B has been dedicated to the Ministry of Lands and Mines. And because it's under Ministry of Lands and Mines, Ministry of Lands and Mines can now assign money claims and money rights. So if you have a money claim, you find a diamond, then now the resources of the government of Liberia.
Yes.
Instead of giving the
Mr. Sifa, you explained that to us the last time you're here. So I want a yes or no answer when I ask you if you have.
No, I'm a lawyer. I'm a
yeah,
lawyer.
you did law. Yes,
You
please.
know,
So we have
at
all
the
these
highest
documents.
level of law practice. So I don't have the word yes or no.
I
But if
appreciate that.
I answer, it will tell you yes.
No. I appreciate your answer, sir. It's just because of time. You know, that's the
All
only
right.
reason.
What's the next question?
My next question to you, in this writing that I have, you wrote this, and you can tell me if you did or did not. You said that you are asking the president, okay? You said, is the president telling the Liberian people now that in the CDC, they have first and second class partisan? Is it your view that in CDC, they have first and second class partisans?
Well, this question was simply a convey to me. The Ome conveyed that to me because if you went to Matari Estate, old Matari Estate, the entire household are all seditious. The entire residents in that place are all seditious. And overwhelmingly, they voted for CDC. But one thing I learned in recent years from George Weah is that whoever the public hates is the one that George Weah loves. For example, I give you the case in bombing, the last election. When he raised the hand of Honorable Situma, a good friend of mine, there was a public inertia. Everybody said no. He still went on and put Situma. You saw the result there. So in this case, the women were asking me to ask him whether they are first, second, or third class partisan in the CDC. Yes.
And what do you think? And I'll move on to my colleagues.
Well, first, it is not my place to think how Joe Weah treat his partisan, but I see him, they adore him like a hero, and I see him to be an icon for the party. However, I disagree with some of his actions and some of his activities, because some of his actions and activities landed the party where it is today. So if you ask me, my view, I think so, because that's how the Ome feel. And those of us who are in the party, who's supposed to be the vigilant among the people to determine a definite course of action and provide direction and vision for the party to grow. If we are now discriminating against members of the party, it clearly tells me the person who's supposed to provide a vision is behaving the way he's behaving, then indeed there seems to be first, second, third, and fourth class partisan in the CDC.
Thank you.
Before we go to Stephen Johnson, thank you, Dr. Richardson. It's good to have our sister Fatima Bintu Salif on. They're going to be a very interesting show. They're going to take us to our closing, but we must ask our question, the reason why Senator Seman Serena Cephas is on the show, the former SG of the Republic.
No, I don't even want to go into the Senate. The noise too much. I can't stand it. I can't stand it, please.
Never. Leave me alone. But before we go to my
disclaimer,
I want to ask you a question. So, which class are you in? First, second, or third?
You know, Liberia is a representative democracy, and the CDC is a model of a representative democracy. So, for those who are enlightened, who are supposed to provide a direction and guidance for the party to grow, are fall in that category. So are in the intelligentsia group of the CDC.
And that would be the first class, correct?
That would be the last class, because in representative democracy, those who are elected are supposed to be the employees, and those who elect are supposed to be the employer.
let me ask you. Upon you, when the American came down with, on a very serious note of a question, they came down with a sanction, and they sanctioned you. Yeah. Since you were placed on sanction, have you spoken to the President George Manawia?
Never. He has not even called me, not even a day. He has never, ever. I left Justice Ministry absolutely penniless. I left Justice Ministry with only one thing: my joy to continue to persevere as a Liberian. The president has never, ever called me, has never interacted with me. He has interacted with every other person. In fact, let me tell you a secret today. I was prosecuting a guy called Aloysius Stowe. He's a counselor at law now. But we have a name. We have a name. We call ourselves.
Is that a former secretary?
We call ourselves KDR. KDR means Quad Democratic Republic, just for fun. You know that, because all of from southeastern Liberia. So we call ourselves KDR. So I was prosecuting the man, and I got through making an argument in court. So he walked up to me, he said, KDR, I know you're doing your job, but I got a message for you. I said, what is that? He said, we sent a delegation to see how we could find a way to resolve this matter, but it seems that the president hates you. He told us personally that he doesn't like you. He hates you. And
Aloysius still telling you that?
Yeah, Aloysius, we can call Aloysius any day. So even though he's prosecuting us, I said, look, Aloysius, I am doing a fact finding. I said, this matter, it should not be seen as I'm the one who starting this matter. I said, Musa Dean initiated this raid. I said, Aloysius, you can call Honorable Nathaniel Mangill. He's my living witness. He will tell you when the raid was brought before me, I openly protested that I was never going to get involved.
Steering, slap the devil out of that internet. We need him more.
First class citizen.
Is he on his phone? Maybe they're calling him.
Theo and African, I have a very special question. I've always been trying to ask him.
We're gonna wait for him to come back on, but still, let me hear what you just heard this from him, Stephen Johnson.
No, I got a couple of questions for.
Yeah, but let us have the conversation while he tried to come back on. He said the president since sanction,
but once the Minister of Justice and
okay, so I think he will reset and come back. Since the sanction, August 15, 2022, the president have never ever called him.
That's terrible.
Look, I listen, Stanton. It's I don't know the degree of the relationship between we and Serena's, but I remember Serena was. I don't think I will give him sympathy in this instant. Serena was.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, one of the guys who was very involved with the whole partisan thing after the elections about some of the persecution and going after people. I don't think he deserved that kind of sympathy to the extent to say we hadn't called him. I remember when Serena was Solicitor General, he would brag about couple of things, it is the time, this is the government, they will go after people, they will persecute people, and that's it. So I don't want to think that relationship between him and Weah is something that the Liberian people should be very concerned about.
CEO, I was gonna. Oh yeah, the honorable.
I want Stephen to take it away from that place. I'm begging you guys. Stephen, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Councillor Sifas, can you hear me? Councillor, can you hear me?
All right, Steven, look like, man, when somebody on the
CEO, just in case, I had this question for the counselor. I've been always meaning to meet him and ask him this question. Remember the lady Woki Parker? The lady who the 800K stolen money woman. Remember back in the days, Ellen indicted her. On the counselor Cephas and Musa Dean were representing. They defended her, and when George Manawia took office, I remember the counselor and Musa Dean did not show up in court, and that's how that case was dropped. When she was indicted by Helen Johnson, they took up upon the case and they said that she was not guilty. They were defending her. Counselor, you remember that case, Woki Parker's case?
But we were coming to you. The internet came on. You were asked that question, Steven. You can take the time to ask your question, Steven.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good to see you. I'd like us to drift a little bit from the personal beef between you and Musa to a more substantive
conversation. It's not a personal beef. There can be no personal beef between Christ and Satan. There can never.
Yeah, but I would not think that you, Cephas, will equate yourself to any Christ-like character. That would be
I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. Christians are followers of Christ.
Christ-like. Yeah. No. When you say no. When you and in the context you say
the followers.
No. It doesn't mean because
Christ-like.
Counselor, granted, but it doesn't mean that because you're a Christian and somebody may not be a Christian, it means you Christ and they Satan. That would be a false.
No, because I'm saying Johnson. I'm saying light has nothing to do with darkness.
No. But somebody not being a Christian does not make them to be in the darkness. That's the point.
But what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that
for somebody who sold a soul to the devil for property.
No. That would be a wrong. That would be a misrepresentation.
Let's go to the issue. What the question?
Let's go to the issue. I'd like us to come more to the substantive issue. Counselor, if you look at the timeline of the event leading to the nomination of Musa Dean, first, Justice Nambwe wrote a letter in which he requested retirement. That was the first letter we saw circulating. He requested that he would like to retire. In the second letter that we saw circulating, the president of Liberia nominated Musa Dean to the Supreme Court as an associate justice in the second letter. Then the third letter we saw was the letter from the Chief Justice. And all of these things were happening in chronological order. It means that the third letter happened after the first two letters, after a nomination was made. And then first point is Nambwe had requested a retirement. The Chief Justice in her letter wrote announcing the vacancy and provided what I call a justification as to why Nambwe could retire, as was a precedent based on the case with Johnny Lewis. Do you think by this timeline, Councillor, that the proper procedure was followed? And if not, do you also believe that when there is a procedural error in the law, is that a ground for something to be disqualified or thrown out of the window? Can you speak to that, please?
Thank you very much. There's a word they call sub judice. It means when a matter is before the court, any Liberian citizen, including officers of the court, are barred from making any comment that will have an adverse effect or that may be considered adversity to the integrity of the court. In 1973, the Supreme Court made a ruling in a case called Iri Francis G. Doe, C-23 Liberian Law Reports, page 38. The Supreme Court said it is the only court in the land that has the inherent constitutional authority to determine what constitutes contempt. So, for example, if you pass in front of the Supreme Court, you have your hands akimbo, and the justice see and consider that to be offensive, you can be held in contempt. As a member of the Supreme Court bar, I have no authority whatsoever to make any information, provide any information, or give any personal opinion for a matter that is before the court. It is my understanding that there's a petition before the court on this issue. Now, whether or not the court follow procedural error or this was this, so I won't be able to speak to it because first, I'm only an officer of the bar. I'm not an official spokesperson of the court, and the matter is before the court for determination. So I don't have the authority. I'm totally incompetent to speak to that. But if you were to ask me, for example, the $100 million drug case which have been disposed of, how Musa Dinko now with the THR and the other people, Bilal, and they shield the people, and they took the wrong people to court that I can speak to. It's wrong because right now your platform is the leading platform in the country, and perhaps in West Africa. It has a lot of followers. There are those who said, when they heard my name, they said, who is coming? So this question I knew it was coming. I get no answer, my brother. Me tell you a fun. I went to the Supreme Court the other day, and one of the justices asked me to define certain word. Say, what is your definition, Serenius? I think that Professor Banks, then he said, Serenius, what's your definition of the law? I said, no, Your Honor, I will not provide any definition. He said, well, I said, your definition will be the one that will count, not mine, because what the court say is the law, and that court is a constitutional court. And constitutional law is what the court says.
Do you think there's a vacancy on the Supreme Court?
I don't know. I don't know whether there's a vacancy or there's no vacancy. The court will speak to that. Do you think there's a vacancy?
You the lawyer.
I don't know.
Before we go to our sister Fatima, let me ask. Let me just piggyback off Stephen Johnson's question.
Yeah.
To be frank, help the Liberian people understand. Take away sentiments.
Okay.
Do you think Minister Frank Musa didn't qualify to be an associate justice?
Listen to it. I'm not like the other people. I'm the only one who went to school to learn effective propaganda. So I know exactly why they mean. There must be little truth into what you say. You say that. I tell you this for sure. Yes, academically, yes.
Amen. Why the Google question they can
put it in many years he spent because he said
can you please repeat yourself?
Before the Supreme Court bench for 5 years to be qualified to become a yes. Academically, yes, or practice, yes. But morally, in terms of providing the direction that the court needs to be, for example, to add to the current rebranding process of the court, I have doubt. Because the woman dama business, the cooking business behind the man. Everyone the man go put the cooking one.
We didn't get you too clear because we didn't get you too clear because you were tripping, but I don't know.
I should go over that. You can get me
please
now.
Do. Yes, please do. We can hear you now.
I have said, and on the record, I have said, at least you should give a man a credit where the credit belongs, right? In terms of the number of the qualification of the number of years required to become an associate justice, yes. In terms of the academic qualification, yes. In terms of the long experience in the practice of law, yes. But in terms of providing the vision and direction that the court needs to provide a complementary vision that the court needs, no, because morally he's bankrupt, he's decisive, myopic, and lack the sense of the ingenuity to provide the kind of direction that we all look up to. He's not a role model. He's a person who in order to max out the impotencies and cowardice, will use to manufacture the most asinine slander to tarnish the reputation and character of those who have seen through hypocrisy and viciousness. He doesn't understand that there's a need for a national cohesion. He is narrow-minded. It's that parochial approach that makes him the way he looks.
Fatima.
How are you? I am Fatima Bintu Salif, and I would like to ask you this question. Do you remember the lady Matilda Woki Parker from NPA? Honorable frozen again. Honorable? Well, my question to the Honorable, in all fairness, was I was going to ask him about Matilda Woki Parker, who was indicated in that 800,000 K monies that was stolen from the Port Authority of Liberia. So I was actually, he and Musa Dane represented her, and the case was actually thrown out of court because when Judge Weah took over the government, Ellie had taken her to court, taking her to tax for that money. And when Judge Weah took over, he and Musa Deen represented her. And my question to him is, they both refused to go to court, and based on them not showing up, the case was thrown out of court, and of course she was found not guilty. Today he's calling Musa Deen corrupt and lack, the temperament to
coming back, Fatima. Be patient. Do not give your.
I'm for the mental. Yeah, even after the fact, so you can answer that question.
Yeah, yes.
How are you?
I said, in terms of the academic qualification, in terms of the number of years served, in terms of the academic qualification, in terms of the number of years required for you to become an associate justice, the experience, yes. All of the above, yes. But when it comes to providing the kind of vision, collective vision that is required to give the court a new look, he doesn't have that. First, he's myopic in his reasoning. He's parochial.
Honorable, I think we got that part. I just wanted my question. We got all of that you said. It was now my turn to ask you a question. I was asking you if you remember one of your clients, Miss Matilda Woki Parker, who was indicted for the stolen 800K during Ellen Johnson's regime. Do you remember her from the National Port Authority?
I remember the case, but I was not in the case. It was Musa Deen.
No, you and him represented her.
Huh?
You and him.
Allow him to finish.
I was
on the onset.
Yeah, listen.
He said, let me answer. Yeah.
Yeah. From the onset, I was supposed to be part of the team. But at a certain point in time, Musa Deen and a colleague of mine, a good friend of mine from the European Bar, Arthur Johnson, were the one. I was never a counsel of record. I did not make any representation. We were in Accra. On a case, and Matilda was presenting. I think they wanted to have a new port in the Cape Mount area. She was presenting a blueprint. When we put the radio on from Liberia, and we heard that the president had fired her and wanted her to return to Liberia. We immediately fed on the account of an information relating to the amount you're talking about. So she returned to Liberia. She was arrested and she was taken to court. At the outset of the whole situation, I was slightly involved, but at a certain point, I was asked to discontinue, and she was the client. She was the client, the employer. At that time, I had just left from being arbitrarily suspended by the Supreme Court for a case that my former boss was in, the late Sigu, had asked me to make a representation. And when I reviewed the case, and then I said, look, let the court rule, let the court proceed with the ruling, because it was a case involving a man called Jim Tonola from Kakata. He was being held. It was a case that was filed by a guy called Saboli. So I had just returned from my suspension when Matilda's case came about. I traveled to Accra, and then when I came back, and then they hired me, then somebody said, oh, and the Wisner is on the case, and they say Justice Janet up there, and when a suspended CFA, And if you go with me on the case, and when I go to Justice Janet will do something otherwise. So I said, look, I want for you to get free because it's not so much the money, but I want for you to get free. So you indicated to me that you are innocent. So let me pull back and let Arthur and Musa Din continue. That's how they continue. But there are a lot of things that happened in that case. While they were in court and they are far born, it was when the prosecution was still looking for evidence that proceeded with indictment. I think that one of the problems that developed later on. When I became Solicitor General, the case has lasted on a docket for almost, I think, 3 years. And the law is that after 2 succeeding terms, and this is not done now. There's no new evidence brought forth to counteract the challenges that the defense have filed. So I think on that basis, the state decided to enter a nolle prosequi. When that was done, I was no longer in the employ of the Ministry of Justice. I had left, I had resigned, quote unquote, for the issue of the sanction. So the manner and form in which I think the evidence was gathered, because I saw some of the evidence, and then it was challenged, and there was no further new development to counteract what was done. I think the state acted based on its authority to set her free. I was in the employ of the Playboy. I think I supported the idea, but I was not a counsel of record. If you check the record, I made no personal representation in court.
Okay, and then my next question is, I know you've been here, and I'm actually referring to Musa Din as this corrupt person, one without morality. You even compare him to not be like the likes of Jesus, and you are. But with the history of Liberia and with your record that I've been closely following, I think, like, at this juncture in our history and moving forward, I believe that most of the I don't want to call you guys recycled wine that are now spewing that you're the best among the brightest and best minds in Liberia. I think there should be the time where you guys sit as godfathers and let the young and fresh minds go, and lead the Supreme Court of Liberia. I've followed you. I follow Musa Din. I feel that both of you can do Liberia some justice at this point and step aside and let a new breed of lawyers take over the country. Would you agree?
Thank you. I have never, ever, in any form, manner, or shape, presented myself as D. I have never, ever, and Rim is on your show. He knows me personally. I did not canvass for any position. I did not canvass or will not canvass for any position. I'm contented with what I do. I spend many hours in my office here reading laws and reading Bible. I'm not Christ-like. I'm simply saying when you are a Christian, your life means you have to put yourself, because you have to let your light shine before men, all men, so that they will see and glorify the name of your Father in heaven. So if you want to be a Christian, you have to live, you have to put yourself in a position that you will not get involved in things. Let me tell you, my dear sister, Musa Din and I can never compete. I admit he was my professor. I admit he taught us. I don't lie, but I disagree, because the evidence I have in my possession regarding my sanction was written by Musa Din. He doesn't know I know. I was saying something, and then you.
No. Wait. Musa Din wrote your sanction?
Musa Din wrote everything that regarding my sanction. The evidence is in my possession. I know for sure.
So you are saying that Musa Din snitched on you to the Americans?
All the newspaper report, every evidence he said they had against me, the newspaper, he went to front page Africa, how the stories should be written. I have everything. I get the papers. I get everything with me. But
I don't need to hear this. Great as you come. I hope you can press on it before we go to Stephen
listen,
Jones.
let me say this.
No, that's the allegation you just brought up, Musa Din.
I said, but let me tell you how it happened.
Yeah, how it happened. How?
All right. The Comey case, I was not involved with the raid. I told you, you can call Honorable Nathaniel F. Magay. I was not involved with the Comey case. I knew nothing about the Comey case. When the case came about, I had gone to the mansion to see Magay. They brought the issue of the raid. I said I wanted to see the evidence. The only thing I said under Section 10.6b of the Criminal Procedure Law, a Liberian citizen can appear before a magistrate on oath and they can issue the raid, because that's the authority of that the law gives to a Liberian citizen. So I said, if a Liberian citizen went to the court and issued a raid, I want to see the evidence, because you have to go through the prosecution. I said I was not getting involved. The raid was dropped. The raid was reinstated. My only involvement into the case was that I did not want to leave the case with any Liberian, any prosecutor, and then the government lost the case or loses the case, then it becomes a problem. That's how I got involved in the matter. I get a letter here. I'm sorry, I'll just bring you a letter. He wrote me 2 letters. Publicly, he wrote me 2 letters. He had press conferences. He wrote me 2 letters asking for the evidence, but beyond the scene was asking me to proceed with prosecution. And in my decision to nully prosecute the case, I wrote an exposition. I think you saw it. I said the evidence was aloof, meaning the crime, the act was committed, but the action for which the crime was committed was in 2023. The investigation, the trial was in 2022. So Liberian law, though it's prospective, but the law is not done in a way that, for example, you get up, Mr. Johnson, you say, you saw the president next week. Then you say, arrest the man, okay, the man to jail. You have not done it. So let's assume the man forged the document. And he stopped the other 22. So with all the things you're doing, talking publicly and talking behind the scene, I left the case. I dropped the case. I get all the papers.
So I will hold you there, Colonel Gray. I want you to come in. But I got no. We got to go to Colonel Gray because he been quiet. When Colonel Gray come in, then we'll do another round because this is big. Yeah. We have the former Solicitor General accusing the sitting Justice Minister soon to be Associate Justice that he wrote document as he have in his possession that Serena Sifa should be placed on sanction. This is huge, folks.
Even the letter he wrote to the American ambassador, I displayed the letter. He denied that. He said the letter had mistakes. So I produced 7 other letters. If you will, I can go and bring you some letters.
Can you send it to me? Can you send me some of these letters that try to
just wait a minute.
Yes. Oh, Steven, let me bring you in, Steven. I beg you. We got listen. If you get time, this is interesting. Liberians are up. They're listening. The SG, great. The SG saying the minister wrote against him to be placed on sanction. To the American, this is huge.
Remy Gray, it's your turn.
Yeah, I'm coming on you. Why
I heard you say Stephen. So this is huge. We know definitely the rivalry that was between these people. The level of rivalry, the only way to have gotten rid of one person was to probably snitch on him.
Wow.
And this is where look, you can hold.
It was good.
Fatima, can you mute? I beg you.
Can you mute? Okay.
Oh.
You can hold Cephas to stand up because there are a lot of things he did wrong. I remember the issue about ritualistic acts and so on and so forth. There are a lot of things he did wrong, but the reason for which somebody will be placed on sanction is one I've always gone to investigate myself, whether what he did at the Ministry of Justice amounted to him being placed on sanction. But who am I? I'm the guy who, when I speak, maybe they'll say, "Oh, that's a friend," and I can't distance myself from somebody because they're on sanction. Siva is my friend. We're good friends.
Erimi. I'll find the other letter, the letter that he wrote to the American ambassador. I'll find it here, but the two are going to. I'll give you an
Can you take a
example.
picture of the one that you have screenshot and send it?
Because I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you this one, and let me repeat this. Let me repeat it. Let it reflect and form part of your records. Musa Dean doesn't write a simple sentence without an error. He does not write a simple legal opinion without an error. I have 25 letters constituting legal opinion in which all the law citations are wrong, including the one that he sent to the American ambassador. I will check my phone. If I can't find it, I'll check my phone. I will ask. I gave it to the media. He denied that. I'm going to send you a picture of all the documentation he wrote when the trial was ongoing. He said, give me the evidence. The law he relied upon, I'm going to show you the law. You go there. What are this law? What he relied upon? Is the law? So everything that he did in the Ministry of Justice, having press conferences that I wanted his job, assuming I wanted his job, a Liberian citizen wants another Liberian citizen job. Is that a threat to America? A Liberian citizen, for example, you can get up and say you want to be president of Liberia. George Weah will never send people to arrest you. Never. So let's assume I wanted to be Minister of Justice, my brother.
So I come back to you being on Sanction and Musa Dean facilitated.
So let me show you how he started. Let me show you how he started. Let me screenshot some of these things and show you some of the things he started, what he started doing. Let me do it because you asked for it. Let me give you.
Yeah, so Stephen Johnson, I know we heard from Conor Gray, and Conor Gray will come with question one. Serena is ready. But Stephen, this is big though. The sitting justice minister recommended sanction on the Solicitor General to Stephen.
Yeah, because he saw me as a threat.
Stanton, this is breaking news. I mean, it speaks to the degree of rivalry between Councillor Cephas and Councillor Dean, to the extent that Councillor Cephas is now accusing Musa of being the mastermind behind him being sanctioned. And this is huge because this is a breaking allegation. This is something that requires further and in-depth analysis to look at what was actually the case. Is it simply because Councillor Cephas wanted to be Minister of Justice? Is it deeper than that? Were the issues listed by the American verified? Are they verifiable? Can we point to it? My question to Councillor Cephas is
I'm sending you some of the
let's come on the surface, Stephen, because Conor Gray got to come in with a question. Listening, I believe he listened to the conversation tonight. It's a weekend program right now. Today is Friday. It's Saturday morning in Liberia. But Stephen, man, even if you're not part of CDC, hearing this thing, and also hearing that Joe Manuel refused to talk to Serena Cephas since the sanction, and he appointed.
I'll send you the letters.
Oh man, this is huge.
I'll send you the letters.
It's difficult to have this conversation without. There are three sides to every issue.
No, there are 5 sides to every issue.
Yeah, you got your 5. I get I said 3. Let me talk my own. You
can read Matthew chapter 28, verse 12.
You on your power team. Me, I'm talking my own. You the power man. Me, I'm power man. I know Matthew chapter 3. I know there are 3 sides to every story. Your side, my side, and the truth. Unless you got different other.
I send you the letters.
Yeah, I'm going to put a letter up. What Stephen just wait? Matthew 28 verse 12.
Going to 16. Read. Let me tell you the story. The guys were on duty when Christ was risen from dead. So guys came from the town and told them, they say we were sleeping. The disciple came and stole him. Now, you as a security man, it was a crime for you to say you were asleep. So here what happened? The truth was that they were actually sleeping. The guys that came into the town there were the rumor monger, they told them, said, no, don't say you were sleeping. Say in the night when you were on duty, they poked him and stole him. So the truth, the facts, the rumor monger, the hearsay, they say, those are the far sides. And they took the story. So supporting here, they say the post stole the mail, the other man did this. So really, you see, the guys was actually asleep, but it was a crime as a security man to be asleep. Then they put, so they told them, say, don't tell the poor that you are asleep. Say the disciple came and stole him. Really, can you see it? So
okay, Conor Gray, while I'm unloading this thing, ask your question, Conor Gray, and we'll go to Steven. We'll get back to our sister Fatima. We are on the new line right now because of the allegation against Musa Dane that he wrote recommendation. What I have in my possession,
I'll give you the letter. I'm looking for the letter.
To quote Serena Cephas on sanction, and the American did. These allegations are very huge, folks. Thank you for joining us. Let's go.
I have
Conor
the
Gray.
letter. I will have the letter here.
Cephas, you know, this issue about sanction, of course, I know it affects your ability to practice law in the international circle. Maybe, I don't know. One would deduce, but in all fairness, did you ever do you consider yourself innocent of the allegation that were made by that were contained in the reason for your being sanctioned? Are you innocent? Would you consider yourself as somebody who did not do any of these things for which you were cited?
Thank you. I have written the president many times asking for a panel to investigate this allegation. My argument has been that in the last 200 years, we haven't seen any corrupt Liberian put on trial, paraded. The last time we had an opportunity in 1980, the military put 13 men on the pole and executed them. The military were the judges, and they were the same people who overthrew the people on the pole, on the pole and killed them. I have argued, I say, the 1980 trial of the 13 public officials was almost like the one in
All right, the internet is tripping again. The internet is tripping again while we put this up. All right.
While we are waiting, those Conor Gray, can I just ask? I just want to make a statement. I was listening to all this that he was talking. Don't this just ring a bell as to what happened
when
to
I went to the Hague, I presented a paper. I said the Nuremberg trial was not a trial for the German guys on trial. So the international criminal.
Yes, you're good now. Thank you. Hello? All right, go ahead, Fatima. You will continue.
It reminded me of Honorable Johnny, you know? Isn't this the same thing that happened when everybody went against Honorable Johnny and they booted him out of the Supreme Court?
You know, listen, the Kabila Johnny case, in fact, in later time, I've written an opinion and said, look, we fought the case at the ECOWAS court and we lost 2 times. We were the first people to file for a review of judgment of the ECOWAS court. And in the application for review of judgment, we raised so many issues. And the ECOWAS court said, if we serious enough, we should have the authority or head of state to create an appeal chamber of the court. So the court ruled against us. So at the end of the day, I said, look, we lost. Let's pay the man 200,000. I said, let's pay the man. But as a court ruling, nothing I can do about it. We fought, we got tired. They beat us. Janet beat us. We should have.
But my thing is, you injustice, you accuse him.
You know, he's not listening to you. He's frozen, Fatima. That's just whether he can.
Just for conversation.
But you guys have the message that he sent me. I sent it to you guys. Can you review it while he coming back on?
What did you send
I said it's to you your WhatsApp.
You know, when they call ruling after.
You Christ, like.
Trial. I was trying to talk about the International Criminal Court. My argument then, as now, was that the court was a treaty-based court. As a treaty-based court, it could not do any other thing. So we needed a court with an international.
Right, the internet. I hope he can get out and come back again.
Yeah, but Stanton, this is big, man. This is big. We have to really find a way to go underneath.
Instead of one of the things I noticed since the guy that got sanctioned, everybody turned religious.
Yeah.
Coach,
Yeah. They all godlike now. When they were dealing with Cabinet Janet, they were not godlike.
Coaching Bao verse, Cephas now is calling himself Christ-like. I think they sanction already.
Yeah, but serious, guys. Let me ask you a question though. Look at the document he just sent us. The two document, right? He is removing himself and say everything that was done in attacking Alexander Combs came from Frank Musadin. He said everything that was done all through the trials came from Frank Musadin. So if the American went after him based on the recommendation of Frank Musadin, it's troubling. Read the letter he sent us. Those memos that came from Minister Dean. I think Minister Dean should speak to this. To allege that Minister Dean, went after him, recommended sanction from the American, and the American listened to Minister Dean. What was the reason why they put Serena Cephas on sanction, if you guys can remember? Did they say because of the Alexander Combs case alone?
Well, they wanted, they said it was influencing
because of also money laundering, right?
Yeah.
If you can go back to that case.
Money laundering was one, and then secondly, they say it was influencing.
So let me put this up. What we wait for him to come back. You right, Conor Gray, Minister of Justice from Councillor Frank Musadin Jr., Minister of Justice, Attorney General, to Serenos Cephas, the Solicitor General, April 25th, 2022. Almost 4 months to the sanction date. And here we have it. Subject, Republic of Liberia versus Alexander B. Cummings. You are hereby directed to furnish my office with all evidence in support of the Alexander B. Cummings trial on or before Friday, April 29, 2022. You will note that under Section 2.2 of the Executive Law, one of the duties of the Ministry of Justice is to procure the proper evidence for the conduct and prosecution of all suit and proceedings in the court in which the Republic of Liberia is a party. We have Serena Cephas back. So, Honorable Cephas, it's good to have you back. If you can please adjust your camera. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
The first letter we read said nothing about Frank Musadin, Minister Dean, recommending you be placed on sanction.
I told you I'll give you the letter. Okay, let me answer that question.
Yeah.
I said, if you listen to me keenly, from the beginning, if you listen to me, I said, he wrote a series of letters. I'll check for the letter, take my time, and share the letter he wrote to the U.S. Embassy, even though the U.S. Embassy denied. In that letter that you're reading, that one you just read, there's nothing called Section 2.2 of the new Executive Law. Section 2.2 of the new Executive Law refers to Assistant Minister. The letter that he denied writing contained the same error. And I have said to you from the onset, he writes, every communication he writes has an error. So I'm going to go to Section 2.2. So these things were well calculated, were part of the scheme to appear that you were asking me for evidence. You were trying to distance himself from the case. That's the way you were getting out of the comic case. Then finally, he wrote a letter to the U.S. ambassador, informing the U.S. ambassador that was a threat to national security. I wanted his job. I'll find a letter. And the letter, he denied that. So I produced 25 different letters in which there are errors, misquotation of the law. I'm going to find you Section 2.2 of the new Executive Law. I'm going to read it, and you'll see. So
no.
those
So let
were
me hold you there before the guys come in. You say he wrote a final letter to the American embassy saying that you're a threat to national security.
Yeah, that letter, the American ambassador. Yes, I will find it. I will find it. I will take my time. I'll find it.
Did you address this with the
Well,
president?
I thought
Did
you
you
knew
talk to
about
the
that. It was a, there's a guy called AB
no, but he
Newman.
denied it. What he denied it when it came up. He denied it. We ran with that story on the show.
Listen, you know why he denied? You know how he denied? You know how he denied? He said he had an error in it. He said, "Oh, there's an error in the letter, so does that mean that my writing?" So I then produced 25 different pieces of letter with error, two of which I just sent to you. And I'm going, that is the pattern, that is the pattern of things that he does. So I'm going for you now. I'm going to read for you. I'm going to the Liberian Code of Law revised section 2.2, the new executive law. So you read. I'll send it to you and see why he says that what the law says. This was part of his strategy. You understand?
Guys, you guys can come on. I'm done.
So let me throw my second question, Cephas.
Yeah.
You know, on the I'll hold on to this factor, this particular situation that you just brought up about Musa Din being the mastermind behind the sanctions.
Yeah.
Let me go back to this old man is diamond. You in your mind, just like ours, can say probably the president is not, it's not on your side of all things. Do you think Musa Din, if he has sold the diamond, do you think Musa Din would have done so without the knowledge of the president? If that diamond has been disposed of, do you think so it would have been done without the acquiescence of the president?
You know, in as much I may disagree with the president on a number of issues, I don't want to get involved in anything that will condescend the authority of the president. One thing I noticed is that there was a complete laissez-faire attitude in the government, in the administration of President we had. So many public officials took advantage of that and abused that discretion, that authority that was given them. Musa Din was one of them. Musa Din was one of them, or is one of them, who took advantage of the laissez-faire conduct of the president in properly administering the affairs of the state and used his office and authority to abuse the office and the rights of Liberians. But I wanted to read for you, Honorable Gray, section 2.2 of the new executive law. I was just trying to tell you, and it reads, I will send it to you. It says, Section 2.2 Executive Law, Assistant Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, new executive law, with the advice and consent of the Senate, the President shall appoint such assistant ministers to the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs as President shall deem necessary for the effective performance of the duty. Section 2.2 of the new executive law refer to Assistant Minister of State, don't refer to Minister of Justice, Attorney General. You have a letter where he cited 22A to me, 22B. This, I said 25, I have seen legal opinions. And Gray, you and I went to school together, you know me. Once you made 2-3 mistakes, I can't talk to you again. Then it's a waste of time. That's me. That's me. So section 2.2 of the new executive law refer to Assistant Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. There's a country attorney general writing relying on section 2.2. So any question?
I have a question.
I beg you, somebody want to ask this question, Stephen, please allow me. I beg you real quick. Just to move aside, the Liberian people will decide your allegation against Frank Musa Din, the Minister of Justice, that he recommended you to be placed on sanction.
Yes.
They will decide on it. We will have a long conversation on this another time. But they want to know your asset recovery program that you ran, including present and past government officials, sir. How far?
Thank you.
Give us an update on that.
When Arthur resigned, the entire program was crippled, destabilized, and there was for two basic fundamental reasons. Grant Thornton LLP from Great Britain is the leader in asset recovery. You can check them out, Grant Thornton. With Grant Thornton, they had the best security in the world, MR6, MR5. They were working with that. There's a law firm that was in New York called Dwayne Murray LLP, downtown Manhattan. Dwayne Murray LLP, downtown Manhattan was with them. Then we managed to have enough conversation with some FBI. But the asset recovery program was on the verge of succeeding. It was killed by Musa Dean. I will keep the information for another day. Maybe if the new government comes to power and want information on asset recovery, we'll do that. We created an account called the Asset Recovery Account. It was at the Central Bank of Liberia. You can call Mr. Wolokoli, Samora Wolokoli, and other people will tell you. I was never a signatory to the account. We were able to retrieve, I think, up to 685,000 United States that was in that account. People were paying into that account. Who kills the asset recovery agenda was Musa Dean, because Arthur Johnson had gathered sufficient evidence and was on the verge of arresting Musa Dean. Again, that's not from me. You can find out that information from Arthur. And Musa had taken the complaint to the office of the president. Arthur was there, I was there. And Musa said that Arthur did respect him, and Arthur said, we'll fight corruption with no courtesy. In fact, it was Gu who said that. It was there that President Weah told us that he didn't know Musa Dean. It was Magay who brought Musa Dean. And then President Weah offered. He said, Cephas, I was in charge of the Peace Commission. I was given money by the government of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. As president, I will submit myself to the asset recovery. The day you called me, Musa Dean was standing there. He said, everybody should submit to the asset recovery. When we left, we don't know what happened. Musa Dean, other people fought. That's how asset recovery died a natural death. But the other aspect, American talk, I will leave it.
Who all were involved? Who all were involved?
Musa Dean was involved.
And who else? Government official, past or present?
Well, part of the thing is that we were compiling information, gathering information. We are hired. We had gone to London. Acquired Grant Thornton. Grant Thornton sent a delegation that were in Monrovia for 6 months in a hotel compiling information. The Dwayne Murray LLP from New York and some 2 FBI personnel came to Liberia to work along to gather some of the pieces of information. I can tell you the asset recovery was successful in freezing 6 million pounds in Great Britain. I went to court in 2020. I went to court at the civil law court. I got a judgment. The money is there with the British government. They said they were not going to release the money until the government of Liberia can identify what project they will use the money for. If the new government take office on the 22nd, they can go to the foreign ministry. They can ask the British government the copy of the judgment. We put a apostille on it. We send it to the British government. They can make a follow-up, and they can get the first $8 million to complete the road that we were trying to identify, which is a road from Dupo Road coming to RI.
Do you think this new government, do you think this new administration should follow suit?
Yeah, for the $8 million, the $8 million, some guys claim that the Liberian government was giving charity. So when they call me as Solicitor General, I say the government, I can't even pay people able to give $8 million charity to whom?
So you recommend that Joseph Yeman Boaka bring about the asset recovery?
It's my recommendation because I think there are other issues I will leave it for the future because I can't go into detail on the asset recovery. But actually, there were a lot of wealth stolen from Liberia between 1950 and 1990. We need to recover that. If the government puts its effort in that, I'm sure they will succeed in recovering a lot of money.
Councillor, why you stopped to 1990?
Because, for example, part of the information we're getting is that most of the people that stole the money, they were dead, and the money was just there, but the source of the money came from Liberia. So
no, I mean, why you focus on from the current administration backward, from your administration going beyond?
Which administration? The George Weah administration?
The one you were in as Solicitor General.
George Weah administration?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
but that's the one you were in as Solicitor General.
Yeah, but I will not deny that.
Listen to this. I needed to be recovered.
Yeah, listen to this. Let me tell you. look, part of the team, let me tell you, I support the idea for the government to be audited so that we'll know where the new government is starting from. But an audit is not necessarily an attempt to witch hunt. It's not. Most time people look at it because it gives you what we call a satirical, performance, objective to know. Because that whole sector that you're going to occupy, you will know how much was there, how much you're beginning with here and there. So audit is not a bad idea. But it should be done. I have written the president. I think I sent you the letter. I wrote the president. I said, Mr. President, write ECOWAS for ECOWAS to commission an audit. I think people have seen that letter so that they will do and get it. Because if you allow the audit to be just left alone like that, it will be politicized. People will use it for political purposes. But if it is done by a regional body that subscribe to democracy, even there will be some pitfalls that they will see. They will refer that to the incoming government. The incoming government will now set into motion some of the machinery so that they can make the same mistakes that some of the mistakes that you people have made. The president
the reason I ask that question is normally people go for the last in first out method than the first in first out, because
the reason
if President President-elect Bouaga wants to audit, it will make more material sense if it starts from 2023 going backward than to start looking for 1950, because most of those who are directly involved.
You said asset recovery. That's why you didn't say audit.
Yeah, I mean asset recovery. It can start from 2023.
No. Listen to the. You said asset recovery. The reason why I said asset recovery, I was talking about there was even an information about a bank in New York used to call Chemical Bank. You heard about that bank before?
No, never.
All right, check it. You can Google it. Some Liberians have money in that bank. They died. You understand? The bank has ceased to exist. So you need people with knowledge to be able to follow that. That money should come to the Republic of Liberia for development purposes. When you want to hear your head, do the audit. If you find anything, you feel there was some malpractices, you honor obligation to take the people.
I agree. Let me ask my one question. So, Councillor, and I know you talk about in your communication, talk about you wanting an opportunity to be heard before the law based on the fact that you've been accused.
I want my day in court.
Yes, you need your day, and which is said, because I know what you go through. It has it has reputational damage on you, especially giving your fee as a lawyer for you to be under sanction by the most powerful country on the planet. My question to you is, under the Magnitsky sanction, there are provisions there for where people can challenge the sanction. There are, in fact, if you read the sanction towards the end, it provides a number where people can call, people can make representation, people can challenge the decision reached by either the Department of Treasury or whatever, involved with the sanction. Instead of you just writing a letter to WIA in which you're requesting that you be given a day in court, have you by any chance challenged the sanction using the available outlets as prescribed in the Magnitsky Act against the U.S. government? Have you?
Thank you. It's the same. Most time Liberians do this. When I was admitted to the International Criminal Court in 2016, a question was asked. For you to challenge the sanction, you got to do it in America. The lawyer I found for charging me $1,000 per hour. My brother. So even that's also my papers who I can eat. Where will get that one? But look, if that were on Liberian soil, my brother, oh my God, or in Europe, if I were in Europe, if I in Europe, I'll be at home. If I in Liberia, I'll be at home. Where will I get $1,000 per hour, my brother? You know that. Can't see the some of them, man. Some of we struggle, man. Some of we got to have from people, my man. It's not easy. So $1,000 per hour.
Man, that kind of car you driving second cannot make us believe what you are saying.
Which
man.
car is that? That behind there that my friend gave it to me is the two-door.
Man, that car that they ran after you. They ran after you at the University of Liberia campus.
Listen.
No, why you trying to brush your story? Why you trying to brush your story?
No, Staton, these are cases, When I went to University of Liberia with Remy Gray, we were very much, determined to argue issues and engage in, national debate. They go to the University of Liberia now, it's infested with drug addicts and hooligans, all the thing. First and foremost, they don't study there. Of course.
You calling the students
I said drug addicts that day. Me tell you, for example, this is what I always say.
Steven, you're product of that university. You heard what you just said?
I even regret it that the university has lost its taste. You understand?
What council does it?
The message is also drugs addict and hooligans.
The message
most of the people they're not students. Most of them are not students.
No, not Steven them days, but today. That's what he's saying.
I disagree. Not because the chase is car. I strongly disagree with you on
listen to
this.
Let me say this for the record, and let this pump out of your record.
That your government make them to be looking like hooligans because you didn't provide the educational resources to enable them that they can be within the competition of the civilized world. Your government failed to provide even filtering drinking water, clean drinking water, no library, nothing of an air condition, no decent toilet, nothing of a chemical lab, nothing of a teaching, a teacher, how you call it, a cafe, nothing of that kind. Your government honored George Manawia, of which you serve as Solicitor General. You damage the institution. You should be apologizing to the student. I am taking back that you call those students that are trying to have a better education, trying the best. You call them hooligans and drugs addicts. I mean, I'm taking back seriously.
Let me respond.
Please do.
It's a normal Liberian way of engaging in playing games. I can recall when I was at the University of Liberia, we blame the government for every wrong in the society. We blame the government. I said the place is now infested with hooligans and drug addicts who are not students. For example, let me tell you, which university in America that you will see the student when they get vexed, they break chairs, the very chair they face for them to sit down on, they break it, they do this, they do that. There's a university that is teaching peace management and conflict resolution. But every day is a crisis. So why are they teaching? They're teaching manager, they're teaching management. Nothing is managed. It's a normal Liberian thing.
Councilor, prior to your sanction, I used to see you on the campus every time.
No.
And nobody bother you.
No, listen. When you are being sanctioned,
I'm saying before the sanction.
No, Mr. Johnson. So when you are sanctioning me, you are guilty.
No, I'm just saying. How come they didn't go after you prior to your
sanction? Out.
Because you see the camera every time.
Yeah, listen. What happened? I didn't deny that. That's me. Listen, I didn't deny that. Let me tell you, I went to the University of Liberia because my brother's son wanted to study agriculture. So I went to the agriculture college where I graduated from 25 years ago to talk with the professor and see which area, because I studied soil science, I'm a soil scientist. So I wanted to see, he said he wanted to do soil science. So I said, all right, you should go, let me go and find out for you when that incident happened. I had an opportunity to defend myself, but these were kids who didn't know what they were doing. Their understanding of the issue was so limited. And as university campuses are not meant for people carrying racks and sticks and other things. They're not university. Then what kind of university is that? Then what's the essence of going to university? You carry sticks and racks and other things into ghettos. You don't do it at a university level.
In your case, because see for us, you know better. You went to
you blame the government for somebody picking up racks. You blame the
Yeah,
government for so many people.
because of the poor preparation.
Well, my brother, they're not the government. The government being power of the 6 months. I mean, 6 years. 6 years.
The manner, oh, that 6 months you're being power now, not 6
No,
years.
6 years, 6 years, 6 years.
Yes, 6 years. But let me ask you, man. Let me leave this university thing because the student heard what you said. The day you go there again, they will chase you out. I must
I
tell
don't
you.
have any reason to listen. I'm done with University of Liberia.
If you go there, they will chase you.
If there's an attempt to incite, no,
I'm not inciting anything.
There's a country of laws and not of men. There's a country of laws.
I want to bring this to your attention. This is the grand turtle you talk about when they visited Liberia, as you can see. Yes, so I want to applaud you for this is President. We are meeting the team. President, we are members of the Alright post with official the Grand Turtle, a global professional forensic investigation firm. You are quite correct. Coming back to the trial of it, these are some of the story that was reported on the front page Africa. As you can see, that's President. We are in his team meeting them. The story ran.
Please show me. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yes.
What you said?
I'm on this picture. This is Arthur Johnson. We were on the verge of appointing as our global lead counsel.
Yeah, it's President Where is Arthur Johnson, Samuel Toyu, and the rest of them with the team. So you are in the back.
Please send me this photo. Please send me the photo. I want to enlarge it.
Okay. So another thing is that, as you can see, it's on the front page Africa, March 15, 2020. You can check it out. That one actually you and Arthur Johnson, as you can see, the story ran asset recovery. Now, they are asking you, folks are asking you, what do you think about the whole asset recovery thing? You answer that question. The next question was something I will get back to it. But we want to say, Serena Sifa, my dear friend, you did extremely well. We hope you can send us a letter, the allegation about Frank Mossadegh.
I will find a letter.
Sanction. It's huge.
Well, he denied before. I will find a letter and send you a letter. I will send you the letter and I will send you all the clips and all the things. They're too bulky.
The ECOWAS issue. Then my last question was the ECOWAS. They did an audit, right? Of which you were involved, correct, Mr. Cephas?
Audit of what?
ECOWAS.
No. Okay. I went to ECOWAS school. ECOWAS didn't do any audit on what. I was writing the president for the president to ask ECOWAS to commission an audit of his government. So that
that's where I'm coming from. Talk to us about the end game on that recommendation.
Right. This is what I was doing. My fear was, I said to Mr. President, you have placed yourself on the side of history by being the first African leader to officially concede defeat, never seen in Liberian history, political history. So to be able to continue to earn the respect of your colleagues, all you need to do, commission an audit of your government, as it was done in the case of Madam Salif. But this audit should be headed by ECOWAS. ECOWAS will then do the audit, professional audit, and they will submit the audit report to the incoming government. Now, if it is an ECOWAS-led audit, it will not be politicized. But if you left the exercise to be on their own, and maybe the government takes hold of the audit and outsource it, some people will use the audit for political purposes. But in the case of ECOWAS, it will not happen. I was thinking far ahead. The president did not do that. He still has 17 days to do that. And if it is
the issue is that 2005 ECOWAS, I'm going through here. They had an audit with the Judy Bryant before he left and Madam Salif took over. That audit, what become of it? Then why are you calling for another ECOWAS audit when the first one was?
But there's a new administration that ruled the country for 6 years. So you use the 2005 audit as a condition precedent.
I'm saying if the audit the audit they didn't come through to help the Liberian people, why are you calling for another ECOWAS audit?
What is the object and purpose of an audit? And to set the record straight, right? And
did they set the record straight? 2005, did they set the record straight?
Well, the question is not be I'm not, there's anything in law we call it not the best evidence. I'm not the best evidence. Those who were in charge at that time will be.
Okay. The Honorable Serena Simasi.
Let me ask you about Nokal. One of the high points of that Grand Thornton investigation, or what was set to retrieve.
My brother, our global lead counsel submitted his resignation and the issue of Nuka was one of those issues. There were a lot of complications. The Global League Council Councillor Arthur Johnson submitted a resignation when he realized that his efforts were being frustrated. I was simply his boss. So when he left, asset recovery was transferred to LACC. So all the information and report and everything was given over to LACC. At that time, who at LACC was Undibusia Wambudiki. He was the LACC boss. All the pieces of information, everything was turned over to him. So what became of Nokal here and there was turned over to him. You see, yes, that's what happened.
No need to ask, because I was
Thank
going
you
to
very
ask.
much.
You going
Thank you.
1950?
Councillor,
So
how much money in total you guys are looking at to recover in terms of
Jesus,
assets?
3 billion.
The
You
value.
know, we when we did the total calibration of the entire amount, which would have been the collection regime, was 8 billion, but
8 billion.
we were thinking also it was 4.6 billion dollars. Yeah, and we were following papers up to the Cayman Island. We're following trails of paper up to Cayman Island. But this government, the new government can take over that. I think the greatest gift the government can give to the Liberian people will be asset recovery. And asset recovery dating back from 1950 to 1990 or to 2000 would be great. And significant gains will be made. Significant, success story will be told. The narratives will be quite palatable for political purposes. And I think the recovery will be great because those who assets that will be recovered, 90%, most of them have died, leaving the resources behind. And leaving it, they have unknowingly bequeathed those resources to us. So as a nation of people, I think there's a need that the government, demonstrate that willingness, that commitment, that willpower to go into asset recovery. There are other issues I can talk on the show. I think the Global League Council. No, there were financial litigators who were trying to bar the assets of Liberia, the franchise. They say, look, we'll give you this extra money, but just give it to us. When we go out, we check, we don't get money. That's it. Some people were offering $1 billion. They say, give us the franchise, we give you $1 billion upfront. If we fight, we don't succeed, we lost, but if we get something, we'll do that. Some people got afraid. So, but how the people take 4.6, then they just give you $1 billion. There's a lot of stories to you gotta know. Financial litigators have come forward. This guy brought financial litigators. Their role in asset recovery is they can fund the process. So they buy the asset. For example, if you do the calibration, the total somebody come out to say $19 billion. Then they say, okay, we'll give you $5 billion up front, but give it to us. We will go out and fight. If we lose, you can take our
the credit here in the States. People buy credit.
It's a risky game, but it is rewarding once you get it steering.
So they have come forward. They have come forward to discuss. They say, look, we are forward, but we'll give the amount upfront. So if you say you want to build a city, you want to build streets, we'll give you the amount. But we will go. If we don't win, that's it. If we win, that's it. There's a lot to it. They are still available. Grant Thornton is still available. At this stage.
Seaman Seaford, former Solicitor General of the Republic of Liberia, we want to say thank you for joining us. Again,
send me that photo.
I had a follow-up, but I was not given the opportunity.
Go ahead. Go ahead with your follow-up.
My follow-up was just that, I think Karma got a lot in this whole thing. I feel like you were supposed to help do the right thing, assist in Honorable Janet getting what the courts of ECOWAS awarded him, and up to this point, he said he did not get
my position.
One penny.
But listen, publicly, I said you will not get a penny. Then I went on appeal. Then the court said, no, we affirm and reaffirm our position. I came back and said, okay, give the man 200,000.
So what's the whole up now? I just wanted to know.
Well, there's certain thing in law they call best evidence. I'm not the best evidence. The Attorney General will be, the Musa Din will be, because when the judgment comes, it goes straight to the Ministry of Justice. The enforceability of that judgment will be the Minister of Justice, who will then write a letter, inform the government of Liberia of the judgment, and give an opinion, the opinion of the Attorney General, on the basis that look here and there, this is a judgment, and they pay the man 200,000. Somebody get a lot of money, 200,000, they give it to the man. He suffered a lot. He's entitled to A. He's a Liberian citizen.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Yes.
We went to court. The man beat us.
I'm
we
so
must
happy
admit.
that you're in support of the audit.
So while we move on with this story, can the former Associate Justice Janet, can he be pardoned by Jose Yuma Bwaka? And
it has to be by JR, a joint resolution of the. We had a similar situation with Chipo, and I can recall the Transitional Legislative Assembly had a joint resolution to purge him of the impeachment to be making to qualify to take public office. But as it is, no, until it is done by the legislature.
So the legislature have to purge his impeachment.
Yeah. This is only one area I had a disagreement with the judgment. Only one area before we go. The ECOWAS Court said the Liberian Senate proceeded well, but when they put on its spectacle, then they realized his substantive rights were abused. And therefore proceeded to a war, 200,000. Now, under Liberian law, if you're making in a war, that war should be based on the quantum of evidence that is provided and pleaded with particularity. That's what the law says, particularity. My contention then, which is not now, was that how did you arrive at the 200,000? Because there is no, you didn't quantify, for example, say stage by stage for so and so this, for so and so. How did you arrive at the 200,000? My only contention was that because that's what Liberian law says. It must be pleaded with particularity, with the evidence provided, the preponderance of evidence. In his case, they say his integrity was damaged. So my question then was, not as now, how did you determine the worth of his integrity as 200,000? And that was my contention.
So he cannot practice. He cannot, for any reason, Jose Yuma Bwaka as president cannot grant him pardon as if it were a minister or director. I just want to be clear because.
No, because he went to court and beat us. So what is the issue? He went to court and beat us and beat the Republic of Liberia.
I'm not talking about the ECOWAS.
That defeat.
Liberian Constitution. Jose Yuma Bwaka cannot pardon him like as if he want to pardon a minister or director,
brother,
correct?
My question. I won't be able to speak to that. If the government of Liberia indicts a Liberian citizen and a Liberian citizen go to court and win, what other pardon does he need? The court has already exonerated a man.
Which court?
ECOWAS court.
But the ECOWAS code is different from the Constitution of Liberia.
No, the Liberian government subscribed to the ECOWAS code.
So it's because they exonerated him in ECOWAS code, it means that he exonerated in Liberia? Of
course, why not?
So it means I'm just ignorant to the law.
Why not? For example, let me tell you the Ayika case, the Valentine Ayika case in which I was involved. The Supreme Court of Liberia ruled against Valentine Ayika. The ECOWAS code ruled in favor of Valentine Ayika. The government of Liberia paid the money.
So can he be appointed as justice minister or go back on the bench?
No, the question is not me. It will be with the.
I'm not saying you. I want you to educate me. Can Jose Yuma Bwaka appointed as justice minister or put him back on the bench?
Well, I have said, because by the time Jose Yuma Bwaka takes office, it will be the 55th legislature, not the 54th. So all things are passing away. All new things are coming. All things are passed away. He was impeached by the 54th.
Because all things becomes you.
He was impeached by the 54th. The 55th will not. There is not an inheritance. We'll just say, but 55th legislature is starting anew with a new legislative agenda. With a court judgment, to which the government of Liberia subscribe. What else is there for him to be pardoned? In my opinion, I tell you practically, maybe if I were the Attorney General, I write an opinion and say, look, the impeachment in the first place is declared null and void because the court has ruled that impeachment, nullifying that impeachment. Whether or not we like it or not, It's the judgment of the court. We have to respect the judgment of the court. When the court rules against us, we must respect the court. When the court rules in our favor, we not only celebrate, but also respect the judgment of the court. Since the court declared that entire process of being null and void, it's the judgment of the court.
It's a good argument. We want to say thank you very much, our dear friend, SG Seaforce. We appreciate your time on Spoon Talk.
Thank you, sir.
Always, you are welcome, sir.
Thank you. I didn't see you.
So
What did today? I just see you.
Real quick before you leave. What's the update from the Ramanda in that place, room 109? What's the update?
Room 109. I was there 3 months ago. I went, when I entered room 109, the lady asked me, there's a new management team on the board. So when I got there, I said, I want room 109. She said, what's so special about room 109? I said, no, because it overlooks the city here and there. Then recently they sent me a citation. The ICC sent me a citation for a training, but then I've done that training course and I said I was not going. Then they sent me another citation I'm going to work on starting from tomorrow, that I need to update my profile and all that things, send a picture here and there. And I need to go to take a photo and it to be on the website here and there. And then they asked me, you haven't brought any other Liberian for admission to the ICC? The requirements are listed on the website. I promise to do that. So the first person
who the person carried this?
No, ma'am. Center, I got a question about room 109. Question
room 109. Yeah, room
109. Room policy? Is it only one person per room policy or
room 109? What's so special? Yeah, look, it's a fun, let us have fun, but room 109 is brilliant. Start on maybe while in the Hague, I need to send for you. So you'll see room 109. What do you think? So?
But it's amazing that you can travel. As per the sanction, it's restricted to America, but unlike Jefferson Koji, can he travel with the human rights sanction over him? You're going slow motion now. It's setting, serious.
My mom used to tell me, say, when they put all of the water, you need to try to swim. You must try to swim together. I don't know about myself. I know about other people.
No, but I'm asking you.
You know how I call my friend?
Koji will place on sanction. Samuel 12 will place on sanction. The detrimental to the sanction effect is, it's very important. We understand sanction of corruption, but sanction of human rights, like Jefferson Koji, how huge is that sanction? Seminole Seaforce. You've been working with these different conversations. Talk to how huge.
Me tell you, first, I don't speak for them, but the question I keep asking myself is that in the 21st century, Liberians celebrating when their fellow colleague is placed on sanction. The question I have asked, what is the end game? To what extent do you benefit? For example, if a Liberian citizen dies and other Liberians celebrate, they put 13 men on the poll. I was seeing it in the internet went off. We haven't had an opportunity to see a corrupt person put on trial and faced with charges. The first opportunity we had in the 1980, they killed 13 men. The victorious party, the victors, executed the victim and said that was a trial. This is an opportunity for all of us. This is an opportunity because if you see
almost 10 years later, and so the 30 men goes hunted the nation and 250,000 died.
Yeah, when the Congo people ruled Liberia for 133 years, they didn't kill up to 5,000. We ruled from 1980 to 2000, we killed 250,000. That tells you the quality of thinking of certain Liberians. Starting when people heard that you were in problem, can't see people celebrating. The question I was asking, what do you get when you see your fellow man is in problem? What do you get? The only person who started with me about room 109 who were on my side are Remy Gray. Because Remy Gray knows me.
But leave the room 109 story. But the issue here, Abu Beki.
No, matter room 109 matter. You brought it out.
No, I brought it out, but you think you carry somebody else there, so I know it will not be out.
No, please, because listen.
You say you carry someone in the room 109. You cannot carry out you say you're a real man, so you carry somebody else, and you carry female.
Listen, when I started the conversation, I said, sometimes my wife called me when she called me grown-up man. I said, when I go, I know grown-up man on my body, right?
And when you come back, no grown man on your body either. Because I know they
get, good night, man. Let's stop there. See you.
I know they get shower in room 109. Oh.
No, good night. Good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you
Next
very
time,
much.
we'll see. Yeah, I wish you all well, man. Happy New Year and Merry Christmas to all of you. I wish you guys well. Look, keep your platform in the independent as it is. It's progressive. I love it. It's inspiring. It gives us a clear sense of belonging and a new direction into the information, dissemination industry. And I think you're doing a great job. There will be criticism here and there, but with the quality of presence you have on your show, Dr. Richardson, Dr. Gray, Johnson, other people. So now I listen to Johnson and later at me school. I didn't study economics. The only thing I know that Bible and the law, the only thing I know. So now I listen to Johnson and say, wow.
You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set thee free.
Yeah,
But all the sanction potent to government, man.
No, but Aaron, I've been godly. I've been godly for time. My entire life has always been that way. Listen, in the midst of storm and tribulation, in fact, somebody wrote something. I wrote something the last time. I said, the moments of trials and desolation are times I can bring people closer together.
Yep.
You are my friends because I'm in crisis. You are there speaking for me. I just want the old man diamond. You help me. Let me get the old man diamond so the old man can go to the hospital.
The old man, when I get a diamond, can you settle the old man case if they offer you settlement?
Well, Mama used to tell me, say, when you walk in more, you have to wait until you reach the water. When we reach that one, we'll talk.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Each time he's saying, oh, Steven, I got to get you some question. Because, if you know Serena Sifo, you know exactly where the old man diamond. That will be a settlement. I must tell you. The diamond gone. There will be a settlement. And, and I think they will settle with the government. And I hope they satisfy the old man about his diamond. But folks, it was a wonderful show.
The old man needs some money. That diamond gone, man.
Listen, we got so many information. Steven, I say some document from the Real Fund. If you can help us to just, curb those information is huge. The amount of money for 2023. I have the bank records from the different accounts. There are a lot of emails. So I ask you guys that we can share with a lot of emails coming up from Real Fund and Public Work. And we have the time to discuss it. We have a guest tomorrow that we're trying to confirm to come on the show. It will be very much important for the guests to come on the show. So as you can see, these are all the documents. If you guys can see it, if you want, I'm talking about the panelists, please send it. You see, these are the different documents. There are so many. All the bank records, the general log sheet from the bank account. Steven, you will know about that. We have the 1 year for 2023, which of course I want you guys to take a look at. We got to share this. The amount of money that went out, is huge. It's heavy. Those that know this thing, please help me out. But again, I am sending it to John Molu. Maybe he can break it down in pieces for us, and then I will send it to the rest of the team. The first one I took care of. Let me do this real quick and we can get the hell out of here, guys. I just want to make sure that I send it to you. 649. There we go. They said they okay, so as you can see, I send you this one. Guys. I'm sending you guys this one. Steven, help me out here. You cannot see, I will read it. They said this one is how you call it, National Real Fund General Ledgers Account 2023. You can see it here, right? I think I sent it to you. If you have not received it, just let me know. Can you see it, Fatima? I'm not hearing you, Dr. Richardson. Can you see it? I'm not hearing you, Dr. Richardson. You guys mute.
Yes, I can see it. We can see it.
But we don't see it in
National Real Fund
Yeah, these are all the amounts spent for the whole ledgers for 2023. I think I sent it to you, the bank charge, the sheet one, the MPW logistical support, NRF allotment. I think it's a support account, SUPP account, RS, and REL progress. The thing from 1 to 3, 2021, 2022, 2023. I think I sent this to you guys. If you have not received it, I can resend it. I can resend it. The whole document, apparently, Stephen, the reason why I'm calling your name, you have big knowledge on this thing. But apparently the whole document came to us from the UBA Bank, the African Development Bank. I think that's the ADB. So all these things, this is the 2023 I'm sending to you. Now let me put it first in our there we go. So just tell me if you receive it, please. You receive it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you open it? Because I want to send it to all of you for you to go through it for tomorrow conversation. That's a big corruption at the National Road Fund. And thank God whosoever that all our
We can open it and see you.
You got it, right?
Yes.
All right. So these are like 33 different documents. Dr. Richardson is in the chat room. You agree? These are like 33 different email about all the bank activities. Steven, you like to speak on it briefly while you're looking at it, because you will know those abbreviation better than I do. This is one email only I sent to you, but it's troubling to see it. The general ledgers, ARMEP 2023, 48 sheets. It's 285 kilobytes. So if you open, I hope you have space to open it. So I get the rest of them. We have to talk about the road front. I want to bring in Boniface Satu. Boniface Satu have agreed. The former road front director, he have agreed to come. We're not hearing you, Dr. Richardson. The former road front director, he have agreed to come on to tell us the plus and minus, the activities at the road front. With the transitional government, we are following the activities. Document that will turn over to them in a 40 way. We have to discuss it. The current road fund. You call her director. What's her position? President, right, Stevie? The road fund. They call them president. They call them directors. They call them what's the
executive director? I think.
Executive director. Okay. All right. Yeah. So you got 2023, 2022, 2021. Then you got another 2023 again. You got 2020. You got 2018. You got 2019. In this first email, the second one that I was sent, NRA consolidated account, NRA consolidated account, the same thing, 2021, 2022, 2023. I'm going to send this to you guys. As you can see, they are all here. From the top right there, you're going to see, I have a little, you're going to see NRF. NRF, as you can see, maybe it's kind of so clear. You can see it, right? You can see NRF.
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, so that's the NRF. So I just want you to pay attention as I scroll up. You see consolidated account. You can see it. It says console. I have to download and send it at 1, that 2, that 3, that 4. These are all the different files for the account every year with bank information up to 2023 November 23. That way it's that. I won't be sharing this because Boniface Satu have agreed to appear on the show. It will be a verified one. This includes Ruth Coca Collins, the dealing with her in-laws company, her husband company, the man that won his seat. This includes Josita Novell Winton and her dealings with the road fund and every disbursement that was made, money that was put out. We're going to have a pure good story on this one. We're going to bring in Boniface Satu to explain to us what's really going on with the National Road Fund. The amount of money that they put out, I am sharing it with every one of us. We're going to have our time to review before the show tomorrow. It will hit you so hard. The amount of money and the reason why they dismiss a lot of Liberians and why they hire the spokesperson for CDC, Councillor Kano Barbara. Why they hire him? How much money they gave him? People talking about 75,000. The proposal he wrote for 440,000. And what he gained out of that proposal, we got everything. And we're going to share this with you tomorrow by God's grace. Again, we do not wish hunt, folks. Given the opportunity, the document we have in our possession, we love to share with our fellow Liberians, and they will decide. But as a transition team, all this should take place. And we have to document that even if the National Road Fund failed to turn in those documents, we can give it to them. That's why I have it. I have those documents. I have the handwritten ledger, the handwritten portion of the document that you see people signing. I have it in my possession. You see, this, again, I will say to you, it's not witch hunting. We just got to do our job and do it right. So when we say these things, we be quiet sometimes because of the story too much. They say too many stories. You see, oh yeah, and I will tell you the truth, I got to just show them one real quick. As a matter of fact, I'm not even going there because I got to protect my sources. I'm not going there. But I'll tell you the truth, this is how it is, folks. The handwriting, National Road Fund. We will soon leave, guys. I beg you, bear with me. I want to show you guys something real quick. Something came about. I want to show to you guys, then we leave. The handwritten portion of this thing that you see, the money that they were signing out, I'm going to send all this to our dear brother. Okay, there you go. There you go. There you go. I'm going to send all this to our dear brother, how you call him? What's the guy named John Molu, that they can look into it? That they can look into it. Amen. Because of the sources information on in this document, I got to work on it before I show it up. I don't want to reveal anybody. But join us tomorrow. It will be interesting. We'll share more information with you. We're happy to have Boniface Satu. And I also want to bring in somebody from the Commerce Ministry to speak about the allegation against Sekou Sharif. His lawsuit, might want to sue him. We want to bring it on if we can to explain history or somebody from that ministry. Join us tomorrow. It will be a wonderful show. May God bless you. May God keep you. My brother Zizou, thank you very much for joining us as always. Conor Gray, Dr. Richardson, Fatima, my cousin, sister Fatima, thank you very much. We say God bless us all. I'm done. You can come on.
I wanted to give the shout out to some of our Liberian people.
Yeah, let me send a shout out straight to our auntie, Grace Mano. Thank you for recognizing Spoon. She said, thank God for Dr. Richardson and Stanton and the entire crew. Auntie Grace Mano, wherever you are, may God bless you, may God keep you, and may God bless the works of your hand. Thank you. I'm done.
So can I give some shout out, please, to the JMB JKK cleaning crew, Mr. John Charles Siafa, Jackie McKay, Dr. Chinaway, Dr. Francis, somebody from your name too in there. Orlando C. Chinaway, Florence Harris family.
Brother.
Oh, see, Henry Gray, Emmanuel Gay, Victor Ferry. Oh, okay. Mohamed Ba, Joseph Boy Cooper, all of the people, our entire JMB, JKK, inaugural cleaning crew. I wanted to say shout out. My last shout out. My last one.
Yeah.
Iris Harris. Auntie Judy said I should send shout out to her. Happy birthday from the whole entire Spoon Network. Happy birthday.
Yeah, but want to say seriously, Dr. Richardson, a JMB stepdaughter.
Not your daughter. We get step family.
Yeah, have a good night. Bye-bye.
Good night to all of our viewers around the world.
I rescued your stepdaughter, huh?
No, you rescue your daughter. We get stepchild.
A stepchild.
Yes,
Dr. Richardson, you see the beast again? You starting again?
Let's call Pastor Raymond Collison real quick. Pastor Raymond Collison, can you do the benediction for us?
Yes, to all of you Spoon Network, Spoon panelists and your families, Dr. Richardson, your beautiful grandchild, to all my fellow Liberians listening to the sound of my voice, may the Lord bless you, may the Lord keep you, may the Lord make the Lord's face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May the Lord look upon your favor and give you peace, the peace that surpasses all understanding. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. 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 Good night, folks. Until we meet again.
Thank you very much, Pastor Raymond Collison. The Redeemer Lutheran Church, Trenton, South Broad. We want to say thank you to the right pastor, Pastor Raymond Collison. We also like to say thanks to our pastor.
Happy birthday. Go ahead.
Pastor David James, who is not too well. We wish him well from the Jubilee Christian Worship Center. We want to say thanks to our sister Glennie for joining in. Thanks to Prince Maxwell. We wish our brother Fadika well. We know that he's bouncing back strong. We also want to say to Brother Fagon, who is not with us today, wishing him well. Our brother Eduardo had to leave. His kids have basketball game. We wish them well. Our sister Angie Mama Wodokoli, who is visiting her children here in America, very, very busy, traveling here and there, but getting ready to go back home. A shout out to Anne Noel, the owner and founder of the Golden Key Hotel in Liberia. We want to wish her well. Again, to the team, the JMB team, we're wishing them well, whatever they found themselves to be in and out of Liberia. Liberia will be better. Liberia must be better. We call the able-bodied men and women to stand together. Where you see trouble, where you see problem, you see something, say something. Any ministry you find yourself in, they're trying to create any problem, let us know. My number is 609-649-4206. Call me. If you call me, you can get me. Call Nelson, call Diamond at the station. We will put the number out. Give us the information. We will protect you. We will cover you to our death, but the information may help save our country. Again, this is your radio station. If you see something, say something. I'll beg you. My number is 609-649-4206. If you can get me, reach out to Nelson Colai, reach out to Dama Slanger, Aaron, any one of the Spoon staff, reach out to them. They will be glad to cover your secret. It will be a great show tomorrow, folks. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless you.
Shout out to you.
Stenta, I'm just stuck on that. Fatima, did you listen to the show, Fatima? I'm stuck on that one day work for 1 month payment. It really troubling me.
I swear.
But why you in the bag?
I got this speaking on me.
You're right. That one the thing I think they would change here. A lot of problem came up today when Senator Devon Smith said they will get paid for just one record and not a full pay. Somebody says it's not paid. They should answer it and find a better way to save the country money. But you're right, we have a conversation.
And the senator said, "Oh, we've been sentimental, emotional." I thought that was really offensive.
I thought that was unfair too.
And then the man, isn't it against the law for the civil servant not to take pay? Didn't talk about that. He said that the law. It is the law for the civil servant to take pay regularly. Isn't that the law?
I think it's against the law that is after 9 o'clock. Your grandson wants you and you stay on screen.
I'm telling you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thank you, Fatima. You have a good evening.
Thank you. See you.
Yes,
thank you. Hey now, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Bye, Fatima.
I want to see you to the airport. Oh. Bye. See you. I want to know, but he will not know. He can't understand what to. Bye, Nelson. Bye, see you.
Bye-bye. All right, Nelson. Take us home, my brother. Thank you very much. So we meet again. I'm gonna be with you. Yeah, thank God, Pastor Raymond, not here to get me in trouble.
Yeah.
I got something to tell you though.
Okay.
Pastor Raymond owe me $500.
Yeah, we bet on the football game, and my team won.
Oh,
But
wow.
he refused to pay. I don't know. What do you think I should do?
Should I go to the church on Sunday?
And do what?
You can register the
I can
case.
put my hand up and say I want to get testimony, and when they give me the mic, then I tell his church congregation that you owe me $500. Right?
Somebody will pay right away because
Maybe somebody will pay. And he owed me though. He chose not to pay. It hurts my feelings, you know.
Pastor Remo will soon call back. Oh.
He will not call my phone. I won't answer. But it hurts my feelings though.
On Sunday like the best time to collect.
I say in a video you didn't download it.
Hey, it's up. It's up along with the birthday. Yeah, it's up.
The one that I tell you.
Yeah.
James don't want us to be playing the video. They say it get copyright. But the one I said Doubting Jesus, right?
Yeah.
Doubting Jesus, it's not copyright song, right?
No.
Darling Jesus, you know the way. Oh, darling Jesus, you are always on my case. Now you
What I got though? He came to drink wine, celebrating the goodness of the Lord, saying, Doubting Jesus, Doubting Jesus.
A special celebration I've been on there. Special celebration.
The man said, Doubting Jesus, oh, Doubting Jesus, Doubting Jesus, you are wonderful, Lord.
Yeah. The man carry a special celebration.
What kind of celebration?
From the chicken.
The man owe me. The man owe me. The man owe me. Yeah, mama, what's up?
So we so we have one birthday video, and today is our own man Yekesi's birthday as well. And then we have a birthday video. I don't know why it's not up yet. Wow. So let me see if I can get it coming here. Okay. So it's for Aaron.
That's it. I'm sorry. We got Boniface Satu, the former executive officer at the Road Fund. Boniface Satu. Boniface, I've just announced that you'll be joining us tomorrow. Am I correct?
Yeah, definitely. I'll be on your show tomorrow night.
Can you lower what you listen to, Boniface, please? Can you lower your receiver? Hello? Yeah, thank you very much. No, I just need to confirm that you will be joining us tomorrow because I announced it.
Yes, definitely. Like I said, I will be on your show tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So there you have it, folks. I just did some confirmation, so I call him. He will be our guest tomorrow, the former Road Fund executive. Thank you very much, sir, and I'll talk to you thereafter. Thanks.
Thank you, Stranger.
Yep. Thank you. All right, man. It will be firing show tomorrow. We got Boniface Satu coming in with everything plus more. We will be listening to him. We'll be having a wonderful program.
Yeah.
There you have it. I gotta go. Nelson got to do his show. But you said it right. Local funny.
Answer you.
That's not listen to you. I mean, let me play this song before Nancy answer you about Wisner.
That
Wow.
you give me peace, give me joy, give me happiness. So go ahead, Pastor Ramon, you on? What you like to say?
Now, say, are you listening to me?
I'm listening, sir. Oh, Pastor Raymond, your volume went low. Every other thing the pastor say now he's saying it to himself.
Make it say. Yeah, the low, right?
Very low.
Watching the show.
Mm.
Then can you put that Pastor Ramon? I am the pastor of the Lutheran Church of the Redeemer. I owe no one. I pay anything because if I needed sex, I take the church to pay it. Yeah. Say man. Tomorrow afternoon around 1:35 p.m. I will be in his house. Then you get my $500. All right, so that's it. That's what you say, Pastor Raymond. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You are quite welcome, Pastor Raymond.
Thank you. Love you, brother.
Love you too.
Pastor Raymond, if you're listening, now only you and the CEO heard all that.
Everything you said, thank you to me.
The whole explanation was off air.
It was just me. Listen, I gotta go. I gotta run. Thank you very much, Nelson. Have a good evening, and thanks to everyone. Folks, join us again tomorrow. Boniface Satu is our guest tomorrow about the National Road Fund and all the documents that we will be showing you, all the money that was taken out and all the contracts we want to share with you tomorrow. It will be very, 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 very interesting. Have a good night, folks. Bill Carson. Thank you, Bill, for joining us. Yaman Sterling. Thank you, Yaman Sterling. Quinnin Lovegrave. Quita Swai. Jacques Metz. Babu. What's the name? Everybody name will say thank you. I gotta run till we meet again. Bye, 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 bye. That's all, folks.
Yeah. Okay, folks, we want to say thanks to all of you out there for being a part of the show tonight. Thanks to you. And we'll be back tomorrow. But just before going, let's wish Aaron Emmanuel Freeman a happy birthday. Today is his birthday. Let me get this coming up very quick. Okay, so this one. Okay, so Aaron Emmanuel Freeman of Pennsylvania, the USA. Today is your birthday. You're celebrating your 14th birthday. Your aunt, Mariah, your mom, your dad, they all wishing you a happy birthday. All the best as you get to celebrate your natal day today. So again, we want to say thanks to all of you out there for being a part of this edition of the program. We'll be back on your radio tomorrow. Spoon Talk will be back. And yes, in case you have a special event coming up, a birthday, an anniversary, just a special event, you want to make that special, that loved one of yours feel special. Of course, you can reach out to the Spoon Network, or maybe you're a business, you want to advertise with the Spoon Talk or the Spoon Network, reach out. And of course, we're going to do just that for you. So until we come your way again, I'm Nelson Colette. Have a good night. Coming up shortly is the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. Bye bye for now.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charge